The airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Hustle, blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good? Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Tyler, Mr. One, good to see you,
Nice to see you, Amelie.
Do you like my office?
This looks like an office for you.
It's funny you say that because we actually widened the doors and shortened the lift a little bit just for you.
Okay, that's a short joke already. Don't.
No, actually, you look really good, man. You do. Seriously. You look fantastic. I mean, it must be a lot of work to keep those arms so big, but wouldn't it be easier to develop a good personality?
You're trolling. Ollie, I'm funny, charismatic. I have no ego. Why do you keep looking at me like that? It's true.
Well, listen, we all know that your fan base is truly massive. When did you realize that you had a knack for entertaining teenage boys?
My audience, we've done the math, is 25 to 30 nowadays. Majority, like 70%. I do not.
All right, well, I mean, clearly I could see that I'm riling you up a little bit.
It's actually trolling. There's rage bait, yes.
I know that you like to let off a little bit of steam by, throwing things, breaking things. So we actually brought a book for you if you want to try to tear that in half.
Am I trying to tear this book in half?
Yeah, you try to tear that book
Do
in
I
half.
win something if I do? I got a prize?
I mean, pride, accomplishment.
Okay, obviously, I'm not going to tear this in half.
Well, you have to tear it in front of the camera.
I can't because I need to get my knee up.
Get torque. Why are you tearing it that way? You're tearing it.
Why are you backseating me? Stop. Let me do it how I want to do it. I know what I'm doing.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you've taped it for sure.
It's not taped.
I'm going to start right here for a second.
That's okay. Interesting technique.
The covers are too hard to tear.
But again, why not link?
Why are you...
You're the one who's struggling a little bit.
Okay, what's your advice? I'm open to criticism.
So right now you're doing it like hamburger style. What if you did it hot dog style?
Yeah, but then you're not... Nobody does that. Nobody does that.
I think everyone does that.
That's the easiest thing. It's only tearing like just the brim.
Well,
you could tear this.
I know, but...
And you have frail toothpick arms, so they wouldn't even be...
They're called spaghetti noodle arms, thank you very much. Or I guess, in my case, yakisoba arms.
Yeah, and you hit the gym. It is what it is.
Because I'm Japanese.
You can't do it your way. Yeah, but there's no sense of joy in that.
I'm so proud of you! Can I be honest, though?
What?
I just wanted to be the first one to see you hold a book.
You said that all... I read more than anybody in this building.
League of Legends all chat doesn't count. I also hear that you're actually a big Bob Ross fan. Is that because you're also a happy little accident? Tyler, I mean, listen, you're an inspiration to so many of us. You've proved that it's not about luck or skill or talent. Sometimes it's just about being really loud.
I'm not loud is not funny. I am talented and skilled. That is, again, just incorrect. You're just trolling.
In the loud department.
I am not loud. I haven't been loud once in this.
You've been a little loud.
Why are you backseating me? I have not been loud. You said some dumb shit. I got a little bit loud, but that's it.
Well, Tyler, those are all the questions that I have for you. Thank you so much for joining me in our little office here. Do you like the decorations?
No, and it's cramped and it's hot as hell. We can't open the curtains and make us sweat in here like a sauna. Could put like an AC little fan.
This is France. They don't believe in AC.
True. So you're out of questions?
Yeah, I'm completely adequate. What's that? Wait.
My, how the tables do turn.
No. What are those? Where'd you get those?
How does it feel to be the only one I see pop up on live stream fails who is an actual failure?
Okay, but is that a bad thing or is that maybe a nice thing?
If you start things and never finish them or never do well in them, what is that?
Trying my best.
Yeah, well, sometimes your best just isn't enough. Everyone on this production should probably start looking for new jobs, guys. I'll be honest, this is probably gonna do equally as poorly. Just saying. Now, you've been playing for over 15 years, and you've still never achieved Diamond.
Okay, I got really close to
Let me finish. I don't know if this joke should be about League or your love life.
Okay, listen, by playing League of Legends, you've truly done the impossible and found love. I've found body pillows, and I've gotten close to Diamond a couple times.
All I'm gonna say is, for the moment I have been with you, I've seen you ever, it's been 10, 11 years ago, I've never seen you with a companion.
I have my online friends, they're definitely real.
A lot of people argue, well, you're doing it for your career, but your career is just doing so poorly, isn't it?
But I'm speaking with you, brother. Doesn't that mean that I'm
True, and I saved the day.
Tyler, here's the one thing. Do you know what I have that you don't?
To go on, enlighten me.
Control over the editors. Cut! The chair is dented.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Yesterday, they slayed a giant. They beat the odds, took down the goat, and sent the home crowd wild. Now, they have to do it all over again. Another Korean powerhouse stands in their way, and they have their eyes locked on the trophy. Can Carmine Corp pull off another miracle, or will D plus Kia take the trophy back to Korea? It's time to find out.
I'm in that zone, can't stop me, no way, no how. Came too far, I won't back down. Move too quick, they can't keep pace. First to the line, yeah, I run this race. Man don't break, man don't fold. Pressure on me, man I stay cold. 1 in a million, rare like gold. Do it like me, nah they won't. Can't stop me, no way, no how. Came too far, I won't back down. Move too quick, they can't keep pace. First to the line, yeah, I run this race. Man don't break, man don't fold. Pressure on me, man I stay cold. 1 in a million, rare like gold. Do it like me, nah they won't. Focus clear. When I switch that gear, I ain't looking back. Check my stats, they ain't that strong. I've been grinding long. I set that tone. I'm in that zone.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Esports World Cup Grand Finals for League of Legends here in 2026. We are live from the audience, Degon alongside Wadid and Jack Spectra as we set up our third place match and first place match after a crazy event, Wadid.
It's been great and it can't be much better than this. I think we're gonna have one of the best rivalry in the third place as well, and now we're about to have Grand Finals here.
I mean, on any other day, if you have T1 versus Gen G and DK versus KC, you would think T1 versus Gen G would be the final.
Yeah,
but
for
this
sure.
has been a tournament of upsets. and it's been absolutely incredible to see these teams perform as they have.
What it actually is a poetic handover from our two game title winners in 2024 and 2025 to our worthy grand finalists in KC and D+. And that's where I want to start in that B-roll of yesterday's matches. Let's start with that T1 and KC matchup, Jack. It was incredible.
It was absolutely insane. Like game number one, it kind of felt like, I guess T1 are just the better team. KC, you know, they did great beating AGL to get here, but then KC found them in game two. They just kept pushing, kept finding leads, coming back into the game, and in game number three, they were down like 10,000 gold, but they just found fight after fight. They did the impossible time and time again, and that feels like the name of the game in this
ชัด
tournament.
ข่าวพ่อตายทั้งหมดมึงเป็นลูกะหรี่เกิดจากนิโกดำโดเนตมา20 บาทจ้า
It was actually really
ชัด
impressive
ข่าวพ่อ
from
ตายทั้งหมด
Khalees
มึงเป็น
mainly,
ลู
but
กะห
I
รี่
think
เกิดจาก
overall
นิ
they
โก
had such a great
ดำ
idea
ชัด
about
ข่าวพ่อ
how they
ตาย
want to play
ทั้ง
as a
หมด
team, how they want to
มึ
be
ง
on
เป็
the
น
same
ลูกะห
page.
รี่
I
เกิด
think
จากนิ
this
โก
has
ด
been one of the
ำชัด
best
ข่าวพ่อตาย
tournament
ทั้งหมด
performance from KC
มึงเป็น
by
ลู
far,
กะ
I'd
หรี่
say.
เกิด
Yeah,
จาก
and
นิ
he
โก
said it,
ด
right? He said it
ำ
when
ชั
we
ด
had
ข่าว
him
พ่อ
on the
ตาย
desk, where
ทั้
it
งหมด
was, I
มึ
have
ง
a
เป็น
hard
ลู
time
กะหรี่เกิด
quantifying it
จากนิโก
because
ดำ
we're not done. We still need to go win the grand finals, but it is up there as one of the greatest victories that he has had in his professional career. And it was one of the craziest moments I've seen. I lost feelings in my legs with it.
I don't know, and I still remember them doing the base race. You know, they had to defend their base after almost beating the Naxos, but they had the moment. And Khalees said, we didn't even say anything. We just pulled the trigger, and that was the moment, he said.
I mean, it's been a monumental tournament for KC, and I would love to see them finish the job because we've seen EU in finals before.
Oh my God.
We haven't lifted a trophy in 7 years, and if KC could do it today, it would be historic.
Now, on the opposite side, though, it was our reigning title defender, Genji, up against the upstart D+ Kia Showmaker, a world champion in his own right, and is finding the form at the right time here at EWC. They defeat the title defender in Genji, got to crush their key, and book their first final in such a long time.
I mean, we thought Genji's gonna have an easy win against D+ Kia, but because I think they had enough time to prepare throughout because they didn't participate to MSI. So I felt like they had such a great plan in terms of the draft because Ruler finally picked up the AP bot lane. But here is Smash once again picking up Israel, and look at this team fight, how he positioned himself in the choke moment. I think this is where finally they proved themselves on stage here in front of so many French fans here.
Well, hold on with it. I thought DK was gonna win because this tournament.
All right.
I said it yesterday. This tournament just doesn't make sense, and some of these teams are just coming in so hungry, and you see it in their gameplay. They're not willing to give an inch, even when they're down in gold. When the game looks rough, they still find the angles consistently, and that's what I think has separated KC and DK from the other teams in this tournament, and that they're just not willing to give up no matter the odds.
I mean, because we had so many rookies in DK, so I think they were kind of afraid to take the risk, you know. So I felt like this is huge improvement. This is huge step from the team itself because I feel like they finally unleashed themselves that they don't have a pressure anymore. They finally start to enjoy the game on stage.
I mean, that has to be play of the tournament there. Smash in that clutch moment at the Elder Dragon, the multi-man true shot barrage. It was huge. That led to the keys getting crushed of T1 and Genji. And standing by at the key wall right now is Jenny. Jenny, take it away.
The most important part of this competition, and something that I cannot even believe, is that at this point we have crushed more LCK teams than EU teams, which is incredible. And the final, KC against D+ Kia. When is the last time we had an LCK versus LEC international final?
It's been a very, very long time. I can't even remember the last year. For the last two Esports World Cup finals, we did have, for League of Legends, of course, a Korean team in the finals both times, but not a Korea versus Korea finals and not a European team in the finals. But when I saw the bracket, I did not think that there would only be one empty crushed key slot here for my region, which is D+ Kia. I also didn't expect necessarily that D+ Kia would be the one left. So pretty shocked with the results so far. I'm happy though that if it was going to be any team in the finals that wasn't an LCK team, that it is KC because we're here in Paris and the crowd has been awesome.
It has been incredible, but I'm gonna have to bring your attention to the key wall with all the crushed keys, dreams, and hopes of every single one of these teams, because the winner of today's grand final is going to be able to pick 3 keys into their trophy. Say you're KC. You won. We're manifesting. What are you putting in your trophy?
I'm 1,000% taking T1 because that was the biggest upset of the tournament, the most exciting final game of the tournament for sure. I'm probably also going to take Sentinels because I beat them along the way in EU versus NA Pride. And then, of course, you've got to take D plus Kia. You crush them in the finals. I think for KC, it's pretty straightforward, but this is the most valuable key to put in your trophy.
If you're D plus Kia and you manage to win this one as well, which keys would you put in there?
You're definitely going to take KC, obviously, from the win in the
โดเน
finals.
ตมา 20 บาทจ้า
Absolutely, you take Genji
คุณ
because
คา
you beat
ตา
them
ริ
there
น่า
as
ครั
well.
บ
Some
คลิปกิน
Korean
ขน
teams
ม
like
สาย
to
ไหม
take
ไปไหน
the
ครั
rest
บ
of the teams to put them in the trophy from the region.
That's a little
so,
BM.
You know, you got to choose between Hanwha, you got to choose between T1 there. Pretty awkward.
What about BLG?
BLG, I think, is what I would choose if I were D+, because that was one of the other big tournament upsets with BLG doing so well internationally and D+ Kia not even going to MSI. So I think D+ will likely choose Bilibili Gaming over one of those LCK squads. And that's what I would do, for sure. I like to take the keys if I were a champion of the teams I beat on the way.
That's a very sportsman-like approach, and I really want to keep you guys focused on this because Genji and T1 skis have already been crushed, but they will still be playing this 3rd and 4th place game in order to get some club championship points and of course some of that prize pool money. So very fittingly, we have Faker and Chovy on a lie detector. So let's see how that one played out.
저와 본인 모두 리그 오브 레전드 역사상 최고의 선수들로 기억될 거라고 생각하시나요?
올해 EWC 결승에서 T1과 맞붙고 싶으신가요? 좀 이제 요동치는데 e스포츠 월드컵에서는 모든 경기가 경기 시작 전에도 진행됩니다.
우승과 총 상금 200만 달러를 걸고 맞붙기 전에 마지막 승부가 하나 더 남아 있습니다. 바로 서로의 심리를 읽는 것이죠.
오늘은 거짓말 탐지기를 연결한 채 서로에게 가장 까다로운 질문들을 해보도록 하겠습니다.
팀원도 코치도 변명도 없습니다.
거짓말하면 모두가 알게 될 겁니다.
진짜 승부가 시작되기 전에 먼저 여기서 결판을 내보죠.
그럼 첫 번째 질문부터 시작해보도록 하겠습니다.
Where are we today?
여기 파리입니다.
저희는 파리 e스포츠 월드컵 경기장에 있습니다.
ได้ยินไหมครับ
Are you nervous today?
조금 했습니다.
ได้ยินไหมครับ
I think you are very nervous. It is normal to be nervous. Are you nervous today?
지금
ไปไหน
괜찮습니다.
ทำข้าวอ่ะดิ
A little. Yes. I have a good baseline now, so I will pass you over.
네, 질문하겠습니다.
선수 생활 동안 가장 존경했던 선수는 누구인가요?
호날두 선수입니다. 호날두 선수입니다.
Were you testing me?
예.
เสียงโคตรเบาจริงไหม
I think there may be many players that you respect, not just one.
맞습니다.
Yes, I was seeing that.
저와 상대하시는 게 즐거우신가요?
ทำไมเสียงเบาอ่ะ
즐거우면서
เสียง
어렵습니다.
เบาจริงปะ
Seeing a little bit of a reaction there, but
좀 이제 요동치는데 진실이라고.
제 플레이에서 특히 높이 평가하거나 눈여겨보는 점이 있나요?
길교환하는 거를 높게 평가하고 있습니다. 저와 경기할 때는 평소보다 더 큰 부담감을 느끼시나요?
네, 평소보다 더 큰 부담감을 느낍니다. 선수 생활을 마친 뒤 지도자나 코치가 되는 것도 고려하고 계신가요?
고려 대상 중에는 있습니다.
เสียงเบาเหรอคนดู
지금까지 상대했던 선수들 가운데 가장 강했다고 생각하는 선수는 누구인가요?
페이커 선수입니다. 다시 한번 함께 뛰어보고 싶은 전 팀원이 있나요?
แชทเขียวพ่อตายทั้งหมด มึงเป็นลูกกะหรี่เกิดจากนิโกดำ โดเนตมา 20 บาทจ้า แชทเขียวพ่อตายทั้งหมด มึงเป็นลูกกะหรี่เกิดจากนิโกดำ แชทเขียวพ่อตายทั้งหมด มึงเป็นลูกกะหรี่เกิดจากนิโกดำ แชทเขียวพ่อตายทั้งหมด มึงเป็นลูกกะหรี่เกิดจากนิโกดำ แชทเขียวพ่อตายทั้งหมด มึงเป็นลูกกะหรี่เกย์
네. 더 많은 주목을 받았으면 하는 팀원이 있나요?
기인 선수입니다. 저와 본인 모두 리그 오브 레전드 역사상 최고의 선수들로 기억될 거라고 생각하시나요?
네. 올해 EWC 결승에서 T1과 맞붙고 싶으신가요?
네.
진실된 청년이시네요.
다른 포지션으로 바꿔야 한다면 어떤 포지션을 선택하실 건가요?
특히 다 상관없는 것 같습니다.
온라이너.
저를 상대로 챔피언 하나를 배내야 된다면 어떤 챔피언을 선택하시겠어요? 그 이유도 말씀해 주세요.
아지를 배나겠습니다. 너무 잘 써가지고. 저를 상대로 한 챔피언을 배내야 한다면 어떤 챔피언을 선택하시겠어요? 그 이유도 함께 말해주세요.
뭔가 좀 한 가지만 고르기는 좀 어려운 것 같습니다. 다음 전설의 전당 스킨의 주인공으로 가장 적합한 선수는 누구라고 생각하시나요?
ควรปิดโดแบบนี้ปิดโดเลยเหรอคุณเจน
다음 전설의 전당 스킨의 주인공을 가장 적합한 선수는 누구라고 생각하시나요?
저는 캡스 선수 하겠습니다. 힘든 시기에 팬들의 응원이 큰 힘이 되었던 적이 있나요?
네. 팬들의 응원과 긍정적인 반응이 더 큰 동기부여가 되나요?
네. 후배 미드라이너들이 본인의 플레이를 연구한다고 말할 때 자부심을 느끼시나요?
네. 5년 뒤에도 프로 선수로 활동하고 계실
ทำไม
거라고
คนดูบอกว่า
생각하시나요?
มันเสียงเบา
잘 모르겠습니다. 한국의 가장 강력한 경쟁 지역은 어디라고 생각하시나요?
LPL이라고 생각합니다.
끝났습니다. 수고하셨습니다.
Very good. Very good.
이제 저희의 진짜 속마음을 아셨을 겁니다.
하지만 말은 어디까지나 말일 뿐이죠.
진짜 승부는 e스포츠 월드컵 무대에서 펼쳐집니다.
과연 누가 정상에 오를지 직접 확인해 보세요.
Hey, I'm doing my pick'ems right now on the Esports World Cup, and you're gonna join me. Come here. All right, let's go there. Let's go play. All right. T1, 2-0 easy. KC, 3-0 easy. Those are mine. Let's go see what some fans have chosen. What's up, bud? You do any pick'ems?
Yeah, I do pick'ems.
Hey, my guy, I've done my pick'ems, he's done his pick'ems, and you're about to do your pick'ems. Compete against us, compete against everybody, see who's gonna win.
ถ้ามันท็อกซิกก็ปิดเสียงไปคนเขามาดูชมการแข่งได้ครับคุณเอเจนต์เดี๋ยวถ้ามีท็อกซิกอีกนะปิดโดแล้วใช่ไหม
And there it is, the line for today's final day of the Esports World Cup 2026 League of Legends. It has been such a unique tournament with upsets, ups and downs for all squads, but one thing remains, the fans have been absolutely hyped across every single match, and maybe not so hyped right now, but they are waiting in anticipation as we are so excited to have you join us in the desk. It's Digon alongside Wolf, Wadid, and Jack Spectra. Man, what a day for League. What a week it's been for League here, Wolf.
I mean, it really has been. We've had so many upsets. We had D+ going to the finals in that second matchup, but I think the one that everyone is talking about is the KC upset win over T1. We knew we were going to have T1 and KC today no matter what for the fans here, two biggest teams, right? But to have KC in the finals, I think, is something people really did not expect.
Crazy, crazy, crazy. We will continue to go down our tournament in just a little bit. But actually, we're also here for the Esports World Cup and the Club Championship, many different game titles. As we saw yesterday, we had the update, the America's organization, Lion, coming up huge, the first ever America's winner over at Free Fire. They put their name to be immortalized in the totem with their key as the victors of Free Fire. And then over at the MLBB Women's Invitational, it was Vitality going back-to-back over Navi PH as the back-to-back title winners in Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Just huge, huge moments here for the Esports World Cup Club Championship rankings because Lion does not participate in the club championship. They don't have enough teams to participate in it, which means favorites like Team Falcons, who were last year's club champion and the year before that, now only at 600 points here, Wolf. Na'Vi and Vitality, they've got a lot of teams across multiple different titles that still have yet to come. We're only in week 2.
To bring it back to our game for a little bit here, you saw Carmine Corp as well, sitting at 750. They're not quite at the top, but they're very close. To win this League of Legends tournament obviously would really do a ton for them in terms of club championship points.
Yeah, well, speaking of club championship points, our two squads in our third place matchup, T1 and Gen G, are vying for those points. And on the call, we've got our casters. Let's check in with Hysterics, Trouble, and Ox.
Thank you very much, Degon. Very nice suit, by the way. You all look very handsome. So do these guys, by the way, as well. That's why the cast is going to be legendary. As we were talking about before, it's kind of random to have Gen G and T1 on the third place match. Orcs, historically, I feel like these guys are always at the top.
They've gone head-to-head many times, often been in the finals of the LCK, and there's just so much tape, so much footage between these two teams. We can see in terms of games, pretty even right
ทำไม
now,
เสียง
but
เบาอะผมก็ไม่ได้ปรับอะไรอะ
LCK road to MSI 3-2 in favor of T1. It meant that Gen G did not get a chance to defend their title at MSI, and now they're showing down at EWC. This matchup's always so exciting.
And it's actually so cool to have you on this cast with us, Orcs, because you know all the ins and outs of the LCK.
Right.
But primarily in my head, it's like T1, they just rock internationals, right? Maybe domestically they might not have the best run, but every time they show at least at Worlds, they were just a powerhouse that everyone needs to be careful of. Obviously, the red
ดีขึ้นยัง from last year. หรือว่ายังเบาอยู่ เกิดจากอะไรวะเนี่ยทำไมมัน
It definitely is. And
เสียงเบาจริงด้วยมัน
Degon was alluding to before on the desk, but it's going to be all coming down to that as well. We're going to send it back to the desk as they're going to run you through into the opening ceremony for the banger day. Degon, you look amazing.
No, you look amazing.
No, Degon, you look amazing.
Okay, you know what? Trouble, you look great. Ox.
Oh.
You look great. See, a little tension there before we got ourselves into that third place matchup, as it is two of the greatest organizations across esports, specifically League of Legends. What did it is T1 and Gen G. I just want to get your quick thoughts.
I mean, it's gonna be another banger series. It feels bad that it's only BO3, but we're gonna have for sure 3 games here.
Well, we've got so many guests across all of EWC standing by at the co-stream right now. It is Yankos and Double Lift at Double Lift's co-stream. How's it going?
Bro, what the fuck? Degon, how can you always say
this is why it's his co-stream.
Degon, I talked to you about this. Degon, I can't believe you have to tell me like that.
My mother is going to be so disappointed in you, Yankos. Double Lift, how you doing?
What's up? It's good. I'm glad that you're referring to it as Devil's costume. It's kind of like Batman and
เบาจริงด้วยว่ะ
Oh my god, he made the C7. Okay, it's not true.
รอ
Batman, I'm a Joker.
Also, Jackals, why do you not have the KC jersey and Double Lift has
Exactly. Okay, guys, big shout out to Kameto and to Kote. They have given us 2 jerseys.
รอ
So I have it right now with me. I will definitely try my best to put it on, and I will be supporting.
ยังเบาอีกเหรอ
Guys, it's not that simple, guys. It's not that simple.
Guys, don't worry.
But I will be supporting KC today.
I've been a KC fan for so
He's
long.
not
I definitely did not switch up today.
He hate watches KC.
I remember this. I remember Double Lift saying this. Everyone else is trash except
เบาอยู่
I remember that. How
อ๋อนี่ก็ดังไปเหรอ
event been for you guys so far? You guys are co-streaming right in front of the fans here at the STC Arena.
The vibes are insane. I think the fans are crazy.
The fans are crazy. The full arena is open right now as well, so we have all of these places above you guys.
เดี๋ยว
Probably right,
เดี๋ยวลบมาหน่อยนะ
it looks just absolutely amazing. And you know what? When KC is winning, or T1
โอเคมั้ยโอเคยังโอเค
the whole thing is just shaking. You can actually like feel it from the co-streaming booth when the fans are cheating. Like I mean, it's just shaking. Our mics are picking up the fans. So
ชับมี่โดเนทมา100 บาทจ้า เทโดหน่อยดังยัง
โอ้โหดังยังแล้ว ขอบคุณพี่ชับบี้ด้วยครับ
in NA, which I think hopefully can change it sometime soon. But like, dude, it's just amazing in this arena.
And then everyone at home, please join in. It feels a little birthday today. 33 is Double Lift. Happy birthday, Double Lift, man. What do you want for your birthday, brother?
What do I want for my birthday? I want some great games. Let me think about this. How do I say something that's not generic? Honestly, I just want everyone to flame Jankos a little bit. Like, that's what I want for my birthday.
Okay,
I want to put Jankos in his place.
Okay, but that is generic. Everybody blames me anyway.
Oh, wait, that happens 365.
Yeah, so it doesn't feel very special if it's only on your birthday.
You know what, guys? I just want a beautiful day of games. That's what I want to see. I want to see Faker back in form. I want to see maybe KC upset now that I'm a fake fan for one day and I stopped hate watching. Maybe I want to see KC win this.
All right, there you have it. Happy birthday, Double If. Jankos, we love you very much. Enjoy your co-stream and enjoy today's matches.
Thank you, guys, and enjoy the games as well.
I love them. They're just so great. How could you not love them both? Speaking of duos,
บอสทำอะไรกิน
the bot lanes in this matchup
แพนเค้ก
fantastic.
กิมจิ
It is a huge matchup
ไส้
with
กรอก
Blaze going up
ซอส
against
มายองเนส
Ruler
ครับ
in the Genji versus T1 match. And so, Jack, I wanted to throw this one to you because I feel like we've left you there in the island for a little bit. You're our bot lane specialist. What makes
แล้ว
this
ก็
so special?
โรยด้วย
I think going into this matchup, for me,
ปลาเหมือนทาโกยากิ
pretty heavily favored. I think Pace has shown such great prowess on the S-roll, such great prowess on the
ปลาแห้ง
mages, while Ruler, he's never been a huge mage player, and he has been picking up a little bit the Ziggs, but I feel like Pace has gone above and beyond, right? Playing the Talia, playing the Cassiopeia, and he's just had such a fantastic tournament. Every
เหมือน
single
กินเล่น
game,
นะครับ
I feel like
ลอง
Pace
ท้อง
has
เฉย
been maybe one game with a Kalista on the S-roll.
เพิ่งกลับจากที่ทำงานไง
But apart from that, I feel like Pace has been
ยังไม่ได้กินอะไรเลย
consistent factor for T1.
ไปงี่มานิดนึง
So I think he's the player that I'm looking at to carry T1 today.
Yeah, and I was kind of surprised that Pace loves this meta because he can actually show how huge his champion pool is, and I think this is one of the great things to have on the bot side because the flexibility is the key, right? Like your AD carry, your bot laner has to do so many different roles in.
เตรียมตัวเผื่อยาววันนี้เผื่อยาว
Wolf, you know, great matchups across every single lane, but we have to talk about the mid laners. One of the reasons why we're all here for Esports World Cup. It is Chovy, it is Faker, the captain, the leaders of their squads, the heads of and representatives of League of Legends.
Now, Faker has come up big in team fights, and you can see his DPM is pretty high here. Also, a large portion of his team's damage, and that's what pays.
ทำไมวันนี้คุณเอเจนต์เขาพิมพ์เยอะจัง
To me, the most and shows a change in Chovy's career is his KP
คุณเอเจนต์ตัวจริงวะเนี่ย
significantly higher. Faker actually has one of the lowest
by
KPs
this uncopy
in
เนี่ย
mid lane right now. He's spending a lot of time in sides. He's trying to pull teams around the map, but Chovy is making it happen.
กินดีกว่าพวก
Roaming a
สตรี
little
ท
bit
ฟู้
more.
ด
He's
แถว
in
นี้
team fights a lot more often than Faker has often been caught inside. So I think if Faker is going to lead them to that third place win, he's going to have to join team fights more often. Can't just be in the sides.
All right, for all of you at home, you want to hop
คุณเอ
on
เจนต์
in,
ปากอย่างดี
make
อะ
sure
ช่วง
to
นี้
play along with the EWC Pick'ems. You can scan the QR code, get in there, and win part of that $300 prize pool. As right now, those that have made the picks, it is 72% T1 over Genji. Again, the reigning title defenders, but it is doesn't matter what the fans think here. It's all about what happens on the Rift. The third place match for the money, for the club championship, and
เท
for
โด
the
โดเน
pride.
ตมา
Let's see what
20
happens.
บาท
It's
จ้า
T1 and Genji
โอ้โห
as we
พ่อ
open it
มึ
up
ง
with our
ตาย
opening ceremony.
ที่ 3 ได้เท่าไหร่จะตั้งใจเล่นไหมโอ้โหได้เป็นล้านอะที่ 3 ตั้งใจเล่นดิ
ขายไหมโดเนตมา 20 บาทจ้า เสื้อที่มึงใส่อยู่ขายไหมโชว์หน่อย
ไม่ได้ขายนะครับ เสื้อแชมเปี้ยน BKT เฮ้ยคุณยะตาไปไหนวะ วันนี้เราเชียร์เจนจีด้วยดิ
Last match before the finals, the third place, le match pour la 3e place. Et on l'a vu pour la France hier, le match pour la 3e place s'est pas très bien passé. Yesterday indeed, France versus England, third
เท
place
เตอร์
match
ที
didn't
หนึ่ง
go
หา
so
ห้อง
well
มึง
for
หร
us.
อ ไอ
But
หน้า
today,
ปลากระจวด
there is
คาง
no
ด
France in the third
ำ โด
place.
เน
There
ต
is
มา
Korea
20 บาท
versus
จ้า
Korea. And I'm very excited to
ไม่รู้จัก
discover
ที่
who's
ต่ำ
gonna
ที่
win.
สูงนะ ไอลอยแถมยังกล้าเอาคลิปไปลงกลุ่มพวกกูอีก นานๆทีหนึ่งจะแพ้ออกมาเห่ากันใหญ่เลย ไอคุยช่องแชทสันดานหมาเหมือนกัน ไอพวกหมาหมู่รุมทีหนึ่งทีมพวกมึงกระจอก BKT โง่โง่ทีมไทยหัวคุยเทียบทีหนึ่งไม่ติดพวก
Ouais, même si on peut plus avoir forcément ce trophée, c'est 500 points de championnat, évidemment, de l'argent.
วันนี้นี่คือไอ้นี่เลยครับ
And even though we were
ถ้างั้น
expecting those
วันนี้
two
เจนจี 100% เลยแล้วกันนะ
finals, they have to
ถ้า
fight
คุณจะตามไม่อยู่
It feels like a final, really. France, Paris, please welcome onto the stage first is Gen G! They came here as the standard every other team was chasing as the title defenders. The final, yeah, it slipped away, but greatness is not defined by one defeat. One last series remains. One last opportunity to stand on the podium and one last chance to leave this tournament as only Gen G can.
มึงจะตามดับหรือเจนกูจะได้ใส่เจนเลยไม่มีดับ
ลอยสัตุยเยโดเนทมา20 บาทจ้าบอสใครรวยกูถามว่าใครรวยเห็นที่กูพิมพ์ไหมใครรวยใครรวยใครรวยใครรวยใครรวยใครรวยใครรวยใครรวยใครรวยใครรวยใครรวยอะไรเองเป็นอะไรเนี่ย
The world's favorite for so long. They step in front of their adoring fans one more time here in Paris. Ils veulent remercier leurs fans à Paris une dernière fois.
เฮ้ยว้าวทีวันว่ะ
And T1 looking to thank their fans with one last
รอบชิงว่ะเจนจีทีวันรอบชิงว่ะ
Final question. When the title is gone, what remains? Well, for these two organizations, pride, legacy, and one last victory worth fighting for.
ชิงที่3
Mesdames et messieurs, pour ce premier match, faites du bruit!
What an amazing intro for our final day of EWC presenting League of Legends. I'm Mr. Eric, joined by Trouble and Orcs. And today is going to be a glorious day. The fact that we get our warm-up as T1 versus Gen G, a forever growing head-to-head matchup that always excites us is only the start.
ขอเสียงเกมดังอีกนิดได้ไหมได้ครับ
They're gonna meet for what the 1000th time at this point from LCKs to internationals.
I think
Gen G,
breaks the cycle a little bit. 1001, all right.
หน่อยดิสั่งสอนในทีวันหน่อยดิน้อง
This is a third place match. A lot of points on the line as well for that third place. So there's a lot to play for the championship points. And of course, a lot of pride. Both of these teams ended up in third place. At least they need to get that.
Yeah, we saw earlier Chovy and Faker doing a lie detector test together.
Nobody lied.
Chovy was very honest and said, "Who is your greatest rival?" And he said Faker.
Yeah.
So we've seen these two go head-to-head on so many
ขอเสียง
stages.
เกมเบาอีกนิดได้ป่ะเอ้า
LOL Esports and it
แล้วคุณพีขอขึ้น
delivers.
ขอเสียงขึ้นไอ้นี่ขอเสียงลงคืออะไรเนี่ยคือผมต้องไปเสียงไหนเนี่ย
The reason why we didn't get to see Gen G at MSI, the reason why Gen G coming into this tournament was so hyped up because it was their chance to remain as title holders. That's been taken away from them. The DK Miracle run was unreal. The KC story that looked impossible was unbelievable. And that's why you now see a third place match with T1 versus Gen G.
And how crazy is it that these are the two organizations who have won in League of Legends at EWC so far. And they're in the third place match. Hot contest over just trying to get this third place finish. It just shows how crazy the fact that we have two fresh teams in the finals of this tournament.
And can I just say, can I just get off the seat of the caster and get on the seat of a fan?
Yeah.
Getting to cast T1 versus Gen G is absolutely insane and probably once in a lifetime opportunity.
Gen G.
I just wanted to say that I'm honored to do it with you two and that Orcs is joining us for this cast as
well.
And
sorry, first and then I think do it with me and then Orcs is also joining.
Yeah.
So that's just like the best of a bad
situation.
Andy T1 donate มา20 บาทจ้า
It never gets old. It always feels exciting, fresh. It's always such a pleasure.
It's also nice to see it in a different place and a different position. Begins the best of 3 into draft. They're going to be taken away. We noticed yesterday versus owner Casey really did their homework. There was no Nocturne, no Vibe. That's what Gen G have already started with, opening up this Game 1 draft.
And T1 have
หน้าไม่ไหวแล้วจริงแต่ละคน
as their bans, no matter the team they're playing against. They did ban those two versus KC yesterday as well.
ยอมแพ้ไปเลยก็ได้นะจริงๆแล้ว
which lane they wanted to be one right here.
จะได้ไปดูรอบชิงนะครับ
It's going to be something like potentially even something like an Akali if they're looking for something like a Cassiopeia on B1.
Yeah, I'm interested in the Renekton
ถ้าผมเป็นโค้ชนะยกธงขาวแล้วตอนเนี้ย
Maybe T1 leaning towards getting Ambessa for Doran, a pick
ไม่เสีย
that
เว
he's
ลา
had a lot of success on. We saw last year, like in the road to MSI, he had great results on that pick. So potentially setting up for that in this situation. Notably, Nocturne taken away from Ona, but the Orianna still on the cards, something that Faker has consistently prioritized when it's available that will get taken away. Cassiopeia still on the cards though.
And he has been prioritized over Jarvan a lot of the times, picking that Cassiopeia. So let's see if it is going to be the case right here. Owner's leasing. All right.
So now the biggest question is it still going to be the Cass? I mean, you're assuming that on the other side, there's that Syndra option for Faker, which they've prioritized. Remember, pays as well.
KC.
In the middle of the draft, it's been that Talia option.
DK.
They would have been good at playing with flexes. Like most teams, yes, but they have a lot more flexible players that they've shown up with so far.
So the early Victor prio comes in, and then Skarner Slam. This has been a kind of special all year long, even when it wasn't being played as much by other teams. He was bringing it out to great success. A lot of lockdown already in a matchup that he feels comfortable in into Lee Sin. If Lee Sin comes in, he can very much lock him down and control him. And the Victor, a pick that can get prio mid or bot flex there. T1 instantly respond with that. And better,
แล้วทำไมคุณเอเจนต์เขาพิมพ์หยาบจังอะ
Cassiopeia for Faker.
I'm seeing already a lot of intent from both drafts. I'm looking at T1, there's an intent to skirmish, to fight, to brawl early. And from Gen G, it's more like we're building sort of a front-to-back composition where Cannon's going to be the fire starter for those fights, and Chovy is going to be scaling towards the later stages of the game. Now, we have seen T1 do the special where they lock in Cassiopeia, and then on the second half, they might lock in Syndra and play the double mage as well. Specifically with the Ambessa locked in, you do have a lot of mixed damage profile that you can actually do that.
To me, that could make sense because you are pairing up maybe a mid laner who synergizes better with Lee Sin, like an Annie or a Rise, you can set up that Sonic Wave. The concern would be
ขอแบบดูดับดีๆไม่เอาอคติโหวันนี้อคติเต็มร้อยเลยคุณตีเจนจีชนะแน่นอนวันนี้เราเชียร์เจนจี 100% นะ
He had some big struggles. I remember there was one game into Zeus' Aatrox where he just completely fell over, but more recently has been having good success. And then the carrier Bard, rarely a second rotation ban against T1, but very often a ban against his team.
With another engaged support taken away by T1 as well. So bot lane is setting up nicely. Again, I like you guys talked about the flexibility. These mages going towards bot, as we all know. More likely has been Victor there in that position rather than Cassio. As right now, I got to ask the question, are we just going to keep banning away supports? Are we getting rid of 80 carry options as a potential flex or a worry that there might be things like the Ezreal, like the Varus as well, like things that down bot can find lane supremacy?
To me, I think Ezreal's a very prominent pick on my mind, especially for Pays, who's been just phenomenal on that pick.
กลัวเลยบอสพูดงี้เอ้า
That being put into the bot lane, especially paired up with the CC support, can have a lot of great effect.
I feel like the Nautilus kind of gives it away that maybe T1 is looking for that Ezreal, especially the flexibility the champion has. Nautilus locks that down pretty easily. Or maybe they could be looking for something a lot more, like in terms of something like emotion with Emilio, which Nautilus is a big
มัน
threat.
เคาน์เตอร์ตัวพุ่งเยอะครับป๊อปปี้แล้วก็คีเลียนเล่นได้ดีมากเลย
Questions off the table. Bot gets a little bit more interesting. Cards for the table
ผมรู้สึกอยากถามพี่บอสโดเนทมา 20 บาทจ้าตั้งใจฟังนะคะ
For now, Genji had the option to pick up early support here, guys, and then leave that flex for 80 carry mid.
So they go and take the Shen, which is seeing working to pretty great effect. Camille is still available. I feel like Leona in this tournament so far has fared better into Camille than the Shen has, but I feel like here Gen G are sort of prepping themselves in case Carrier does come out with Camille. Ziggs Camille could be an option for T1.
พี่บอสไปนอนรอเลยไหมเจนจีชนะ 100% อยู่แล้วไม่เป็นไรครับวันนี้พี่มาด้วยใจครับเชียร์เจนจี 100% ไงวันนี้มาด้วยใจมาด้วยใจ
Skarner is pretty good. The Stan United, a lot of value.
Here it comes.
But yeah, they go for the Camille instead. I assume Ziggs is going to come out.
พี่บอสเขาตามเฉพาะดูอะไรตามเฉพาะดูอะไรคุณเอเจนต์นี่คุณใส่ร้ายผมรัวๆเลยนะคุณเอเจนต์
There's going to be a lot of roaming from Carrier and Duro with the Shen and the Camille. However, I'm seeing Gen G building a fort around their carries with the Shen and the Skarner. And there's a lot of brawling activity from the side of T1. How does the Lee Sin get into the back line to get one of those big kicks?
This is going to be locked in. Faker Silas again. It was only the other day that he ended the game with 20 kills. not the record for the world, but it is up there at least in the top 5. You got to think in tier 1 competitive games. Faker returns to it again. And it is
พี่
going
บอ
to
ขอ
be a
เสียง
capture point, right? Like I'm not seeing
โดเนท
silence
แบบ
spot
ด่า
this game.
แบบมีเสียงเหรอโดเนทแบบมีเสียง
As much as you could put the Victor bar
อ๋อผมเคยเห็นแล้วแต่ผมว่ามันถ้าผมเปิดนะมันจะโดนติดลิขสิทธิ์ 100% เลยดิคนมันก็จะส่งแบบ
I feel like you might lack the sustained damage to deal with her, especially if Keen does end up falling.
มันไม่ค่อยดีนะ
Going for the Anivia, a pick that Chovy feels very comfortable on, especially into like a Cassiopeia or Silas we can outrange. And the Victor gonna go down to Ruler.
คือมันอาจจะฮาแต่ว่ามันจะมีพวกแบบทำให้เราโดนลิขสิทธิ์อะ
I feel like this is going to be a pretty rough match for T1 to bridge the gap that Gen G is creating. I feel like owner's gonna have to be on a microscope.
คืออะไรโดเนทมีเสียงเราใส่เสียงกันได้ครับพี่ชับบี้โดเนทแบบใส่เสียงได้อะ
from Gen G and they've got plenty of defensive tools to fend him off.
We haven't seen them swap yet. You know, Pays has been playing.
That's what I'm looking at.
Pays has been playing all sorts of things.
ช่องเรามีคนแบบนั้นเหรอเหลืออะไรล่ะครับ
Is that fair? I mean, until 6, I know it'd be
level 1. You have so much kill pressure.
Yeah.
Level 1, you have so much kill pressure.
As the Victor.
No, as the Silas and the Camille. You have the E for the Silas, E for the Camille, the Lloyd CC.
I'm looking behind me and that can't be wrong. It shows Pays on Camille and Keria.
No, don't trust that. That's a graphic. Don't trust that. Guys, ignore the stage. Sometimes it's slow to swap. From what we saw on the end of our pick ban, and trouble keeping us at our toes because like, hang on a minute, you're right. Because technically Choby's running Vayne on the other graphic over there.
Right.
With Keen Victor top. Yeah, let's ignore the stage.
Ignore whatever's behind us.
But the reality, what we saw at the end of pick ban was that Pays did not swap the Silas. So unless we get a delay getting on the stage, which I can't see, I'm looking at the players' screens right now. And I do not see gray screens. I see them on someone's Rift. So that does indeed. Let's wait.
A lot of tension.
As we get into Gen G T1.
เฮ้ยเอาหน่อยว่า Gen G
Our third place match.
ลุย Gen G ลุย
For really just revenge of road to MSI.
เซลจริง
Is it indeed?
Just simply bombing bot lane.
I just need the overlay. I don't trust it because there is a Cass mid right now. Faker, Cassiopeia mid, Pays Silas bot, and he's like, yo, Faker can get 20 kills on this. I guess I can too.
So Pays in solo queue has just been playing all sorts of things recently. Like Echo bot lane, Silas bot lane is in his solo queue, Swain, Hui, Lux, TF, he is Galio, he is just played anything you can possibly imagine. And I think the angle here is that Camille's so strong level 1 as you have the hook shot, right? And Silas functions in a similar way. The chains into the dash, they're going to go for it.
He said flash ignite, couldn't dodge away from the absconded duck. Nicely done. He survived, but Kerry's now exhausted with nothing. He has nothing, no escape. The punish is there, they send it in, and they get the destroyed for Gen G on first blood.
That's the problem with Silas level 1. Majority of the damage that you do early is from your passive. So if you can cycle through your spells, you can dish out a lot of damage. But since the chain did not connect, the Pays ran out of damage early. Keria had no flash.
Yeah, Keria committed his flash and didn't actually connect the stun onto Ruler. So the layered CC didn't come in. And that was a one-way trip. Once he was in, there was no getting out. So the scariest part of this lane for Ruler and Duro has now been moved past, been evaded. They should feel a lot more comfortable. Keria comes back to lane. Will he go for it again? So this is the angle. He's going from the fog of war. But if we look, the stun just doesn't connect. And then the layered CC doesn't come in, and everything just falls apart.
It was unfortunate that none of the two spells that was supposed to immobilize the Victor doesn't connect there to at least correct some more damage or at least take them low enough
it's
to
also,
not chase.
You're level 1, you have one ability, that's all your damage.
เสียงกุญแจดังโปงลางโดเนท
That's a
มา
rough start
20 บา
watching
ท
there.
จ้า
Paige just has to be an onlooker.
อยาก
First
เห็
blood
น
does
พี่
go
บอ
over
ส
Duro,
ถ่ายรูปกับ
but
ฟิ
little
ก
will be
เกอร์
worth.
เหมือนโช
I
วี่
think that
ที่
is
เอา
a good
ศอ
thing in
ก
some
ไป
ways
วาง
because
บน
I
ไหล่
was
ฟิ
worried
กเกอ
about
ร์
every bot laner in solo queue, slamming silence.
Yeah, and this
Maybe
being your bot lane
จะ
tonight.
ทำอะไรอ่ะ
Even again, Shadow Dash Connect pays in a
ทำไม
bit of
มัน
trouble
ถึง
this
เวลา
time.
ล่าง
Takes
ได้
out
อะ
one
ไม่
trade
ได้
now.
นะ
The
ใส่
flag
ล่าง
is there. It does feel like this
มัน
lane
รับอะไรของ
is
มั
going
น
to be
กัน
even
วะ
harder. Doran getting poked out as well as
พี่บอ
Canyon.
สว่า
Top
พี่
side
กับ
is
หรื
his
อ
domain
ใคร
right
โหด
now.
กว่า
We
กั
saw
น
Vertical
แล้ว
jungling some.
โห
We
ด
didn't
เท่า
talk
พี่ตอ
about
น
it.
แข่งไหม
And even though Owner is on top side of the map trying to defend his red side, Canyon lays in wait.
สมสู่อาชาจัดสุดท้ายมุมก็ตกชั้นอยู่ดี
Get that
อ้าว
long sword in your inventory to try and brawl early on. You see Cannon's on top side. Owner's gonna face him. He has the extra long sword. He can't fight.
Oh, Silver Bolts connect as well. Canyon going to throw a rock. The base damage from Skarner early is big. A
เอ้า
wall now found.
เข้า
Owner
กำแพง
presents
แล้วโดน
himself
คอนเดม
uneasy
ต่อ
for them. Keen gets the exhaust down as well. In trouble at T1. Owner one hit
เฮ้ย
away.
เฮ้ย
He
ที่
dies
มัน
early
หนัก
for
มาก
Silver
อะ
Bay. Now next up is Doran. The flash auto. Silver Bolts keen to survive. Doran
ที่วันมันไหว
will
ไหม
live
วะ
now. The
น้
boat
อง
flash is gone as Canyon receives the wave.
It's such a frustrating combo. The Skarner and the Vayne, one slam to the wall, and you just get stuck there. Owner trying to bail out Doran, but Doran too low to really
ที่วัน
contribute to
เก็บ
the
แผน
fight.
ไปเล่นเวิล
And
ด์
Owner just gets taken out. A huge advantage for Genji on the top side of the map.
That wave's going to be pushing towards the turret as well. Not going to connect as we look for the
Alright,
back down the bottom
yeah.
lane. They've got to send it again. This is what T1 have to continue doing. Putting down that field. No autos allowed. Pays a little bit low here. Ruler
เก็บ
still
แผน
has
ไป
a
เล่น
pot
เวิ
in
ลด์
hand.
เว้ย
I'd say
ที่
it's
วัน
going good enough.
And I feel like Owner thought they were gonna be diving Doran right here, but Canyon notices Owner, pins him on the wall. Keen follows up with the E as well, and the CC chain into the exhaust was impossible for Owner's Lee Sin to play that fight.
And I believe Keen got a red buff as well from that. So things going from bad to worse for Doran in this situation. Already 500 gold down in the matchup. A rough start.
I'll say. Gold lead spread nicely. Gen G have Keen up 500 for the kill of his own 15 CS lead. Meanwhile, look towards Pays here. Scon's out of there because into a gravity field. And Ruler enough damage. He goes back in. I don't know if he really wanted that minion.
He really did.
I mean, it was worth, I guess, because he did not die.
I think the thing with this bot lane matchup is, we are seeing a contest over the Raptors here.
Canyon spotted out. Smite does go down for this invade. Sonic Wave going to be taken, but Faker at half HP. Chovy still has Egg. And Duro makes a numbers advantage. Crystallized down. Faker takes a bit of a chunk. And Chovy now level 6, so he's got the Glacial Storm to add in the wave clear.
So Carrier had to wait for Pace to crush out the wave down bot lane, which means he was second on that play mid lane. So Owner has to see his camps being taken away from Canyon and lose the entire top side of the map that respawn. However, he's not going to miss any time on the map. He's just going to go to the neutral tip.
Level 6 now picked up by Keen. Canyon there to hover. I didn't see the full shove in. We didn't actually catch that on stream. But I assume Keen got some kind of freeze going with the way the CS has even expanded from the earlier 15. As Abscond have ducked again. We look towards bot. Pays has to flash away. Oh, this lane is absolutely rubbish.
Just let some minions go. I mean, this is the problem with this lane. You're all in. Oh, Doran finding Keen.
Yeah, maybe in trouble. Condemned. Going to be dodged away. The final hour now popped out, but Doran gets into range. Straight down step isn't enough. He needs a little bit more. Doran now in a bit of trouble. The autos. Keen will find the solo kill. And stomping on T1's head is Gen G.
Dodging the ult from Doran and the vision in the brushes meant that there was nowhere for Doran to escape. So wait for cooldowns. Keen cutting that one out and playing it cool, calm, and collected gives him the solo kill.
Ooh, we're watching it from Keen's pro view right here. And the most important part is not only the condemn onto the Ambessa, but the dodge of the ult. The latest nerf that came through Ambessa was that her ult channel became a little bit slower, therefore easier for Sarah to jump into the dodge.
มีกลุ่มไม่มีคอมมันลองแผนอะไรของมันใส่ล่างคือจะหกตอนไหน
Trouble that ulti delay was a big part.
Oh, Faker does solo now.
Trouble now. Glacial Storm is down. Canyon here to help out. Impale available. Carrier has to roam now more than ever. It feels like.
T1 long pan.
The bot lane went early.
I think the thing with the bot lane is that level 1 could have been so threatening, but they missed that window, and now,
a flash
good
first.
Flash from Canyon there.
Reaction, but Owner now on the Raptors.
But now I feel like with Duro and Ruler stabilizing, the taunt into Gravity Field is so strong.
Right.
Into certain death, maybe. Carrier's there to help out as well. Shadow Dash flash away. Duro ignite, but not dead. Ulti wasn't stealed by Pays, but Duro does get out alive.
Yeah, the aggression from T1 into the enemy jungle, but
เล่นงี้จะเอาแชมป์โอ้โหอย่าว่าแต่แชมป์เวิลด์เลย
out to safety. We can see T1 trying to put so much pressure down the bot side where they have these really strong skirmishes.
And I feel like they've been constantly trying to pour some money into Owner's Lee Sin. Again, the later this game goes, the harder it will be for Owner to find any sort of kick on anyone from the side of Gen G. So it needs to count right now. Next struggle will be in about 3 minutes, so next will be about 20 seconds. Those void grabs and
Wow, yeah, Kerry's coming up though, TP as well. It's going to be numbers advantage here for T1. Pace trying to get a bit of this action. Doran though, is he going to make him get some away before that final silver bolt. And Keen's stuck between three. They want the kill to Pace, and they will give him the shutdown gold.
And what a difference Vision makes this time. Team doesn't have a ward to slam down in the brush. Doran gets to buy time until he has backup and escape from the play. Keen goes down. And now they're looking to contest these grubs here.
Smite goes down, it's one apiece. Owner looking for the last. Sonic Wave easy connect with the smite, but his smite is not available. Both jumpers don't have that as Pay's going to steal away the Impale. We're all in fighting as Kerry hooks it, wall shot into Durham. Meanwhile, Raw zones out Baker. He's off on the fight while Owner's going to fix the grub, but look at Impale come through. Pay steals the ulti with success, and he will find Duro. Genji and Chaos Storm trying to travel up and try and get from Baker, not finding too much, and here comes Doran. Trying to get set the ulti, dodged away, Raw kiting back, but it's not enough. And he's looking to save it as we are in the dregs of fighting.
He walks it out.
He
down
the wall.
Flight
from
Doran, he held on for so long.
ไม่ดีใจจะเล่นแล้วรอย้ายทีม
หายแล้วโอ้ยมันมา
T1 มันก็ชอบทีม
มันมาว่ะ
Breakfast, a double kill. T1 fight fire with fire.
What a skirmish from T1 the stun at the end. The TP keeps channeling. If you go into egg, the stun interrupted it here. This fight was crazy. Both supports get focused down early on. By the Impale, you can see there. Carrier gets grabbed and Duro does too. They're the main targets, but these extended fights, Willa just doesn't quite have the damage. Down Baker, but look at Doran, look at Owner running rampant on this backline.
Honestly, the spacing from T1 every time they do not have spells available and the spell fusion, especially right here, Keen could actually kill them all. But Doran rushed in to create space, and then Owner and Pace chain up their CC so beautifully on their cooldowns.
กี้อินพลาดครับกี้อินพลาดไม่งั้นตายยกทีมแล้ว
Joe, he's like, I've done my job, please. So for T1, I can't believe I'm saying this in this game where top went wrong, bot went wrong, but every time the goal lead, it's minimized a bit right now.
It's crazy that even after that fight, there's still a 700 gold lead in top lane. There's a 25 CS lead.
เอาโดน
Still Doran has
ก็โดเนตมา20 บาทจ้าไอคอมมันคิดว่าตอนนี้ยังเป็นวัยรุ่นอยู่เพราะว่าไอเฟมันเล่น
ไล่งูจับเฮ้ยตีมึงว่ะ
ตีงูให้ตายมันก็ให้ทีเล่นแต่ตัวเมมอยู่นั่นแทนที่จะให้ทีเล่นตัวคุมแบบ
ตีงูตีให้ตายนะ
Baker on the grand escape. It will end now as Canyon will take the kill. Unfortunately, King really wanted it.
Who allowed Cassidy to have boots?
I don't know.
This is super fast.
It's unbalanced.
เรียบร้อย
Swifties as
เบ
well.
เกอร์โดนไปดิ
At least 400.
However, all this time that Faker created with Gen G chasing him, they're taking the second objective on the map.
โดนใส่นะยังไง2-2 อุ้ย
It was indeed
ไม่เอาอีกดิโอ้เจนจีเพื่อนอย่าทำเจนจี
be in vain. T1 take 2 and their map play was better.
And the most fun thing about Silas is that he can still nar ult and shed ult before those champions are level 6 to use them themselves. So what a fantastic tempo play right here by Pace.
In a bit of trouble here. He's going to put the gravity field down. Safeguard over it for Owner. Smite down as well. Sonic Wave turns into Resonate Strike. Kepler's cripple. Brawler going to be auto. They want the kill for Faker. And T1 are really pushing the pace of this game.
Owner now 2-1-5, almost 100% KP, only missing one, but just the team making so many plays around the map. Hayes, think how badly the lane started for this Silas. He's now 3-0-3 with a 700 gold lead over the Victor. I'm worried about solo queue, guys. I think Silas bot lane is going to
They're going to be like, 3-0-3. They're going to skip the first 5 minutes of this game, the first like 8, let's be real. With how Pace was left alone, isolated, trying to find his plays, but for now, surprisingly, T1 to 2,000. Genji getting stalled out, it feels like. And they've got 2 dragons as well. So it's not like Genji can coast on this game with their
บอสพูดถึงที่ว่ามันชักพูดเยอะจริงพี่พี่
Yeah, the ult does connect, and then with the Shen, well, the Shen ult, but the Silas coming in, Hayes just immediately finishes off Keen as soon as the Impale connects. and then Canyon just in this uncomfortable position. Just great play by the duo, and you can see when Doran ran out of cooldowns, Pace was there. Just
ไม่รู้เลยครับ
kill.
มันได้ทั้งคู่อะฝั่งหนึ่งมีเวนฝั่งหนึ่งก็จับเวนตายฝั่งหนึ่งก็ถ้าจับไม่ตายก็เวนก็ยิงหมด
Attempted ult there from Doran in the top lane. Public execution now down. But you can see with the Eclipse already there. For a lane that was versing Vayne, every top laner right now is screaming justice like they're a Dursley. Because Doran is able to get through the lane. He's got a bounty on his head somehow, despite still being down CS. And he's now able to play the champion. A lot more ability in the kit, and a lot more damage to Jewel in that top lane as he's now on place. There's a Chaos Storm there. We're in a bit of trouble. Gravity Field down. Pace going to get stunned up. The field will follow. Ruler will run. He's okay. He'll clear mid wave. While meanwhile, this is the counterplay from Genji. While top is overloaded with 2. Genji 4 to the Botman show.
Yeah, so Genji trying to find some kills there, unable to do so, but they once again get Faker's flash. I feel like the Cassiopeia, everyone else has a dash. Cassiopeia kind of limited up against this team comp that Genji has, and it's been a bit of a target for Genji. But it's just so crazy that we have a Silas playing up against a Victor as the bot laners, and Ruler's just under so much pressure. If a chain connects, he is just dead.
Ruler. Field is there in case there's an abscond of Duck. Chobi was spotted on a wall. Throw now the same as, by the way, Stand United is finally up. He knows if he takes this, he probably will buy the Duro, or at least some kind of gank coming through from Chobi, who's in fog of war, moving towards top lane.
And this gold graph shows exactly what I want to point out about Doran. I think he was almost behind about almost 1,000 gold. Currently he's sitting on a gold lead versus the Vayne on that Ambessa was incredible. Getting that first tower, getting a couple of tower plates as well. Even Lee Sin getting ahead in this early game can definitely skyrocket T1's gold.
ไม่ตังตามเยอะจังอ่ะ
Pretty sure at one point it was like 1,000
ลอยสไตล์ FC โดเนตมา20 บาทจ้า
And
ไอ
if
เที
these
ยแกะ
bruises
เบเก
get
อร์
on
ที่มันไหวไหม
Chobi or
ว่า
onto
ตัว
Ruler,
สั่นห
it's
นึ
going to be
ก
such
เล่
a
น
tough
ไปเยี่ยว
time
เล็
to
ด
peel
ไป
from
ไอ
that
คอ
position.
นิ
It's
ก
a
ว
minute
งการ
30
เกม
until
เที่ยอะไร
Dragon
ถึง
Ball.
พลาดเดินให้ไหวก่อนเลยอันดับแรกเบ่งที่ออกหรือเปล่าก็ไม่รู้สึกระยะมาแข่งตัวถ่วงทีมอีกไอเทียเฟเกอร์
โอ้โห
You said that Dragon going to be a priority. Doran stays the bot, doesn't want to expend TP.
แฟนทีหนึ่งโดเนตมา 20 บาทจ้า
follows up.
บอสให้ไรแบบแรก
วันนี้ไม่ได้ให้นะครับวันนี้มาเชียร์เจนจีอย่างเดียวเลยครับ
เครื่องหมายสี่เหลี่ยมเครื่องหมายสี่เหลี่ยมเครื่องหมายสี่เหลี่ยม
วันนี้ไม่ได้ให้แม่นอะไรนะ เจนจีล้วน
เครื่องหมายสี่เหลี่ยมเครื่องหมายสี่เหลี่ยมเครื่องหมายสี่เหลี่ยมเครื่องหมายสี่เหลี่ยมเครื่องหมายสี่เหลี่ยม
to get Chobi as he chased up the lane. It is Faker slithering in. He's going to dodge away, but the general is going to come through. Faker's now left alone. Only help is coming through from Pace. Petrifying Gaze only for a slow hit. Pace. One more time. Needs to change. Won't connect. Faker has a wall. Now a stun in his face. A crystallized there. Another glacial storm. T1 a zone consistently.
อะไรอ่ะเอ้ยเพย์อะไรทำไร
He absconded of Duck, but it's dangerous. Luckily the stun doesn't connect. And he gets the ulti down. But the going to flash away. The Herald gets the kick and dies. But now the Herald's trying to be defended here by Genji. Is carrying off the ulti into Key's face. He couples away. He stops Terry from getting a kill. For the eye. The steal will come through, but T1 will not claim their prize.
Oh, Doran's going.
He's going to try at the very least.
ทำเซียน
What the hell? Doran is going to spin a couple of times to get stunned up. He's alive, but now the damage on the canyon is the Herald. He's going to look for the charge. He's going to look for the engage.
ขับรถมีใบขับขี่หรือเปล่า
See it on the canyon.
มาชนอะไรอ่ะเฮ้ยโดนลานนั่นฮะ
He does indeed. Canyon
โดน
flashes
ลาน
away.
โดนเลย
Max range. Now on the turret. Pay's coming to help out this game.
เอามั่วเพมั่ว
This is just silly at this point. As the follow-up from Key. The silver bolts. And hot damn, a double after about a 2-minute play.
And honestly, if that play had worked for Doran, it would have been one of the most legendary of all time. Unfortunately, it didn't. So it's got a double kill.
เล่นหัวโดนยิงฟรีเลย
It was good until it wasn't.
Exactly.
It looked cool.
Until a tower dive. I mean, T1 are just playing so fast on the map. He started
Pay
from
ni
the
ว่า
top
เก่ง
lane
เลย
when Doran was being chased, and then Doran TP
นึกว่า
top,
เก่งนะจ
then
ริงๆ
played
มั่ว
for
นะ
the Herald, and now playing for the Dragon, as Genji have already started that one. Owner is around, but the rest of T1 are nowhere to be seen.
เฮ้ยหยุดก่อนไม่ได้ว่ะหยุดก่อนไม่ได้ว่ะ
Kind of an attempt to lead into that.
พี่วัดโด
This is
เรื่
why
อ
we're
น
not getting
โด
a
เนต
replay
มา
because it's going to go for
20
about
บา
a
ท
minute
จ้า
30 and we're going to look at 3
ไอ
different
ควาย
plays.
พัฒนอนมีตังค์ไม่มีสมองเกไรอย่างน้อยพวกกูก็มีเงินยังดีกว่าเงินที่เทาเงินก็ไม่มีทวายทั่วชีวิตเมืองรอบัตรคนจนแล้วเสือกจนจริงผ่านได้บัตรด้วยสินะให้เขาไม่ผ่านกันทั้งประเทศเมืองจนจริงจัด
But one of the things is when you're traveling through the hex gates, you can actually pick up the Herald
How is that
Eye.
legal?
So, we actually going back to
เอา
live
เอา
right
เอา
now.
มั่วอีกนะมั่วอีกนะมั่วอีกนะ มั่วอีกนะตายเสียแฟดด้วยดีวัน
T1 gain on the other side of the map for this death. It is going to be another tower tier 2 right here as
ทรงมึนทรงมึน
Genji
เว้ย
have left
ดีวัน
Chovy
ทรง
alone down
มึน
bot lane to take and claim that first bot lane tier 1 for Genji.
Who's winning this game?
Us.
I think LCK.
Well said. LCK might be winning. Joe, also well said. And right now, it is a barrel of laughs, but
อันติลมอันติลม
T1, you're right.
โดราน
Circus tries to set up there with an ulti from Doran, but they're not in town. Rule is just going to walk it out as he's kind of been chilling. This guy's been farming all game and just surviving.
เห็นไหม
They
ครับ
are in the fan.
ขนาดผมลองดูเงียบๆแค่ไหนพวกคุณก็ไม่หยุดกันหรอก
เงินนำแล้วครับเจนจีเรา
ใครกันนะ เจ้าของช่องก็ไม่ต่างกันอ่ะวิธีห้ามมันมีเยอะแยะแต่คุณก็ปล่อยให้อยากจะพูดว่าไร้การศึกษาหรอก
All offense, and these teams just throwing sluggers at each other. And the amount of times Doran has tried to throw an ult out to catch ruler at this point, it's been pretty crazy. The mid tower pretty low on HP. Canyon trying to find an angle here to protect his top laner.
Yeah, I guess Keen is a prized asset at this point. 1.8k gold. They've got an Essence Reaver now as well. 35 seconds till the Baron. I mean, both these teams have measurable Barons with Cassio with a Nivea Vein. On the side, Carrier will have Torrent's about to fall on down. There's X, they called him, made him kick away already. They found his target as he just has to cut it back. But one gate doesn't connect. No T1 haven't found the kill phase. Deeper Ruler fights the way without getting healthy down.
โอ้โหโดนกีนหมด
Phase is dead. Big commitment. As Keen looks for the fall. It's the final hour, I think.
ชวีมา
And the punishment is ensuing. Sonic Wave flies over by Chovy. Hot freaking damn. The lead scene is blind indeed. As Chovy abuses the fact the wall down. For Keen to shove again. And break down T1. That
ไอ
bird
โด
can
ราน
fly.
ลงจากกดหมดทุกสกิลว้าวทุกสกิลชนก็ว้าวทีวัน
บาลอน
น้องมันไม่ไหวโดรานเล่นตัวนี้เหมือนไม่มีสกิลอันติให้แคมโม่มึงไปกลมกลวยจีช่องอื่นไอสัตว์
บาลอนน้องบาลอน
Yeah, but Duro's playing bouncer. The wall's there as well, and he's on vision. This is not going to be an easy task.
No way. Owner also finds Keen here. Final
โอ้ย
out.
คีนยังดูอ่ะ
Pace is
คี
walking
น
with
ยิ
him
งยับ
as
อ่ะ
well as Carry over the wall, trying Owner getting caught there. Baron on
เฮ้ย
the
โอเนอร์
and then he's dead.
จะมาลงมาสมัยโอเนอร์อย่ามั่วดิโอเนอร์
That was way too close to
เจอของ
call.
จริงไปดิ
400 HP.
A little bit tense, a little bit close, but they were patient on it.
Genji and O1 เว้ย
They can get into the pit, but
คือเจนจีอ่ะมันจะเอาแชมป์ก็ได้นะคนดู แต่มันอยากลงมาจากการทีวันเอง คือเขาไม่ได้สนตังค์อ่ะที่เจนจีเขารวยอยู่แล้ว
onto the victor, they had nothing left in the tank for the Vayne.
พร้อมแชมป์ชัดๆอ่ะ
was not there this entire time to peel further from the victor. Shen and Skarner were
คือลงมาเคลียร์
to keep their victor alive. And here is the ginormous attempt from Owner whilst on vision to try and get into the pit. Let's watch this one more time. Carrier is trying to dissuade Keen and Duro, and somehow Owner managed to flash into the pit.
But they stopped the damage, right?
Hitting it at about 2,000 HP. It got to about 1,800. Smite just 1,400. It looked close, but no one was there to help him with the damage. And I think we're starting to hit the point where
บอสดูดีๆทีวันเล่นไปยิ้มไปโอ้โหหน้ายิ้มไม่น่าสักคนหนึ่งอะหน้าบึ้งเป็นตูดลิงเลยนะ
There's a lot of things that can just control the pace of the fight. If they're not winning off that initial salvo, you're getting locked down, slowed, CC'd, controlled, and there's plenty of damage to cut through.
คนไรมันจะไม่สนตังค์ก็จริงๆครับเจนจีทีมรวย20 ล้านชิวๆขอลงมาเคลียร์ดีกว่าลงมาเคลียร์ทีวันดีกว่า
Just bounce back. Honestly, these fights have been so ambitious from T1. and Genji have been there to punish. A lot easier when you have
ที่1 20 ล้านเอง
when you have a bunch of CC that lines up in a row.
Genji บอกเงินเดือนยังเยอะกว่า
T1 still looking for their soul point.
เอามั่วนะมัวป่ะเอามั่วนะ
The petrifying gaze finds a mark. Already one for Genji. Is Canyon in the thick of it though. Three-man talk.
ยิงตายหมด
It wasn't just a glacial storm. It was a
ตายหมด
blizzard.
ตายหมด
And the AoE is massive. It decimates T1, and Ona went for the kick onto Keen with the invisibility. Denied him. Beautiful play from Genji there. Canyon ended up being the only target they could focus, and he's just way too tanky.
Chovy in the end also showing up. Everyone bundled up in the tri-burst, just puts down the
วันอย่างมึน
Olivia
อ่ะเจอของจริงไป
burns
ฮะ
them all down. And I feel like Genji with more than a firm gold lead, 8,000 right now. 3.6 of that sitting on Keen on that vein. I feel like T1's combo at this point in time is just way too hard to play. Let's pause this one more time. Owner is trying to find a flank right here. However, the wave that's going to push down that bot lane will momentarily reveal things, will give the information key to be ready for that.
บอสตอนแรกกดว่าใครถึง10 คิวก่อนแล้วกดเจนไปตอนแรกที่1นำ8ถึง6เลยปิดจอเปิดมานำ15ถึง8ขอบคุณนะครับบอสบวก2000บอสเอาไป20
Game done. 8,000 gold. Com's already been talked about, but the way every fight is now going is unreal. 28 kills, 23 minutes. Another maybe going down. Juro, though, is tanky enough at this point. Chovy looking to help out. Protobot going to get
ลองตัวT1 อยากลองตัวไง
ไซ
รัส
Canyon working on the bot lane turret with Ruler as well. And look, T1 are like, you know what? We're going to go take some jungle camp and we're going to push top.
But I feel like this is the only way that maybe they can upset the fight right here. Maybe force Genji or some of their members to back off to defend the towers, to maybe cause a 2v3 or a 2 versus 2 skirmish, but they can still win.
โดเรือนไม่ใช่โดราณ
Mid inhibitor going to go down, probably would go down regardless. Now bot is under threat. Doran going to look for top inhibitor turret. And he will do this reasonably quick here, looking for some resets and
เอ้ยขี้นี่โดนเน็ตมา
ปล่อยพี่ฟรีทุกไฟเลยมันเห็นพี่เปล่าว่ามองโหลพี่หรอโดนไปนะให้พวกทีวันเห็นเที่ยวโอตาคุ
Yeah, objective bounty as well. All things considered, the state of the game, T1 will absolutely take that. Able to get a good amount of gold in the pocket, and they only lost the mid inhibitor, which is the one you're
นัก
kind of
วิ
least
เคราะห์โด
concerned
เน
about.
ตมา 20 บาท
Moves
จ้า
from T1 there to kind of
บอสเมือง
negate
ว่า
the
ไหม
push
พอไม่
from
ใช่การ
Genji
แข่ง
and
ที่
from
ราย
the
ก่อนมันจัดแล้วทีวันมันกระจอกเป็นขี้เลยแบบนี้ของแข่งของไรออนเมืองว่ามันคงโกงให้ทีวันเก่งกว่าใช่ไหม
ไม่แน่เหมือนกันไม่แน่ใจเหมือนกันอันนี้
I feel like this might be the only way where you can maybe pick some kills on side lanes to try turn this into a numbers advantage in the next fights to come.
Down but not out.
แต่ที่ว่ามันเก่งเวิลด์นะ
That Baron. And Dragon Soul is still not anywhere near. We've got 2 apiece for either team to pick up. Installed by Genji.
FCBKT ลอยโดเนตมา 20 บาทจ้าบอสใส่เสื้อสีแดงทำให้ผมนึกถึงสมัยก่อนเลย
สมัยก่อนเลยเหรอสาย BKT นะ
Watching for that mid push to see if Genji isolate and step up
ตอน
outbound.
เป็นแกนนำม็อบเสื้อแดง
Baron in 50 seconds. I feel like once you lose control of the area against the Genji composition, it's so hard to reclaim it. It's so hard to face check into this. They do have that ward just next to the red buff. You can see in the bottom left of the screen. And there is some vision, some potential TP options to get behind Genji. And I think that's what T1 needs to do. You need to find flank angles. If you approach from one direction, it's never going to work.
You do have triple TP, luckily for T1 if they want to pull the trigger. As you mentioned, right here, Orcs.
Oh, POV,
Genji.
it's a contempt. Perfect timing. Thank you, observers. The order's going to come through with Chovy claiming the kill in the end. The dive comes through from Garrett, but he squishes anything. Keen is going to run the fight. It truly is the final hour.
เอา ADC มาเล่นใส่รัดอาจจะรั่ว
As Faker left remaining his team in shatters, and the follow-up, the passive move speed from the vein with an exhaust as well is going to claim Faker or just about.
สูตรไหนวะน้องเอาเพลมาเล่นใส่รัด
In under 28 minutes are going to see it through.
T1 maybe they were looking for a play. Baron Genji does not even need that. They just brute force themselves in the base.
Faker tried to make the hero play with a petrifying gaze, but Genji would not get caught out. 5 members strong.
Phải là
He's
DC.
gonna go in. I don't think he's going to last very long. He does get his counterpart Enduro.
But a wall again. Canyon is going to run Faker in. Kerry's going to be down. The low
เก็บ
health
แผน
bar
อาจจะเก็บแผน
Gen G
พี่วัน
4, and another wall will be given to the
เก็บแผ
vein.
น
Keen electrifies in our third place match. As game 1 goes to Gen G.
We saw something experimental from T1. We definitely saw the circus, but we saw cool, calm, and collected from Gen G. And a composition that when they got ahead, they could just control the pace of this game. Keen on the vein as well. Put an absolute show when it came to those late game team fights.
Good showing from Gen G. Also Canyon on the Skarner. I mean, I feel like again when that guy holds control, he doesn't let it go. And T1 grasping at straws as we look at the last fight again.
So the petrifying gaze comes in a second from Faker, and it catches only Ruler. Both Chovy and and Keen see it and turn away, and then Ruler just goes into stasis to survive. So honestly, it was a great angle from Faker, but Gen G was just a split second ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you have to make something happen, right? You're too far behind. Let's see if maybe they can turn it around in game number 2.
All right, Digon, it was a lovely game 1. There was a lot of blood, sir. I think
ขอ
you'll
ท้า
agree.
คนเรือนจริงโหดจริง
I
อั
do
นดับ
agree.
หนึ่ง
And I
โดเน
think
ท
these
มา
guys
20
are
บา
taking
ท
some
จ้า
inspiration from yesterday.
ใครแน่จ
Maybe
ริง
another
เรือน
third
จริง
place match for
ผ
a
มขอ
different World
ท้าเอา
Cup
ลิงก์
where
ไล
they were
ฟ์สดนี้
absolutely
ไป
putting
แปะ
on a
ใน
show
ช่องแชท
and
ของ
scoring
ไอ
a lot of
เทีย
points.
กด
Here,
ตาทุก
many
คลิป
kills,
ให้ติ่ง
many
ไอ
plays
เทีย
attempted.
วน
Gen
มา
G
หล
up
งเข้ามา
1-0.
หน่อย
เฮ้ย
ผมหน่วยรบพิเศษอันดับ 2 ต้องการแรงกระแทกจากพวกอ้วน
เฮ้ย
especially from
ใจเย็น
this
คนดูอย่า
draft
ไป
from T1.
มันจะไหว
I mean,
กับ
at first I thought they
อย่าไป
they
เปิดศึก
actually
ช่องใหม่
missed
เลย
it, you know.
I mean, I think the Silas Camille makes sense. Like a kill lane, you're
Yeah.
looking to all in all the time.
Level 1,
But-
right?
Yeah. But then the level 1 play was completely botched by T1. Carry didn't get the flash hook
Agent
shot. And it was
Nong
kind of set the
Rak
tone of the
donate
game, I
20
think, that
บาท
T1
จ้า
needed to make a lot of creative plays to try to get back into the game after
ที
that.
หนึ่ง
So
ทีม
Jack
ที่
said
มึ
it
ง
set
รั
the
ก
tone
โด
of
น
the
เจน
game.
จี
Wolf,
ตบยับ
what
แบบ
was
นี้
the
มึงไม่
tone
อ
of
อก
the
ความ
game
เห็
to
น
you?
หน่อย
Well, I
เล
think
ย
obviously in a game like this where you're trying to hit the level 1 with the Silas Camille, it doesn't work. You're just constantly looking for desperate plays. We saw Pays kind of being escorted around the map, trying to feed him money. It just doesn't work. So they took every fight they could because they knew the game was, I don't want to say over at level 1, but really took a huge hit. And Gen G were just ready.
And I feel like if we look at the draft, like this was the ideal, perfect scenario Vayne game. Because it's so rare that you get to play against a melee ADC as Vayne. Like, she is playing into 4 champions that she can so easily kite, and you could see it in the last team fight that Keen can just run circles around them because there's so many skill shots he can dodge. There's nobody that outranges him. There's no real threats on him if he has good movement, and I mean, it's Keen.
Not to mention you have an Anivia, so you can wall them away, you can slow them, you can burn them down.
You condemn them on the wall.
It was honestly this draft here for T1 just couldn't get off the ground. I think it was insanely risky, and maybe they thought,
สวย
okay,
ว่าน้อง
we're
เจน
not
จี
that practiced on this, but we'll give it a go. Maybe it'll be a curveball here on Gen G, and Gen G were completely ready.
And that's what this EWC has been so far with many of these drafts. I see how this would work. I don't know if I would normally play this, but we've got one of those best of threes to get on in there and try. And, a lot of strong champions for T1, but not necessarily one that could go if they fell behind, as you guys said. Let's take a look at our first highlight here. 8-minute early by the Void Grubs.
Yeah, this is the fight where T1 really wants to take. So basically, they have Silas, so they just want to make the game crazy. So even though Gen G look like they have control, but T1 right now having Lee Sin, Silas, and Casio and Ambessa in the same team, which makes them to have such an insane skirmish power spike here. And I think that was just the thing that T1
I do think for me it was really impressive to see T1 bounce back, especially after they didn't find the lead in level 1 and bot lane. I mean, Carry started this game just dying level 1. The fact that they still found these skirmishes and were able to have a pretty competitive mid game until Gen G ran away with it, I think it sparks a lot of hope going into game number 2 that if it's a more standardized draft that plays more into T1's strengths,
yeah, there's a point. It was 11-8, and the gold lead was still absolutely equal. Despite all those kills, the kill lead for Gen G, T1 still playing around the map. But you can't play around the map when you're fighting around Nasher. It was our next highlight here at 20 minutes. This was the setup too, Bear.
Oh yeah, this is the moment where the Vayne top lane pick shines because you can't really reach him. Right now, he's just having a free time, free targets. So many melee champions trying to kill Dura, but it didn't work out. And this is the time where the Gen G just cleans up.
I think the gold lead being as small as it was for Gen G, it's a great flash here from Chovy, comes in and sets this up. There's no damage to take him out. I think the composition was the problem. And the lead needed to be there for T1. Not a close game, but a massive game win. And obviously with the control Gen G get here, they can zone and they can take this Baron.
หลายครั้งแล้วมันไก่ชกเราคนเดียวดูกูพิมพ์เฉยๆหาว่าสลิงแตกชอบคิดไปเองแล้วเราอีเฮ้ย
It's not possible.
It's
like you're trying to reach something and you can't quite get there. That was the composition for T1.
Yeah, I felt like that last Baron play was just so indicative of it, right? It's like, okay, we're going in, but now we just can't reach anything. The Baron is in.
ชายชอบชาย
We rarely see that, but still goes the way of Gen G. Just a very hands-fighty kind of match. What do you want to see from these two squads after game one, where we've now seen they're willing to experiment in the bot lane and with the draft?
I mean, I gotta speak out, you know. I think it's time to go back to the classic AD carry match on the bot lane. We've seen so many picks that it's been successful for the bot side. We have Talia, Casio, Victor, but I don't really care at this point. We're all enjoying this moment at the arena here. We could see like them having just so many skirmishes at the same time. But now I think I want some hyper carries in the bot lane. See? These champs are boring, you know? Like, it works good, but
keep winning. They keep winning. I mean, those mages. How about the ones that were interesting?
I think Astro for pace would be fantastic, but I think it's more about top lane for me. I think when Dorn has a winning matchup, he's really stepped up at this EWC. But you see this game, he's playing the best into the vein, and even though he actually played pretty well, he was able to find the public execution and get a kill onto Keen. It's so difficult for him to play later on.
ไม่รู้เลยน้องแชทพี่ทุกวันนี้พี่ก็มึน
T1
ว่ะ
just looks way better.
The Jace. The Jace is the standout pick for Doran, right? This tournament. I think Gen G will ban it. I don't think they'll allow him to play it. I don't think you necessarily need to take carry, although we've really enjoyed him on picks like the Ezreal. Just give him agency, give him control, give Faker something he can roam with, give Faker a winning matchup to empower FaZe. Because FaZe right now, he's the main character for T1. I know Doran's had a great performance on specific picks. He's looking a lot better. But I think you got to play through FaZe. That's my read for T1 if they're going to bring it to 3.
Yes, you need some kind of insurance. And I don't think Silas is going to have some scaling or the late game team fight the option for T1, which is like they were
ใจเย็นนะครับคุณดูนะอย่าทะเลาะกันดีกว่า
you know, so I feel like
เรามาเชียร์เกมให้สนุกดีกว่าเชียร์ Gen G ดีกว่า
how do I say like it's a like versatile
แนะนำนะครับใครที่เพิ่งดูแข่งนะครับมาเชียร์ Gen G ดีกว่านะครับ
Wolf, what does a win do
T1
for these squads against their rivals here, given the fact that for Gen G they fell short in qualifying to MSI, and for T1 they fell short at MSI and then here against KC?
At least for LCK, we have a Korean team in the finals, right? You guys all have, I'm sure, heard the old classic from Korean fans. If you don't make it to the finals, you got to swim home, right? And I think in this case, we do have a Korean team, right, in the finals. But for these two squads who are our most popular LCK teams, it's about beating your rival, and it's about proving that you were better than the other. Because both of these teams, I think, both fans expected they would be fighting each other in the finals. So it's that same sort of energy. Sure, you're not going to get the trophy, but you got to defeat that rival. And I think it's very important for both teams and fan bases to walk away with the win today.
I think it comes down to pride, because both of these teams, they haven't had the years that we've expected from them, right? Like Gen G falling so flat after they lost at first stand, and T1 also losing at MSI. I feel like both of them really want to show that they're better than what they've shown thus far in the year, and this is the opportunity to do just that.
Again, those expectations sky high because these are championship-winning organizations. We'll see what happens in just a little bit, but standing by right now is Tyler One, who's playing chess with Faker right after this.
เฮ้ยอะไรเนี่ยน้องบอสมึงเชียร์ Gen G ไม่ถนอมน้ำใจน้องพีทเลยแม้คนเชียร์ T1 มันเยอะแล้วดิพี่ชับบี้เราก็ต้องอยู่ตรงกันข้ามกันบ้างถ้าอยู่ฝั่งเดียวกันหมดจะไปสนุกอะไรอ่ะมันไก่ติดแกล้งคนที่ชอบเอเจนต์อะไรอ่ะ
Faker himself has challenged me to a chess 1v1.
แฟน BKT โดเนทมา20 บาทจ้าดูทีมไอ้บอสแข่งกับ T1 เมื่อก่อนรู้เลยว่าไอ้บอสโคตรอ่อน
ทีไม่ไหวน้องระวังคอเย็นไม่คุยด้วยนะบอสไม่ห้ามดูคืออะไรครับคอเย็นไม่คุยด้วยทุกวันนี้ก็ไม่ได้คุยกันอยู่แล้วคอเย็นวันนี้จะลองรายงานช่องดูนะเฮ้ยอะไรเนี่ยเองอะไรของเองเนี่ย
This would be the first reverse sweep in an international finals.
History will be made as two titans collide.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament.Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
20 บาทจ้ามึงชอบพี่ของขวัญของมึงก็ไปดูสิจะมาโดให้ช่องไอ้บอสทำไมไอ้บอสมันเทสเตอร์ทีวันมึงมาดูก็สลิงแตกแบบนี้แหละจะบอกไรโคพี่บอสคือไม่สนช่องไทยช่องอื่นหรอกนะสวักเครื่องหมายสี่เหลี่ยมหมาป่าเดียวดาย
โอ้โหหมาป่าเดียวดายเว็บสนับสนุนนั่นสิทำไมมันมีทายผลด้วยวะไอ้บอสมันก็ไม่โดนอะไรหรอกส่งสลิปให้อีกฝั่งแล้วก็ลอยตัวก็อย่าไปแขวะช่องอื่นกันเลยครับเดี๋ยวโดนฟ้องขึ้นมาไม่คุ้มนะพวกคุณน่ะบอกไว้ก่อนไม่คุ้มนะครับอย่าไปแขวะช่องอื่นกันเลยเราก็ดูเกมสนุกๆดีกว่า
I feel like it was a really great thematic from both teams. T1 have drafted super aggressive. They needed to make play skirmishes in the early game, which they absolutely did. But once Gen G came to the 2 to 3 item power spike and could play their front to back, it was just really, really difficult for Owner and Kara to find those angles from the back line.
I'm really hoping Pays continues to bring out crazy picks. You know, going through some of his solo queues.
อยากกลับบ้านดูทรง
We've had Lux spot lane.
Braum, perhaps?
Haven't seen Katarina Braum. Obviously, the Silas just came through. Jace spot lane. Oh. Echo bot lane.
Echo.
TF Galio bot lane. Which went 1 and 9.
Wait, is he just speaking Faker champions at this point?
บอสสกอร์แพ้ชนะหายไปไหนครับ
Okay.
Oh my god!
วันนี้ไม่ได้มาทายผลนะวันนี้มาเชียร์เจนจีอย่างเดียว
AP Cogmo bot lane. You know, there's just a lot of things to be
doing.
And I'm excited to see what gets brought out here by Pays if he's going to continue this sort of line of more eclectic picks. Now, getting into draft, we do see that this time Gnar banned away. So again, T1 trying to limit some of these frustrating kind of picks that King can have.
However, the one that they've been perma-banning in a lot of their series has been the Renekton. And now with the Gnar ban here for T1, could they perhaps be angling the Crocodile?
Could potentially. I feel like for me,
กูแฟนทีหนึ่งกูอยากเรียกทีแฟนทีหนึ่งอยากเลียรักแร้คุณพิสแฟนจริงอย่าว่าแฟนทีหนึ่งเลยไอสัตว์ไอเฮียไอหน้าฮีควยเย็ดแม่
โอ้โหเซตบัก
เสียงกุญแจดังโปงลางโดเนทมา20 บาทจ้าเดี๋ยวนี้เฟเกอร์ไม่เอาอะไรแล้วตอนนี้ก็ไปเอาดีทางอื่นอย่างไปแสดงในเมเดอร์คลับของดิสนีย์พลัสแล้ว
ไม่ไหวแล้วเฟเกอร์นะแต่เฟเกอร์เลิกไม่ได้ครับเฟเกอร์เลิกแล้ว คุณไลออดตกแน่
raise here. Camilla's down, but we still have things like the Leon.
เป็นก็แข่งแล้วยอดวิวมาแน่นอน
Ariana is not one of them. As T1 have first pick again.
Syndra, Bard, of course.
Yep, of course.
4 carrier.
Okay.
ทำไมคอเย็นไม่เอาคนนอกใจแฟนออกกลุ่มใคร
Caitlyn Bard lane, Ezreal Bard lane is also up in there.
ข่าวใหม่แล้วเหรอเรื่องส่วนตัวเขาเปล่า
เพราะแฟนคลับโดเนทมา20 บาทจ้า
So
ลัก
hard
ษ
to
ณะ
deal
แฟน
with.
คลับ
They
เจ
will
น
deny
จี
that
หนึ่ง
Ezreal
ห
away.
ล่อเท่แบ
And
บ
my
พี่
question
บอ
is,
ส
will Duro try
ส
and
อง
match the Roman
สกิล
potential,
เพลย์
or will he look for someone that has some lane
แบบ
pressure? We
พี่
have
บอ
seen him
ส
go
ลัก
things
ษณะ
like the
แฟน
Karma
คลับ
before,
T1
but for now they're going to prioritize that Jarvan, especially with the Ezreal
สอง
denial.
พ้วน
Does
BM
make me
ไทย
think
เกิ
maybe
นแบบ
T1 lean
ไทย
towards
กิ๊
the
ก
Jhin as one of those picks that can just stand so far away from the fight, not as under threat by the Jarvan.
Could potentially angle something like the Ziggs.
Yeah, could also just go Teemo, right? He did play that in solo queue. So.
Teemo Bard is insane duo. Works in solo queue, don't do this at home. Rise being hovered right here from Faker. Syndra still up and available, one of our more prominent mage mid laners as well.
Notably, Cassiopeia and Nevia being gone from the previous draft.
ผมรู้สึกว่าตั้งแต่แบบโดนลันโบมาเอฟเรียวมันดูโหดไปเลย
Faker. We'll see if they pair up an AD carry here, and it looks like they're going to go for the Caitlyn. Caitlyn Bard, something that they're very comfortable with. Pays had a lot of success on this pick so far in his career.
And usually the answer to Rise, because the draft is going to be broken right here from T1, is the Annie. Pins you down really easily, level 6 with the Tibber, so Rise doesn't get to roll super early. Pairs up really nicely with Jarvan, sets him up for the Flag and Drugs. However, you mentioned it earlier, Duro has taken a backseat in terms of playing the more engaged support, especially with an Ezreal down ball, and now they're playing for lane dominance.
Okay, so 2v2 going to be matched here at the very least. Genji not going to fall over in that lane as we go to the next bans, and remember, no mid laner here for Genji, no top laner. Solo lanes are out in the wind right now, while for T1, they look for their options in jungle, which are probably going to be taken here by Genji, considering that owner still has things like the Zins out.
Yeah, I think T1 feel pretty comfortable since they've already gotten their mid lane. A lot of the Rise counters have been thinned out, and they have counter pick set up for Doran if they wanted. Away, which is a pick that does pretty well into Jarvan, being able to very easily circumvent not only his engage and his flag and drive, but the Cataclysm as well. We'll see what else gets banned away. Zinzao, you did mention that, Jake, also a massive pick for owner.
Depending on what gets picked on 4 right here from Genji, I don't necessarily mind seeing Pantheon, especially with how you can manipulate the map early on with double semi-globals, the Rise, the Pantheon. We saw that yesterday as well. It's just such a quick transition around the map. And we saw T1 sort of doing that super quick transition in game number 1. Now with extra tools, with the semi-globals, that might be the case. We do see TF being banned away.
Yeah, I mean, especially because the state of bot lane in this game compared to others, it is more about the bot lane itself rather than the support rolling to make an impact. Obviously, Bard and Celeste and Karma can still do that, but you have competitive pushing 2v2s that will want to fight. So having the Rise, having the Pantheon that can come down to punish, especially the immobile Karma, can be really powerful. We do see that Zinzao banned away from owner, thinning out the pool, and it looks like range tops banned away from here. Obviously TF can be flexed, but definitely feels like the Varus and TF are more addressed to Doran not wanting to deal with those. The Renekton is still on the cards though. A lot of these difficult matches thinned out.
So is the Rumble as well, by the way.
Pantheon.
Rumble is something again that we've seen partnership with J4, but also the Varus top has been an answer into, especially those range tops. The only thing that can stagnate one of the best laners up there. The Syndra is something we talked about throughout this series and has been a flex, but here in this game with Ezreal already locked in, you would expect it's going towards mid. Chovy on the metal instead, similar value. I guess more OP here.
I think we've seen really fall off in terms of prio is the Mel, a pick that obviously when we started seeing mages come in the bot lane was played quite a lot. Obviously here it's in the mid lane, but Chovy's been pretty comfortable on this pick altogether. And we are seeing the consideration of the Wukong, something that can disengage quite easily from the job, but importantly provides that dive threat, that engage potential, especially onto a Mel. If you get caught in a cyclone, you're in such a rough spot.
No Gnar, no Jace, no Vayne. I was expecting perhaps, or maybe you could look at something like a Renekton where they could play a bit more aggressive in those skirmishes. Chooses to go a little bit more traditional front to back with a tank over on the top side of the map. So Cassante it is going to be for Doran.
This Rumble is this Renekton top. Is it Scion to match for Gen G? King could just go for a tank option as he's fantastic on those. The Gwen is a little bit more style here for the top laner of Gen G, and it will be slammed. So there's no front line here that needs to be built for Gen G. It is only scaling, is only power that they've locked in for this draft.
And this is a composition that in the later game team fights is going to be so hard to deal with. So many threats, so much ability to create space with that shielding from the car. On the other side, this feels more like what T1 was typically playing during the regular season, where you have this bot lane 2v2 very strong, the mid lane who can roam down towards some Faker spent a lot of time roaming during the regular season, and Doran is just on an island where he's left there to survive. So I think the game plan for T1 is very clear, but they have to be successful. We need to see Faker getting down the bot lane, Ace and Carrier winning, and Carrier able to impact the map, because I think if they just play a passive game out in the later stages, they're going to be in big trouble.
Level 6 is super important for T1 to cycle the rise old, as you mentioned. Not a lot of roaming going on. It is all about the bot lanes, and Pace has been rumored to be even the best AD carry in the world right now. So all of the eggs in his basket.
And this time, he doesn't have to send it at level 1. Although maybe they will with the Bard Caitlyn, but regardless, I think there's a lot more options than a Silas Camille.
But even if he misses his spell on Caitlyn, he still has autos from distance.
He does have autos this game. So look, there's a more positive outlook here on T1. And we do hope this goes the distance. And game 1 was so much fun. It might only be the third place match and the precursor to the finals, the best of 5 later between KC and DK. But how often do you get to say that you were watching T1 and Gen G in a lower bracket in a third place match? It's really unheard of.
2-0 ไปน้อง
Teams always at the pinnacle.
พี่จะได้มีเวลาไปนอนหน่อย
This year hasn't started as well for them. If I look back at their international debuts, if I look back at T1 failing to G2 at MSI, Gen G not even making MSI. This here is where you draw a line in the sand and set yourself up for later in the year for the summer split, the following split of LCK rather. And for Worlds, is this going to be the final time we see them until LCK? Or have they got one more in them from T1 to take us to a Game 3? EWC 2026 continues right now.
คู่ชิงดูดิ แต่คู่ชิงมัน 3-0 อยู่แล้วอ่ะ DK อ่ะ พร้อมยังโหด DK.
Thank you.
Chovy cashing in.
1 CS. GG.
Does mean they try to go for. We've seen this quite a bit since we have the change to the minions arriving. But one of the early plays you could do when teams felt like that wasn't aggressive early invade you could do was sending your mid laner down bot to try and get a pick. It hasn't worked out here though. And Chovy's going to be not only late to lane but also just running through Faker.
Q does connect a little bit though, and that trades off with Faker. Starting in here, not going to do too much until Faker gets the second or third, so half HP for both.
However, due to the minion manipulation from Faker right there at the beginning, Chovy did miss, I believe, a couple of the starting creeps, if I'm not wrong.
So ends up being a bit of a cost there. Will be slower on the level 2 for
KC ไม่ไหวหรอไม่ไหวกับ DK หรอครับ
However, him being Chovy, he does CS everything else that lands in front of him apparently.
That's how he does.
They can play spot side of the lane. Playing
โดนนะโดนกดนะ
starting up in his blue side.
อุ้ย
Maybe a ward
ได้
spotting
ดิ
out
เกอร์
Canyon as he transitions towards bot himself. Low health bars across lanes. Saw Keen get the early push here up against Doran, and we are expecting Keen.
บอสคุณจะตาโกรธมึงแล้วใช่เหรอคุณจะตา
When
โกรธ
versus
ผมทำไม
takes really just does feel like a cheat code here.
คุณจะตาเขารู้แพ้รู้ชนะรู้แพ้
Doran is getting fried up there on the 1v1. Meanwhile, Ono wants to fry a different 1v1. Canyon.
มันดึกแล้วเฉยๆหรือเปล่าคุณจะตาเลยไม่อยู่
A little bit risque from Ono, but he does get the big chicken.
That was actually on the millisecond because Canyon had flag, but no vision inside that brush. This is why Honor was able to steal that on 8 HP before the flag actually fell down from Canyon. A really nice steal right there from Honor, using that pressure from Faker mid lane to actually deepen late.
And the thing is with this matchup, the Gwen is going to outscale the Trunks and become a nightmare in the side lane. To have this much of an advantage this early on is really Keen just having the edge over Doran right now. He's suffering in these early
เอาโดนได้ว่ะโดนได้ว่ะ
ยังไง Duro and Rulo setting up for a dive here in the bot lane.
Didn't minion wait for the dive. Cosmic Binding starts it off as 2v3. Pace gets flashed on.
ตาย
Blood down. Duro was tanking. Can he get that last turret shot? And Genji succeed. But we look at the top lane.
โดนโดนโซโล่ป่ะโดนโซโล่ป่ะ
Doran survived pressing the E button while Ona looks for the trade. Now on top of Keen. The stacks have run out. He's pressed the E. He's flashed on. Ona looking for the auto down bot. We look again. The survival is not imminent there. But Keen will die in the top lane. First one of the T1 while Genji got another.
I mean, that nearly could have been complete disaster for T1 if Doran had gone down, but he does bait Keen in and Ona's able to answer. But bot lane is an absolute mess. Back to back. Clean dives from Genji. The aggro juggling was flawless there, and it means that not only do they manage to get a kill on Paze and Carrier, both of them flashes burned. Look at Canyon, look at Ruler, look at Duro. None of them even use their flash.
And they don't have a lot of creep, so that gets really dangerous. But Carrier gets the stun onto Canyon before any tower aggro has fallen onto Genji. So they wait out the stun and then they re-engage, killing Paze first. Now Carrier is trying to get a really nice flash. The Q is going to miss, but he runs out of mana, walks up too forward to poke Canyon and gets punished by Ruler.
The fact that they didn't have to use flashes are so powerful in those early
ป่า
dives.
บอกแฟนทีวันตอนนี้เลิกเป็นแฟนทีวันแล้วครับ
They still got those kills is just crazy. Just shows they had extra gas in the tank there to make it work. And here we saw what happened to Keen. Doran just baiting this in, if I'm being honest. He knows he has a backing of his jungler, and it is a delicate position, but that shield just in time. And making Keen commit the flash allowed Oda to chase him down.
Enough manner of replacing Journey. He's going to have to barrack up. This bottom lane taking over. And Genji's early game looking superb.
I mean, you look at what they came back to lane with. Ruler had the tier and then a full Sheen versus it was just a Cole when Paze was there on top of his Doran's bow. So they find the angle, they get in. And considering the prowess of Paze and Carry we've seen throughout this year, Ruler and Duro are dunking on them right now thanks to the help of that dive from Canyon.
นี่อ่ะทำไมเขาถึงเลือกดูเลอร์มากกว่าเพย์นี่แหละครับเหตุผลคุณดู
20 บาทจ้าคุณบอสคะแม่น้องยักษ์ตานะคะคุณบอสไปทำอะไรให้น้องยักษ์ตาเขาเสียใจเหรอคะแม่จะมาแจ้งข่าวคุณบอสว่าเพื่อคืนน้องยักษ์ตาเอาเชือกดีเอา
โดนอีกตัวยังมึนอ่ะ
Almost dead.
ตาย
not to go 0-3. Meanwhile, Canyon comes in for the seal after bot lane lost the trade.
แล้วเคลินมาช่วยไม่ได้นะยังไงโดนโผล่ได้
Yes, the fight as well. Getting the golden eclipse. Ona almost dies. He gets out thanks to Faker, but the dragon goes to Genji.
And T1 were under pressure on that dragon due to the bot lane getting chunked out again.
นี่แหละครับเหตุผลว่าทำไมกลับเจนจีไม่ได้เขารู้เรื่องจริงยังไงฟอร์มแชมป์จัดอะจริงๆแล้วเจนจีคือจะเอาแชมป์ก็ได้นะเจนจีแต่ว่าขอลงมาเคลียร์ทีวันดีกว่า
Good realm warp to save his jungler, but it was so close on the dragon. It would have been a complete heist if T1 got that and got away. The Canyon comes in strong, and he's had a great game so far with the impact bot lane, securing that dragon, able to make some good headway. And I feel like if Genji are already this far ahead, they're in such a comfortable spot.
Really are every single lane lining up blue. Funny that top
was
most contested, but bot is running away with it. Hayes unable to contribute too much double longsword versus the components for an Ezreal that he loves the most. And a 1.5k gold lead with that first dragon down as well. Grubs are going to be up next. With a pot, he can actually forward. Of course, Ruler can. He has no fear here. The shrines have to be used on cooldown to keep Paze alive.
They just don't have any pressure anymore for Paze.
มึงบอกว่า DK กูชนะเจนเพราะฟุกเหรอก็ไม่ฟุกหรอกแต่เจนก็ไม่ได้เอาจริงอ่ะ
The Ash Seraphine would get so much power at level 6.
อยากลงมาเจอทีวันไงมันก็บอกในสัมภาษณ์น่ะ
Their ults don't offer the most power in combat. Bottle can be very tricky to hit against Essential Karma, and Caitlyn, you're not just going to stand there and channel that while you're being hit. So I don't see a window where this lane matchup is suddenly going to turn on its head. Ruler's going to continue to get stronger and stronger. The one-item Triumph spikes are going to be phenomenal. And we're really waiting for a good bit later in the game before Pays is going to be relevant in comparison.
And also a lot of the power of the Caitlyn comes from her chunking down towers, taking down structures off the map. Now Pays is going to have a really difficult time actually coming in contact with any of those structures on the map, specifically since the 2v2 has not been working out for them. They have not necessarily swapped them out of lane yet. And as we see on our screen right here, Faker just on a trip towards the top of the map, getting some vision down before those void grubs
ถึง10คิวก่อนเหมือนเดิมนะบอสเจน2เกมบวก 5K พอนอพาสาวไปเดินห้างชิวๆกินของหรู
ขอบคุณครับคุณรับทรัพย์
Chobi, Duro both here. They've moved up.
เจนจีถึงก่อนอยู่แล้วแหละถึงที่ว่า
so that he doesn't get free plating at the cost of this.
ยังไม่ได้สกิลเลย
moving down. Owner now with Cyclone, ready to find an engage here. Get the one. Smite does come down. Does go to Genji. Owner looking for an angle. Soul Snare, Tempered Fate, all used. Faker now finding an angle as well. Grubs go down. Doran finds his mark. It's on to Duro. Squishy Karma now down as Owner finds second Cyclone. Canyon needs to pull down to get the flag and drag away, but the flash from Faker, the Reaper in the auto. It's not enough just yet. The flash Cosmic Binding Carrier tries to get Ruler. Ambitious as he was. An attempt still made. Canyon still low. TP coming in. Doran going to take it up. The all-out is there. They'll be traded over to Ruler. No one from T1 wanted to go in. Doran said, I'll do it myself.
Yeah, I feel like unfortunately T1 had committed way too
บอส
many
เขารู้หรือเปล่า
flashes
ว่าดีเคไม่มีเงินเดือนเลยยอมหลีกทางให้
get
ใช่
one
ใช่
kill
ใช่เจนจี
onto Genji
ใจบุญนะ
specifically after losing all 3 void grubs while slaying for the top side of the map. They needed that
เจนจี
consolation
เขาแฟร์
quest
เขา
and
แบบ
they
ว่ากลัว
got
ไม่
it.
มีคู่แข่งก็เลยให้ดีเค
Ultimately, though, I think this
ให้ตั้ง
isn't
ดี
too
เคไปแบบ
bad for
หมุน
T1,
ๆ
even
ไป
though they missed out on the grubs. The big thing here is that the people who
เจ้า
are
แชมป์ก็ได้อะ
present
เจนจี
are
อะ
Ruler and Keen.
แต่ให้เงินหมุนดีกว่า
Pays and Keen.
ไม่
And
งั้น
Pays
เดี๋ยว
is so weak
LCK
that him
มัน
not
แบบ
being here is
ไม่ค่อยมี
fantastic.
คนสู้
And even though this final play from Garn looks a bit over-aggressive, a lot of flashes were committed, you have to think of the fact that it's a 1-for-1 when Darn goes on the tower, and 2 TPs were committed.
โห20 ล้านเองระดับเจนจี
The collapse is imminent. Pays on
คิว
top
นะ
of
ครับ
Duro's head
20 ล้าน
needs an easy kill. He was one before. He's going to be given another there. Pays going to jump in front of the play. He takes down Duro. A much-needed kill for the AD carry who was getting stomped.
I mean, Pays here picked up a ton of farms solo when Keen TP'd up as well to counter that play. He also got a couple of plates. He gets that kill. The goal discrepancy in bot lane nowhere nearly as bad as it was before.
Huge kill right here for Caitlyn, who's got the call as well.
เจนจี
Taking
นับ
down
เบอร์
Pays
วัน
really
โดเน
needed
ท
that
มา
influx of
20 บา
gold
ทจ้า
in his pocket, especially
พี่
since
บอ
when
ส
they played
ค
against
รับ
Trinity Force
ถ้า
champion,
พี่วัน
they
แพ้
spike
เฟ
much
เกอร์
earlier
มัน
than
จะ
you,
เอาหัว
especially
โขก
when
อี
that
กไหมค
item
รั
is
บ
completed.
ฮ่าฮ่า
Duro
โคตรตลก
spots carrier on the ward they just placed down, but it was just too late. Gets surrounded by the T1 bot lane, and they take him down.
Oh, the trap from Pays, both the fact he was trapping him by being ahead of him and the trap that rooted him, just really good way of cutting off that path.
Oh, yeah.
And the gold is dead even now. So
เงินเท่าแล้วเหรอ
in a much
คืออะไรเนี่ย
better position. We saw Doran pick up some gold on the back of that. And as much as this Ezreal is really strong, definitely in a better position now than they were before.
ไม่อยู่เงินเท่าเนี่ย
now, it's a Hextech Dragon second. And we'll see the focus coming towards this. Notably, neither top laner has TP, so unless they can move down, they won't be joining for this contest.
Great soul snare there from Joby getting a chunk of Faker right before the fight. Radiant volley. Used poking tool as carrier. Also broke out as well. Only looking for an angle. He's going to cycle on the flag and drag. Buffett the trap. Perfect placement from Pays. Down goes the jungler of Gen G. As Ruler has no time to stand on. Carrier walks in. Takes the kill. Faker now under turret. Look for Duro yet again. A cosmic binding from afar. Carrier still flashes the brilliance. Chobi's coming in to help one out. The dive's gone long enough. Faker. We have no leg to stand on anymore. The fight is here. Chobi presses Q. Looking for the ulti. The auto. Almost enough cosmic binding there. Pays. In range. He will die. He scorched red. And Chobi pressed up.
T1. Great
He's in trouble. W going to be used. A little bit squishy. The needlework as well. Keen now getting back into that Q range damage. Also the flip. Not enough. Keen. Flash away. We're not going to find the solo kill, but he comes close.
It's a brawl all across the map, and T1, even though what a fantastic engage came through.
ให้อาเจนหรือสเปนวิเคราะห์หน่อย น่าจะอาเจนนะเพราะว่าเขาวางสกิปไปแล้วอ่ะ
And now While Genji is
Messi
the
แชมป์โลกแล้วก็เลิกเล่นอ่ะ
they're also first on the dragon.
Chovy the one making the big difference in that situation, able to find the winning play. It secures him that dragon up to 0. And we've seen this play, so the commit initially from T1 is great. So decisive from Ona, getting that knockup, Canyon going down. And then the ult sets this up to kill Ruler. And then backed up at this point. This is a great play. But they keep going, and it takes a while to kill Duro. Good sidesteps from him, and then the mantra jumping heal. That's when Chovy arrives.
คุณคิดว่ามวยปั้มอ่ะมันปั้มกันจริงๆไหมอ่ะ
Getting the solar flare on the back of the flash. Carrier tries to come out with this damage. That must have been pretty close to the execute.
แล้วทำไมไม่ให้ไอโดมันประกาศเลิกเหมือนกันก็โดเป็นคนยอมอ่ะครับ
Shines bright. Big kill. Genji still on top. But as we said, gold is
คือ
actually
โรนัลโดเขาเป็นลูกผู้ชายพอ
I'm saying that through mid, I'm saying that through bot. But Doran's doing a great job here on this Cassante, showing he's having a fantastic tournament. Might be in trouble here as Chovy sends it back with a rebuttal. Snare again, the poke through, and here we go, Searing Brilliance. Eclipse, he's dead. Every time it burns red, Chovy smells the blood.
It's just a crazy amount of damage, and obviously Doran's tanking so much, thinking, I can live this, I'm so tanky. Yeah, but it builds up and just demolishes him from like a 3rd HP. Now they're looking for play on the bot side again, but it's a Gwen. This is not easy.
But Tempered Fate's coming in, that turret will be stagnant.
There's no way.
Walked into that.
Ona might do it himself. Keen's in a low health bar. He gets smited. Needlework's going to come out for a bit of healing. Onto Canyon. No Cyclone just yet. Right over the head is Canyon.
ทีหนึ่งแพ้กูเอาควยโขกพีริน่าโขกพีจัมมี่โขกพีพีสโขกพีริน่าโขกพีจัมมี่โขกพีพีสโขกพีริน่าโขกพีจัมมี่โขกพีพีสโขกพีริน่าโขกพีจัมมี่
Chovy has also pushed topside, and at least Pays is getting some of that very much needed gold from that bot lane skirmish.
Yeah, when he takes that tower, he's going to be ahead in gold. Once again, Chovy in start. It feels like he's not really achieving that much, but just the constant rotations of his abilities, stacking up the passive, hit after hit after hit, eventually just becomes too much for Doran.
I don't think they expected Doran to die from that HP, because right here, he's got ult to drop on top of him. They just don't expect him to die. It was too much HP.
I didn't expect him to die, if I'm being honest.
We might be doing it again. Romwom's going to be bringing Faker up though, helping out Doran this time in the place. All snare matches though, into Chovy's waiting arms, a stun, flush away from Duro, almost getting an angle as Doran tries to do the same thing. Golden Clips comes in, not a kill this time. Tempered Fate is dodged. A snare narrowly avoided as T1 on a retreat path. Carrier thinking about the magical journey, gets a short form of it. Doran also matches that path. Pays in a bit of trouble here. On the Ruler though. Almost gets that Q down. Here comes Carrier to help out. Canyon on the way as well. We more than 1v1 the flash forward Ruler. Almost gets paid, but a Q. Ruler is going to be Carrier finding his kill. Barrier down. A cosmic binding. And Ruler. And Pays will claim the kill and revenge for earlier in the game.
And you know, we saw Khalees do that to Ruler earlier in the tournament on the Ezreal, the Q flash, but he's not quite able to pull it off onto Pays. Carrier comes in for the assist. And Ruler goes down.
บอสมีติ่งทีวันตัวแหลมมาใช่เหรอมีตัวแหลมมา
How badly it started. This is a great recovery.
Oh yeah, he's at a great place. Very, very close to that Infinity Edge. A second item as well on the Caitlyn. But man, I gotta say,
เฮ้ยพี่โอเต้มาเหรอ
Ruler, when you put him in that mid lane on Lucian or Ezreal, he is an absolute spectacle.
รุ่นใหญ่มาเว้ย
He feels himself and he'll play aggressive to get extra resources from already the goal that he has.
I think Pays felt him this time.
Pays his POV right here. The flash heal coming through from Carrier as well is what saves him. And then he just backs up, waits for his ult to come on.
You know what? That's why he's a good support, because he let him get the kill.
พี่โอเต้เด็กๆคิดถึงกันเต็มเลยเนี่ย
He would have ordered there. Tell the truth.
I would have ordered.
กูแทงทีวันไว้โอ้โหพี่โอเต้มาถึงเดือดเลยว่ะ
T1 in a
พี่โอเต้เป็นนักพนันด้วยเหรอเนี่ย
because remember Faker is down that 1300 himself, and it is Chovy who is carrying the torch right now for Genji's game number 2. While the rest of the map has been very topsy-turvy. Dragon up in 30 seconds, Genji on 2.
Yep, and obviously Chemtech Soul not the highest prio, but with Genji already having 2, they want to deny them getting that. I think T1 being second advance is really important, being able to get the Caitlyn traps out, being able to play around Vision. If they get on top of Chovy, who is right now the strongest member of Genji, I feel like if they can shut him out of the game, take him off the map, it'll make such a difference to their chances in this fight.
I have a feeling Genji have called this one off. We saw Chovy reset, however, then they pinged the tower. So they feel confident giving this one over to T1. They have gotten every neutral objective on the map, and Chovy just got that top side tower. He tried to reset again. He's like, screw it, I'll push it another wave. More money in Chovy's pockets means more damage. He's already 1.5k ahead. One dragon going over to T1.
Yep, not the highest prior soul. They already have 2. I think it's a great decision, especially when you're not there first. It allows Chovy to get more money. And you're missing out on the 2-item spikes from Chovy and Ruler in particular. Ruler, the 2-item spike on the Ezreal, absolutely massive. So I think it was the right decision to wait to play it slow. We talked about how a lot of aspects of Genji's composition, the Gwen, will really shine in the later stages. There's no rush for this team.
We did talk a lot about T1 and how they build this bridge into the mid-game and get the game rolling before Genji have time to settle. And before this Gwen as well can shred through Doran, I think it's an important point. Kenny Rooker, I'm going to keep Doran at bay. Doran has had a pretty good game, all things considered.
This is a nice thing. Sometimes you buy a Kanik and then you end up getting matched into a champion that doesn't have the value.
They're both
has a lot here.
Cyclone, yeah, Duro's in trouble. He's been caught out a couple of times. Putting deep vision, he gets caught out again. Tempered Fate is going to extend the play. Carry's got an angle. A binding more. He'll get slowed. He'll get auto. Doesn't need to be against the wall. Payton owner slamming him down.
That's unfortunately the downside of playing enchanters. When you go a little bit too deep into enemy territory, just let down vision, you end up getting caught. Owner, fantastic engage right there, taking down Duro. Of course, the play onto Ruler, and now with the refill being called by T1, they managed to get mid lane tier 1.
It is just still that outer turret. That is the domino here from T1. Faker also getting top push. Owner goes into Fog of War. Bit of respect paid from Keen, but also Doran, remember, caught the attention of that bottom lane turret, and he takes the play for him as well.
And so often as an Ezreal on this item spike, you want to play aggressive around the mid lane tower. You want to challenge for prio. You want to harass the enemy AD carry. Now that your mid lane tier 1 is gone, you can't really afford to do that. And I think part of that tower spike for Ruler was what wanted them to play up, and is what T1 punished. They now have a 2,300 gold lead. Half of that is on Kane.
โดนด่าพี่โอเต้กันนะครับพี่โอเต้เขาเพิ่งมานะ
working towards his third item now.
30 seconds or Baron.
โดเรื่องเฉพาะคุณผู้หญิงโดเนทมา20 บาทจ้าสวัสดีครับพี่บอสผมจะขออนุญาตมาขอเรียนถึงคุณผู้หญิงหน่อยได้ไหมครับผมจะขอเรียนของคุณตีคุณดิสนีย์คาตาลีนาหน่อยได้ไหมครับหรือบอสจะเก็บไว้คนเดียวช่องแชทช่วยบอกหน่อยครับมีผู้หญิงคนอื่นอีกไหม
Juice that's coming through, all the push that's coming in from T1. Scooping up all the creeps, 1.4 gold lead. Kane should be fine right here. It's a little bit of a poke from area. However, the one guy I want to talk about right here, never mind, I'll hold it because Doran's under attack.
He's used his invulnerability as well. His W's now down, has to use the all-out press W again after the reset. Looking for Duro on the damage as well. Brute on the turret, he's still taking enough. The Zeke's convergence helped out a massive chunk as well. Soul Snare dodges away from the rebuttal, brings him in. The flag and drag, the Cataclysm and Doran jump back in. And now he's going to burn again. Down. No. W comes through. It wasn't enough in the end. And it looks like Doran will survive, but the turret will not.
Definitely a delicate position to be in, but now Faker looking to cut off Keen, but there's no one now at the other end to force him into him.
Comes flying up.
Gets the TP.
T1 do disappear, and Keen hovers around in case it's going to be a follow-up.
Right. As we get a minute right here to breathe.
ไม่ปกป้องสาวๆเลยพี่อะไรกูเดเจน
has been owner. A lot of weight fell on his back, especially with Amazing Carrier falling behind in game number 2. Game number 1 of the league, and you gotta get ahead. And he has been making plays happen. Almost 100% kill participation, 7 out of 9 kills for T1. And with that Wukong, you've got a lot of power in the engage in your hands. And every single time Owner has seen a champion out of position for Genji, he has pulled the trigger.
So looking at really, especially with Chovy being this relevant threat, can get it on top of the Mel. Wukong, there's not much you can really do in terms of the rebuttal. We obviously saw it work out pretty well into Doran when the knockback was reflected. But if they get on top of you,
only the rocket belt and flash
โหอะไรครับ
tools to save Chovy. Doesn't have the same level of safety as Ruler does. See Faker pick up this tower in the side lane. 45 seconds until the dragon, and notably this time around, T1 don't have control of the area. They don't have to set up the vision and the potential to slam those Caitlyn traps down, which I think means Genji feel a lot more comfortable. I think it's going to be hard to force in here, but T1 can try and drag them towards the Baron.
ขาวโดนลวนลามพี่ชอบเหรอ
That hunting Baron.
พี่ก็ไม่ชอบ
Loads of damage.
ใครเขาชอบล่ะ
Everyone's so scared of. So perhaps T1. I mean, it's T1. Of course they would.
Yeah, they would. Dragon first, so Genji moved down after clearing a bit of vision. T1 secure that path with Ona dropping a couple of himself. Keen up in top, TP available. Dust Control now picked up, or rather, second item at least.
ยิงโดนนะ
Next is Ruler poking out Ona is nice. Jura giving him a shield. Hayes gets tagged out as well. That damage might be enough to give Genji the confidence to start Dragon.
What T1 actually really nicely did there is the sandwich around so they can walk inside this river, but with those trades, Genji have the HP advantage, so they're just brute forcing in river.
Chovy front line gets up. That's a three-man cyclone. Ruler has to arcade shift away, but Chovy's dead. The gold is down on Genji. As Doran has an angle, he's got Keen in his sides. Faker brings in Ona, it's a little bit deep. If Ruler's placed out to the Azul Trigger right, he's going to lay it down and pepper the backline of T1. Pays flushes in, gets his auto, his headshot, ace in the hole. Jura almost dead as well. The flush from Carrier, and Faker will join. They do not let you leave. You will die and fall into your coffin instead.
Absolute decimation. Ona and Carrier leading the charge on that play.
กูแฟนทีหนึ่งทีหนึ่งไฟติ้งทีหนึ่งชนะเยสทีตีตากนายเยสทีพีสเยสทีจัมมี่เยสทีตีเยสทีพีสตากนายเยสจัมมี่เยสทีสเยสทีจัมมี่ตากนาย
ได้ครับสตรีทฟู้ดกายเฮ้ยเขาล้อเลียนคุณนะคุณข้าวมันไก่เอเจนต์
เสื้อเหลืองเชียร์เจนจีโดเนทมา20 บาทจ้าจริงไหมครับ The beautiful setup in the jungle support of T1.
And then Faker brings Owner further into the fight, split the remaining 3 members apart and run them down as we're seeing here. And then carry out with an incredible journey into Flash Q to get the slow, allowing the rest of his teammates to grab the last kills.
You know, this is why teams often don't let carry have God. Making some great work there, and T1 are decisive. This setup is so good, and Chovy, who had been this main character for Genji, just didn't get to play the game there.
น้องคูเป้ชอบไหมโอตาคุแบบเมืองหน้าชอบแบบน้องคูเป้รักเต็มบอยมีควยยาว56
It does look very
ไอ
nice.
โอเต้จับอมควยเพลิน
4
เล
people
ย
move up to the choke. Feels like their last fight as T1 have really taken grasp of the game, but Pays half HP on the Ruler. Doran's coming in as well. Onto Chovy, a path maker up against the wall, but all out Chovy. It's been delivered again. The third is free for T1 as they move to a 5 versus 4, and a Baron well deserved.
So creative to wrap around, grab Chovy. He is the biggest threat on Genji, and they have just eliminated it, which means that T1 can chill this time around because I don't think there's going to be much contest here. But as I say that,
Canyo's nowhere near. They're trying to pressure mid instead, but Carrier has ult if he really wants to preserve it. Oh, looking for a flank.
Realm Warp, Doran is there waiting. Ruler is going to arcane shift, but to where it doesn't really matter. The Pathmaker in his way. Ace in the hole, and T1 ready to take us to 3.
He's been spotted. Oh, the ult! Just off. Had to throw it down pretty instantaneously. It's just a little bit off on that one. Even Carrier isn't perfect on Bard, but T1 are in great form right now. 7,000 gold lead with Baron. Would you see the TP coming in? They're looking for Pays.
Genji just going to continue setting in time, and Lisa's Pays going to take the magical journey. Golden Cliff's not enough. It will help the one for the damage onto Doran as he gets rooted up. Genji on the chase, the snare. Pathmaker again. This champion invulnerable a lot of the time, but really finally don't know. Here comes Ona again. A triple cyclone. Doran lives, laughs, and he loves that T1 ascending it once more as Chovy runs for the hills. But T1 take everyone out in front of him.
And Ona is just permanently in the right place, slides in behind them. Just when Genji think they found the turnaround play to get them back in the game, suddenly they see the Wukong behind them, the spinning starts, and it's all over for Genji. They still have the Nexus alive, but a 10,000 gold deficit. I don't see the angle, Jake.
Neither do I.
3 lanes pushing at once from T1. They win the fight and then they instantly split into all 3. And let's have a look one more time from owner's perspective as we have been glazing this entire time. Splits the team apart one more time, gets the double knockup yet again. And it has been a phenomenal game for him.
Well, the value on that cyclone there, getting the full channel onto multiple targets. T1 in firm control now, and Gen G kind of in desperation mode. They were trying to make that practice play with the TP flank. Did not work out. Now maybe looking for Fake from the bot side, but it just feels like the deficit is so large. Now Actualizer on Faker, he's doing so much damage.
Baron recall, Protobelt. Okay, Faker's going to ghost instead. The wrong way from Canyon. There's the ultimate. Faker presses the Actualizer. He'll take one with him as he drops the Chovy. In the top lane, King's on a trap, and he is dead. T1 are making business work in the base of Gen G. Forward halfway free after an ace in the hole. That turret still needs to go. T1 will between 2 turrets in the top lane. As this Baron buff is going to deliver them a couple of inhibitor turrets as well.
Faker could have altered out, flashed out, but he knew that if he burned as much time as possible down that bomb, and T1 will empty the base.
Flash from Carrier. Chovy pressed the rebuttal, but he'll die. We have glazed the hell out of him this game. His Wukong unmatched. Canyon unremarkable in this game, but he has had his number taken by Ona. As T1 run into the base, the flash going to be burned. Ruler looking to defend. Next starts now under siege to go to a game 3, the final one of T1 and Gen G's tournament. It won't happen yet, but soon as the base is broken.
Magical journey to get Pays out.
And he's okay. Canyon wanted to dive him.
There's the TP flank, but he can put a trap down on it.
The trap goes down. No, not in time. Keen presses the W instead. Flush away from Pays. He survives. Keen gets in his range. Taken out by Doran. Saving Grace, but Keen has the middle work. Get the shutdown. T1 is still running for their lives. The circus will continue. The music starts playing. Ona dies. And so does the Cassante finally. As Kerry takes a magical journey, but a flag and drags Canyon to the chase. Kerry will live. Fake is still alive on our screen, but T1 got caught on their escape.
It's a big influx of gold, able to shut down Pays and potentially set up for this dragon now, but it would only be the 3rd of the game for Gen G, and they're still massively behind in terms of gold. But they do find a punish onto T1, who overstepped in the enemy base. Now Faker, I think he just let the Scuttle Crab go. Oh, it is objective bounties, to be fair, so a lot of gold for Gen G to pick up on the map. This could be their saving grace.
Replay time. Let's see where we went wrong as T1 is 4.
It is a Gwen. You can all very easily trap a Gwen. The flag and drag gets flashed by Pays, and what a beautiful drag from Doran on Keen across the wall. However, Pays has run out of spells of displacement. He will get pinned down. Keen dies. Owner dies. Really nice player here from Gen G, but Keen might get caught as the team is coming in.
Yeah, this 5 TP's coming from Doran. He's going to make 3. Keen should be dying here near to work. The last value to get the flow path, making him be dodged away from. Tries to get Faker and Kerry in the process. Jumps up in the middle. He's in a little bit of trouble, but Doran will take the kill. Faker has too much machine gun damage. And now 5 versus 4 again for 50 seconds.
It looked like they were stalling out the
ชื่อฟ้าหายไปไหนหมดอัศวินเอาชื่อฟ้าไหมล่ะ
Notably, King doesn't have TP as well. Baron in about a minute 7. He'll be alive for it, but he won't be in position to help control. Even now, just for the base push, he's not going to be there to assist Gen G.
Get the auto down. How it goes. One more inhibitor through mid. That'll easily be taken. The question is, can Gen G find their defense again? It was on the run. It was low health bars. Soul Snare connects. T1 on the escape path once more. Not going to overstay. They've got double inhibitor down and Baron's up in 40 seconds.
The thing is, since it's a 4v5, it's so hard for Gen G to push heavily outside of the base, trying to test his vision. Baron spawning soon. I mean, look at this. Canyon tries to walk up, and he just actualizes all over him.
That's true, Orc. That's very true.
May I look at the glass half full here? There is an unfinished death cap waiting to be finished in Chovy's inventory. He's been scooping up creeps all over the map on side lanes. Perhaps there is a chance that when this gets finished, there is an angle for another one-shot.
There's some big spikes, right? The Rabadons, the 4 items roll up. We did just see Bloodthirster picked up by Pays. And Faker has the Fake 4 items where he has a Seeker's Arm Guard.
So on Owner.
Yeah, it's a lot of strength here. T1 have firm control of that river, that Baron area. We do see Gen G have a bit of vision on the Baron itself right now. Rabadon was completed there.
but they have to find a way to push in and contest. This is so scary against
Caitlyn.
That's Chovy. Rawler's damage is still very meaningful. Remember that top wave is slowly coming in, so T1 trying to buy their time, getting Scuttle. Pace will heal all the way up though from the Scuttle. Baron will begin. Genji or Onlookers for now. Faker with Actualize with one more part. Take us to a game 3 by himself. T1 themselves off the Baron. Canyon looks for an angle, doesn't like Gary. He's isolated for now. Mega Blaster gets him away while Faker positions well. The trap's a nuisance for Genji. They know they've got to back away, defend their base. T1 have played another good Baron.
That was so clean. Faker was stopping the angle behind the Baron. The traps were stopping the angle in front of the Baron, so they had to wrap around. The second Canyon tries, he gets chunked down. No smite, no party for Genji, and they have to back off. T1 already have 2 lanes pushing with supers mid and top, and only 1 inhibitor standing on the bot side.
They got that freebie inhibitor tower in the bot lane as well from the minions, so Genji not able to handle those waves beforehand. Well, look, the state of the game now. Pays so strong. We saw how strong when there was that rebuttal on the auto, but now they're looking for him.
Head on. It's a double flag and drag with the flash. Well, Magical Journey going to get them out though. Canyon's such a great engage, but Pays is able to take a magical trip to Neverland. The trap is down. Standing on, Chovy does a good job of outlooking damage. But Keen even wants a piece of the Pays, but there's no pal here. He's no one's friend. Pays is indestructible with his friends surrounding him, taking him to game 3.
So smooth by Pays, kites through the magical journey, waits out the rebuttal, does not want to headshot himself, and just decimates every target in front of him. There's a last check from Genji, but T1 will take us to game 3.
The Baron will go through the Nexus tower, so Realmore will pull in the last kill. Duro is running away, and T1 are running us to the last game between them and Genji.
โดเนทมา 20 บาทจ้า
Is that what you get in the LCK the whole time, or still the truth?
Yeah, most of the time. It always delivers. This matchup consistently a banger, and they're going blow for blow, constant fighting. I was looking forward to this, and already we've had such a phenomenal series, and we still have that last game ahead of us.
Game 1, Game 2 gave us some exquisite play.
ให้แอร์ไทม์ทีวันหน่อย
Especially some of these last
เรียกแบบว่าเรียกแฟนคลับเขาหน่อยไง
He flies in, and then he's like, please auto me, please auto me with a rebuttal, and then he's like, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that.
Man, I feel like this game, Owner, just world class once again. I love the players. We are going to throw it over to the desk to get us into the final game of this series.
WWE อ่ะน้องวงการมวยปั้งมาอย่างนี้แหละเรียกแอร์ไทม์
I hope that our EU casters get to enjoy this one for one more game. Indeed, it is Genji, it is T1, it is the greatest rivalry in LoL esports, delivering yet again. And this one, it took a little bit of a turn. T1 started off on the back foot, but Owner was able to stabilize to get to the point where Pays could carry.
It feels familiar, you know, like this is the game that we normally get in LCK, and this is the game that T1 and Genji delivers to us, and I think it all started from the draft.
Yeah, you said it, what did you wanted Pace on more of a hyper carry, and he proved why in this game, because he was pumping so much damage in the late game teamfights on the Caitlyn, and just pretty much solo carrying the game. You could tell that Genji, they had one goal, kill Pace. If they killed him, they could win. If they didn't, they lose.
That's what happens when you have a fed Caitlyn in the late game. But take a look at the draft and talk about how it all happened. I was concerned about the Wukong pick, because if you're going to run the Caitlyn Bard, if the enemy jungler has more agency pre-6, often you can't get that pushing lane to work out. And that's exactly how the early game went. Unfortunately for Pays and Keria, they couldn't get that lead. Pays went down 0-2. I mean, I think a lot of people forget that because we saw at the end of the game, he was the fountain laser, he was deleting everyone, but the early game was rough. The Wukong pick did not work out early, but later on, he saved the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the pick, you know, like who can actually save the game, but also we often forget about Keria's Bard, you know. How dare you to open this pick to this guy? Because I think, yes, several times whenever he picks it, maybe he loses the lane, but I think the pick potential, the playmaking from him is like helping T1 a lot to come back in the game, and I think Kate Bard together, they always been great. So yeah,
we've got to see it twice this tournament. Last time that they picked this over at EWC a couple days ago, we were like, how is he still getting his signature pick? And it leads to plays like this as we take a look at the highlight here over at the Drake. It was the T1 ace where they took control.
This owner moment, man. This is, you might not have been there in the bottom lane in the early game, but this saved the game for T1.
Yeah, I mean, this is why you picked the Wukong Bard. Even though they had a tough early game, as you say, Wolf, the fact that you're able to pull off engages like this, it's so difficult for the carries of Genju to react because the engage is just so snap. You know, Wukong flashes in, instantly gets the Cyclone, and Carrier with the follow-up, and then you have so good chase potential as well with the portals. It's just beautiful from T1.
Wolf, you know, we got Wadid's wishes here in the last one. He wanted to see more hyper carries on the bottom side. What do you want to see here from this next one?
I want to see a winning lane for Ruler. I want to see Ruler have control. I want to see them play through bottom side. I said the same thing about Pay's last game, right? But I think Chovy is the one doing a large portion of the damage. Chovy's been the main character, but I think Ruler needs to get involved as well.
Well, this match has been a fantastic appetizer for our grand finals with D plus Kia and Casey. And standing by right now is Ginny with some Casey fans. Take it away.
The fans all already out en masse cheering for the teams when the game isn't supposed to start for another couple of hours. This is the dedication. This is the French fandom. This is Carminco.
มันเป็นอะไรกันอะ
I'm on the cover. I'm joining the parade.
The
KC fans are incredible. We're just gonna be fine. We're one of them right now.
เอาสนามมาละ
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn.
ทำไมคนฝรั่งเศสตัวดำไม่รู้นะ
And we're here
จำไม่ได้ละ
now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
เซลคู่อวยเซลคู่อวยเซลคู่อวยเซลคู่อวยเซลคู่อวยโดเนทมา20 บาทจ้า
Over here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, Dota 2 is also on the way. We've got a third or fourth match going on right now. What's happening with the Club Championship boys here, Chris?
I think the only team to really talk about is BB team. They're in the final up against P Vision, but as far as the third, fourth goes, none of these teams are really eligible. But for us, look, it's going to be a really interesting game. We have Future Gaming, who are one of the squads who got all the way through unexpectedly, but they're going up against Yandex, and right now, it's not looking pretty. We're going to be heading to that grand final maybe a little bit earlier than expected.
All right, well, then I might be
checking a little bit earlier than expected later as well.
We're going to keep you updated on how the Club Championship points are going here over in Dota.
ฮิคารีโดเนทมา
ผมเคยไปฝรั่งเศสอ่ะโหโจรชุมเลย
กินโรตีสายไหมหายไปไหนครับอีคาตาริน่ากูจะดูคลิปมึงระหว่างชักว่าวไปด้วยแบบนี้กูต้องจินตนาการเอาเองหรอหัวคุยกูเชื่อมรอแล้วมาอมเร็ว
I am absolutely awesome as always.
Wow, that's fantastic. All right, great. Well, I guess we should just get things started here. I could probably start so you can steal all of my ideas and claim that they're yours. League of Legends. Oh, no, I mean, it's all good. It's all good. League of Legends obviously exists, but Dota is a superior game. You guys took everything about Dota, copied it, did it worse.
Okay, I'm not trying to cut him off. I'm not.
All right, go ahead. Go
I cannot bear to see this guy talk.
Please, go.
He's lanky, pale, bald, unlike me.
True.
Terrible at games, I can tell. Brother, Dota has built-in lag.
built-in lag.
Turn rate is
โจน
built
ดำ
in
เหรอไม่
lag.
ใช่คนฝรั่งเศสโจนเยอะมาก
It is a
ผ
clown
มเคย
game.
ไปอ่ะ
You know why they have built-in lag?
Why is that?
Always like,
มัน
it's the
คือแบบว่า
balance,
ที่
the
ฝึก
range,
ของ
the
มือ
melee
อาชีพ
characters.
อ่ะ
It's just you guys don't have hands.
ใครอยากเป็นโจรนะครับต้องไปฝรั่งเศสเรียนรู้วิชา
You get click.
That makes a lot of sense that you don't like turning. I mean, your traps are so big you can
ตอนผ
barely
ม
turn
ไป
your
นะ
goddamn head.
กระเป๋าผมไม่มีอะไรเลยแต่ซิป
I think you look great.
มัน
Listen,
ซิป
turn rate
เปิด
is a
อะ
big deal. It's called
แต่ว่า
skill,
กระเป๋า
my
ข้างใน
friend.
ไม่
You
มีอะไร
gotta be planning stuff, being able to follow stuff, look at stuff. It's a big deal. You know?
Okay.
Yo,
And then the
he didn't
ผม
even
เคยโดน
turn.
แบบ
This guy has
ซิป
no
เปิด
idea how to turn at all.
Oh, this guy.
I'm not turning.
Okay, bro.
Your ability to follow action is not good because you're a league player. You don't get it, and that's okay.
Okay. That's turn rate. Terrible. Horrible, by the way. Turn rate's terrible. There's no argument. It's why
Wait.
I played Dota. I'm not done yet.
All right, go ahead.
I played Dota.
Yeah.
And I got almost to gold.
Wait.
As a Pudge player.
Why are you defending the
มือ
league?
เบา
Didn't you get banned from that game?
Yes, but I'm grown. I've matured in my actions.
ไส้แห้งแล้วไปเที่ยวทำไมเอาไปแข่งไง
Banned from league, am I right?
Yeah, that's the only way
เรา
I
พ
play
ก
that
กระ
game.
เป๋าไปใช่ปะ
Why did you
เดิ
stop
น
playing
แบบ
Dota? I forget.
เดินท่องเที่ยวด้วยแหละเพราะว่าเราก็เที่ยวชมเมืองเที่ยว
Stop playing this game.
That is not what happened. I got
เอ่
bored. It's
อ
a terrible
สถานที่ที่มัน
I'm sure you would
เป็น
get
สัญ
bored.
ลักษณ์ของ
Not
ฝรั่ง
as
เศส
interesting for you. Not enough.
ก็ไปหอ
late
ใช่ไหม
led,
ไปหอคอยไป
female
ดู
characters.
สามเหลี่ยมอะไรเงี้ย
Okay, that I'm not saying
กระเป๋าเปิดเอง
I'm not saying that either.
แต่ว่ากระเป๋าไม่มีอะไรครับผมก็เลย
Listen,
I will
แต่
say
แค่
this.
ตกใจ
Dota has a
มันมือ
mechanic
เบา
where you can buy back as well.
You can. It's called spending money.
Yeah, it's called you made a misplay. Here's a get out of jail free card.
Well, no. In Dota, our players spend money in the game instead of out of the game to buy a $500 autograph that they never wanted.
Yeah.
Now, I get it. Turn rate is a big deal, but I heard League has turn.
Turn what?
Oh, sorry. It's not turn rate. It's turnover rate of the.
Okay, this guy has rehearsed it. Okay, he has rehearsed it, by the way.
It's okay.
Yes, maybe the staff, but people play the game well.
Which one?
League of Legends. It's one of the most popular games in the world for years.
Yeah, until Mobile Legends Bang Bang came out, it was great.
The only people, that's not true. That's not true. The only people that play Dota are like European players.
That is true. I mean, Dota does not have a lot of players, and you guys are so much bigger than us. I completely agree. There's a lot of people that eat fast food instead of going to a 3-star Michelin restaurant. I'm sure it's better.
Wait, now you're insulting America as a whole.
I'm not insulting America.
These aren't even league players.
No.
Okay, how about the league players in like Korea?
Where?
Korea. Probably played.
Oh my God, that's where Faker is from, right?
Yes.
Faker. Oh my God. What other pros do you guys have?
Okay, do you know what? I don't know a namesake pro Dota player.
Huh?
Who's a shelf Dota player?
We don't want you to know. Everyone's always like, Dota doesn't have enough players.
Because nobody watches the game.
คิดถึงไทเลอร์วันสมัยเลื้อนๆเมื่อก่อนนี่คือแบบมันเอาสุดนะ
You think I want to play with those guys?
Yeah, you need some players in your game to even queue up. You're probably scraping the bottom of the barrel right now.
I mean, you do have me.
Your queue time is probably 25.
ไทเลอร์วันมันโยนเกมสุดเลยเมื่อก่อน
Yes, all right, you got me there. You got me there. You know, here I would probably surrender, but unlike a league player, I'm not a so I'll keep going. I'm surprised. You are so good at debating for a guy that has no ability to talk in his game.
I can talk about game.
No, you can't.
They're gonna have voice. Yeah, but they said it's coming.
Oh, is that coming?
It's coming soon.
Oh, like the replay system? Is that coming? Hell yeah.
It's coming soon. Soon.
Guys, just spend a little bit more money unlocking heroes. When they're done with the fighting game,
champions.
When they're done with the card game,
they're called champions.
They'll get to that. They'll get
เลื้อน
to
เท่า
that.
โดเนทช่องนี้ไหมโอ้โห
It's like their owners like a they can take
ไม่
advantage
ไทเลอร์วันมันโยนเกม
other than just.
That's really interesting.
That's a claim. Yeah, wait a minute.
มันเล่นนะมันเดินแจก
Let
เล
me
ย
retract that. I forgot who made that. Okay, let's retract that. Never mind.
No, it's fine.
Never mind.
Yo, if it goes bad, you can just release Jinx for the 40th time. I'm sure that will get him back.
They're just lying for camera.
Now put him back in. Put him back in the card game.
How about Arcane? Arcane did well.
ไลออนแบนนี่เขาเลิกเล่นเลย
That is
nobody knows where what it is.
You got us there. I mean, our anime was not as good. It is so surprising how much League players love League when they don't have to play that game. It was huge, dude.
Okay, that's
all right.
ให้มันคุยอะไรกันเยอะแยะวะน้อง
You got some great
จะดู
points.
เจนจีพี่
I gotta say though, at least we can agree we both hate FPS.
This guy drives me crazy.
We hate FPS. Am I right?
Lucky there's camera crew and people hear us. We might be in a physical.
All right, we are fine. We are fine. We both hate FPSs, though.
True.
Absolute garbage. We're middle class, baby. We're mobile players. All right. Thank you very much. It's solved.
Bro, you rehearsed these fucking.
I didn't rehearse anything.
เจนจีพี่เมื่อไหร่มาจานชอบไหมไทเลอร์วันโอ้โหผมว่าตัวจริงเขาน่าจะนิสัยดีมากเลยเขาเกรียน เขาเกรียนเฉยๆเป็นคาแรคเตอร์
There's nothing like a game 3 between T1 and Gen G as we roll back in, looking to see the spectacle that we're going to be delivered for this. Game 1, scrappy as hell. Game 2, we got the scrap, but we also got more constituted team fights, with T1 bringing that dynamic through the mid-game. Now, Pace came back from certain misery from what was a Gen G-dominated bot side, only to give us the true meaning of Pace Caitlyn.
Yep, getting dove early on, both of them dying without Gen G binning any flashes, then dying the 2v2 later. It looked doom and gloom, but the resilience from T1, setting up Pace to carry, Ona with the phenomenal engages, and Kerry as Bard, once again putting on a complete show.
Again, huge performance. The owner on the Wukong, I felt like his engages were so sharp. There were a lot of times where, as Orcs mentioned, they were combining the double binding from Bard with the double knockup coming through from the Wukong ult and clone. That was a beautiful display of jungle support synergy to get the game back on track.
So now the only question is, what are we going to get for our final game? Our final game between T1 and Gen G in this best of 3, third place match, where the difference in points in prize pool is huge.
เกมนี้พี่บอสให้ใครเจนจีดิครับ
Doran is not going to get his Jace thanks to T1
ผมทายเจนจีทุกเกม
taking it away. And once again, Ona is probably going to be choked from this Vi, from this Nocturne, like he has been.
ทำไมอยู่ฝั่งหนึ่งต้องแบนเจดวะ
A lot of jungle bans coming through, and with it being fearless already, the pool really feels quite thinned out, especially when you look at like the typical meta junglers. I expect Poppy to be banned as well.
Then Neferi
really stands out as the sort of highest prior jungle left available.
We'll be probably looking towards something like Shinzao as well, especially if you want to play a more traditional front-to-back, particularly looking at Gen G, who have been seeming to favor kind of that playstyle in this series versus T1. The Ziggs taken out as well, and it's been Vi Nocturne on the side of Gen G. Things like the Gnar, Poppy, as you mentioned, have also jumped into the ban list in game number 2.
Olaf gone.
Ooh.
Usually is a response to that Jace that we've seen, also a response to things like the
แบน
Gnar.
ซิกเลย
Also,
กลัวโดนแผ่นโป๊ก
Ash Seraphine. It's a pretty good counter when you can just run into the backline onto immobile carries.
I think Olaf has been a great pick for Doran, particularly when the enemy team lacks that DPS, has a mage in the bot lane, and they can't cut through it. Notably, Poppy and Orianna both haven't been banned yet, that were banned in previous drafts. Trundle ban going to come through, so this suggests that T1 could lean towards the Xin-Zhao, Trundle good into the Xin-Zhao, could also lean towards the Poppy, but I think they're expecting Gen G to take this Orianna here.
Yeah, for sure, right? Ori first, and then rotation.
เจ้าโกงนะถ้าไม่มี Handle อ่ะคุมอ่ะ
There's just so much. It's like an open window. The virus is there, which is going to be slammed by Gen G, but you are giving up Ori. You're giving up Ori, and specifically, as you talked about before, the jungler Neferi as well for repairing, which often isn't being given in the same rotation.
I feel like Orianna plus Shinzao buys so much time in the team fights. There's so much survivability and distance that you can create in those fights.
เพิ่งเห็นว่าโค้ดคือริว
In the past, I will say, also,
ริวกับเฟเกอร์มันไอ้นี่กันนี่หว่าโจทย์กันนี่หว่า
So the flexibility of Varus might decrease a little bit with his priority jungle that can also be used in a solo lane. T1 that ambitious. It seems like such a good pairing. Orianna was a given. Early jungle here. Are they willing to pick up the Neferi, or is it going to be something more constitute like the Xin-Zhao that also has a good pairing with Faker's Ori?
On the Xin-Zhao. Very
YouTube
effective and also has the shielding the backup from the Orianna, which
ระบบหยุดการ
we know
เป็น
the
สมา
Xin-Zhao
ชิก
definitely
ของคุณใน
prefers.
ช่อง
Now for
ลอย
Gen G,
สไต
I
ล์
expected jungle
ไว้
pick up
ชั่ว
the
คราว
Canyon.
เนื่องจากการชำระเงิน
And
ล้ม
then
เหลว
presumably
เราพบปัญหา
Chovy's
เกี่ยวกับ
answer
วิ
to
ธี
this
การชำระเงิน
Orianna
ในปัจจุบัน
could
ของ
go
คุ
for
ณ
something like the
จึงต้อง
Akali,
หยุดการเป็นสมาชิก
could
ใน
also
ช่อง
go for
ลอยส
something
ไต
like the
ล์
Galio as
และการ
well.
เข้าถึงสิท
Gonna
ธิ
start off by taking the Pantheon
คืออะไร
for Canyon. Bit of that global pressure. and it will be that
ได้ซิง
Galio
จอดได้โอเล
Jovi
น่า
that
เล
Hog
ย
released.
T1
I
ได้ตัว
actually
โห
really like
ด
this combo because again, when you have semi-globals on the map, then the side lanes become a little bit tricky to play
บอ
for
ส T1 ชนะยาตาโดให้กิฟ
have been
จริง
so
ปะเนี่ย
mobile
คุณยาตา
around
อยู่
the
ช่อง
map,
นู้น
so
เหรอ
fast around the map. This is a way that Genji can actually contain that.
And I think it
ก็
makes
พูด
the
ไป
skirmish
เรื่อยคุณยาตา
so
ไม่อยู่วัน
threatening
เนี้ย
in the mid jungle because once one bit of CC lands, it's just going to get layered. There's a lot of burst damage between the two, enough to just completely demolish either Faker or Owner in the
วันนี้คุณ
early
ยาตาเขาไม่อยู่
levels. And now, will you get an 80 carry here, knowing
ก็พูด
that
กัน
things
ส
will be thinned
วด
out?
ๆไปเรื่อย
Afterwards, no, they're going to go for the Yorick for Doran.
The Flandre special. This guy brought out the Yorick, one of the very first players to bring it out in the current meta. I feel like it was something early last year even. Into anything caster or range top lane, it's actually really potent and strong to push that lane.
How's Keen's Cho'Gath, Orcs? Where are you at on that for the time being? When was the last time you remember? I love you scrolling there, you're like, hang on a minute.
Did he play it? I don't think we have had Cho'Gath in the LCK, but I don't think Keen wasn't the one to play it.
โอ้ทำไม
But we have seen it
เลือก
before,
กาดิโอ
so
วะ
it'd be interesting if he's prepped it to come out here, and then obviously that would involve putting that
ปล่อย
Varus
ไม่ได้
down
โช
towards
วี่
the bot lane to ruler. Still a flex, still have the option to put that Varus in the top lane, but that would
ป้าแจ้
obviously
หายไป
be
ไหนหมด
into
เลื่อน
the
การเต็ม
Yorick.
แชทแล้วนั่นดิพี่ซิน
With the Olaf ban coming through from Genji and the Shinzao Oriana, I would love to see some Ashe Seraphine action, some Senna พี่
ซิน
plus
จริงครับ
sort of support
เริ่
action
ม
coming
เยอะนะ
through
ช่องผม
from T1. I feel like their front to back potential and their
สุ
stalling
ดท้าย
potential
ก็
in
เหลือ
terms
แต่
of
เฮีย
team
ชับบี้
fights
เฮีย
is
ชับ
just
บี้
so
ไม่เคย
strong
ไปไหน
right here with what they've already structured with the double melee champions plus the Oriana that it could really
เฮีย
not
ชับบี้
allow
คุณ
that
มินี่อย่างเงี้
Galio
ย
Pantheon duo to work in terms of team fight in role 5 vs 5.
คือรักเราจริงไง
Marks on the bands. Lulu, Nautilus both gone. Lucian going to go as well as a possible pairing. They're thinking about what could have gone with the Varus. Again, remember that Varus still can be a flex.
พี่ชับบี้มางานไหมครับ
Let's see the preference for Keen though, as
Union
Poppy's
Mall
going to be taken away as well. And stop some of the mitigation of mobility here. But T1
ถ้าพี่
needs
ชับ
an
บี้
AD
มาเลี้ยง
carry.
ข้าวผมด้วยนะ
And there's a couple of majors up. But we've lost things
I think
like the Victor.
Sivir makes sense into the, if you're expecting the Varus to be bought, Sivir works well here,
Okay.
and it does good into like the melee comp, but maybe you don't want to pick out on 4 since you don't know where the Varus is going. Then you could just end up taking a support instead. We'll see though, 41. I think the Varus, where it's going, really is going to dictate how this draft plays out.
Hayes typed about 3 names in 1 second that he had to pick.
The suspense is just building.
กินไร
Maybe he just didn't like any of the
พี่บอส
options.
อยู่งานทั้งวันวันที่1 ถึง 2อยู่ทั้งวันเลยครับอยู่ทั้งวันเลย
We're having a remake of
So I think if it's the Varus
Oh,
bot lane,
เขา
I
ให้
think
ผม
the
อยู่
Sivir works really well into it because obviously
ตั้งแต่แบบ
into any casters you can spell shield. Those
ป
abilities.
ระมาณ
We'll see if it's going to be the on hit or the
เที่ยง
poke
ถึง
Varus
เย็น
that
น่ะ
comes through. I also think
2
that
วันเลยครับ
Rakan has a good amount of value here, specifically if you're pairing it with the Galio.
เฮ้ยพี่ชับบี้เลี้ยงแบบเรื่องได้เลยอ่ะ
Genji, I love Rakan Galio. How
แต่
you
จริ
get
งๆผม
that
ก็ไม่ได้
initial
ชอบ
gauge
อะไรแพง
on top,
ๆ มาก
so
ครับ
maybe if we
MK
are
อ่ะพี่ชับบี้
lean towards like a Zaya Rakan for Genji, I think there's options ultimately at this point.
ชอบกิน
Yeah.
But
MK
it just depends.
เฮ้ยอยากกินอะไรเรื่องเลยจริงปะเนี่ย
Are
พี่
you
ชับ
gonna
บี้
put that Varus top lane into the Yorick, or has that scared you off and you're going to give Keen something else in the matchup? And if so, what? There is the Renekton, I believe, available, and Renekton does pretty well into the Yorick. We've seen that matchup just really snowball and run away, and then you'd have this very thick bruiser front line for Genji on the top side of the map.
And you can
really
also
just
play
want
for top side,
บอส
right?
จะไปสาย
and you really would just
เหมือน
want
เอลิเซน
to
คืออะไรครับ
consolidate that with some engage.
เขาไป
You
สาย
could
เหร
just
อ
go even like Varus Rakan would work, honestly, or Varus Rel, Varus Alistair. So I think that's an angle you could go towards for Genji.
Also, we didn't mention it, but I think
ผม
the
ต้องไปก่อนเวลาอยู่แล้วดิ
Yep.
So the Syndra as an option for that bottom lane also still exists
ก่อนเว
if
ลาแป๊บ
there's
หนึ่
going
ง
to be more flexibility with
โด
the
เนทมา
Varus.
100 บาท
ครึ่งชั่วโม
โด
งอะไร
เนท
เงี้ย
มา 10
Someone like
บาท
Yorick as well.
โดเนทมา
I mean, also to
50
the
บาท
side of
โดเนทมา 20
T1,
บาท
if you're
จ้า
playing into like Galio,
ยอมรับความจริง
Pantheon,
เถิด
Syndra does
บ
a
อ
pretty
ส
good job
มึง
of
ทำ
disrupting
ตัว
the
แบบ
angle.
นี้
The
แฟน
stun
ที
can just
หนึ่ง
completely
รุ่น
cut
ใหญ่
them down.
เขาไปจากช่องมึงหมดแล้ว
Wouldn't have
วัน
the
ที่มึง
most
ได้
damage
โด
to
เบิ้ม
cut
โด
through them,
เบิ้
but
ม
you
จาก
have a
แฟ
decent
น
damage
ทีหนึ่ง
profile
เมื่อเวอร์ปี
already. I don't see Yorick into melee
2023 มัน
champions
กำลัง
in
จะ
team
หาย
fights. I
ไป
think
เรื่
Yorick
อย
struggles
ๆ
into
แล้ว
like
ว่ะหรือว่ากลับไปเชียร์ทีวันวะน้องเอาไง
rolling with melees, the maiden gets so much damage down.
เดี๋ยวพ่อยกไปหมด
It's a bit awkward for T1 to also separate Ash, Seraphine, since they are on first pick.
เบเกอร์หลับตาว่ะ
In that particular draft, they could potentially angle that if they could pick it together as a duo, and they knew what they were playing into in Genji. It fits the theme of the comp with the Bruisers and the Orianna, but splitting it apart, you could end up in a situation where it just gets countered down bot lane, and if Ash, Seraphine kind of get shut down pretty early, it just becomes very
แต่
difficult.
คือถ้าเราเชียร์ทีวันมันซ้ำไง
See if it's an angle that can be played towards.
มันซ้ำกับช่องอื่น
a pause / a hold because there was a misclick. It was Pays or I'm not sure who it was. Smiles were going across. I think Carrier smiled at him. So
there we go.
It might have been a misclick here from the bottom side of T1, but we'll find out regardless what that exactly was. However, for now, we're just going to run it back. Exact same pick and ban up until that point, up until the 0 seconds on pace. So we will go very quickly to this fourth pick for T1 to find out what they're leveraging here for Genji have put cards on the table.
เป็นไปได้
Right, so
เป็น
all
ไปได้
three
ครับ
picks, the
33 นาที
Orianna
สบายฮะ
positions out from T1. They get some little bit of extra time to think about this as well. I feel like that fourth pick for T1 is going to be very important, whether they want to solidify their AD carry, not knowing where that Varus actually goes. However, they need to make sure that the threat of the Pantheon Galio is dissuaded some way. Again, things like potentially even Zaya.
ขอถ่ายรูปโดเท่าไหร่ต้องโดด้วยเหรอก็โดก็ดีอ่ะ
And I think I'm just interested to see where the Varus is going to go, whether they're going to commit to it in the bot lane or top. I think I'm leaning towards it being in the bot lane at this point. And I think Keen might bring out the Renekton in this situation. But we will see.
I think if you get walled with the Varus top, very interesting.
Here we go. He has now 26 seconds.
All right. Well,
he had a bit more than that.
I think already he would have claimed what it was a lot of the time in these remakes, so he just had to slam it. So it is that Syndra. We talked about the Syndra before. Syndra's going to get locked in, and again, going to be bot lane most likely. We've also seen more likely going to be that Syndra. And now the question is, Genji, is that Varus going bot or not? They're going to show us the next 2 picks. We need support.
I think
an 80 carry / top.
This kind of makes on-hit Varus a bit uncomfortable playing into like.
บอกช่วงเวลากิจกรรมได้ไหมพี่จะว่างตอนไหน
Attacks off, so if it is going bot, more likely to be poke Varus.
ก็คงมีเวลาว่างอยู่ครับเพราะว่ามันก็มีอินฟูท่านอื่นไปด้วย
With an engaged support, you have these bruisers in the Galio and the Pantheon. You can kind of go forward and you can just ult through them. And if it connects on Pays or fake it, that'll be a one-team fight.
Is there enough damage though to do Seraphine with the support?
No one's that tanky on T1, so I don't think it's too much of a concern. And you have a good amount of damage from the rest of the team, and it is going to be Seraphine, Alistar bot lane. So you have the setup, you have the engage, you have this big bruiser front line, and then you actually have the AD carry in the top lane with the Varus.
แต่ว่าอินฟูท่านอื่นน่าจะมีนะอินฟูเต็มนะดูทรง
If that initial engage works, that should get a lot of the job done. And now for T1, what are they going to respond with? Pairing up with the Syndra in the bot lane into these heavy bruises.
I mean, technically, Rel could work really well. A lot of melees on Gen G, so the counter engage could work. Keria is a Pike expert right here. He's going to be locking it in.
Lovely.
I'm a little bit worried for the damage output on the side of T1. I'm not going to lie.
So this Pike definitely feels like a snowball pick, a lane pick, because you have a lot of threat onto the Seraphine, but also into the Alistar matchup. If Pike is priming his Q the best way to interrupt is to headbutt him, but he'll just dash backward and then you're stunned. You're going to get the CC layered with the Syndra as well.
ขอถ่ายคุณลีน่าอะไรแฟนผมไม่ได้ไปผมเขาไปธุระอย่างอื่น
And really Genji need to get out of that laning phase
ผมไปคนเดียว
and have that value in team fights that the champions really provide.
So I'm going to ask you, is there worry if Keen doesn't have an all-time game? Is there worried if Canyon isn't able to use Chovy rather to help unlock the map here? What is your concern with Genji running into this T1 comp when there's a lot of comfort, but also a lot of operation within the ultis, within the team fights that feel like there's a lot of threatening angles that come through from these champions?
They're very tanky. The shields definitely help prolong the fight. So you are lacking damage, but you can prolong those team fights. Eventually, you will do enough to weather the other team down. My problem for Genji is actually getting there. I feel like the level 6 is going to be very important for them, and obviously not allowing Keria to do whatever he wants on the map in the early stages.
It's also like when picks like Syndra executes,
ก็ไปทำงานนะครับ
not able to get the health bars even close to the XP range, they're gonna feel much worse. Pike, if you do not snowball this pick, you do not impact the
จัด
map.
ไป
The Pike is just gonna feel
นาที
useless
นะ
in the team fights.
ฝาก
There's too
ให้
much
กำลัง
CC
ใจ
going around,
ที
too much
ตาม
damage.
สถิ
They'll
ติ
just explode
ถึ
you.
งบอส
So I
จะ
really
บอก
think
แพ้
T1
ช
need to
นะ
get
แท
rolling
บจะ
and get some momentum. And ideally,
แต่ถ้าสูง
อยู่แล้ว
ต่ำ
มี
บอส
มีแต่
แม่น
ตัว
อยู่
แบบ
80%
that Varus,
มีแต่ตัว
Keen's
สกิล
Varus
ใส่กัน
should
อะ
be targeted heavily. Shut him down, and the game gets a lot easier.
Well, just like the road to MSI, we're at the final game. T1 triumphed.
สายใหม่ไม่ได้มาสายใหม่อยู่แคนาดาครับ
Stayed at home, onlookers at the event.
ไปเข้ารีสอร์ท
been knocked out, but moved to the third place match where T1 stand in their way. Revenge would taste amazing in Paris, just like all the food does. But the real question is, can Genji bring us a game one like we saw in this series? Because that was exceptional. That's what it's going to take here. I've made my production team hungry. Don't worry, there's another best of 5. They can eat during that because that is going to be a delight. And I'm not talking about
I love this tech because getting a ward in the lane brushes is so important for top laners, especially in a rangeless money matchup. So we see Duro come over and put the ward down level 1, but Carrier
พิง
comes
ใส่
over.
ใหม่โอ้โหทำไมมาไม่ได้ครับบิน
It's just
มันเครียด
a little funny interaction matching that. Carrier's, and I talked about him impacting
Okay,
top lane. I was
เลยเหรอ
thinking, maybe after like 3 minutes. He's there now.
He is.
Duro sniffs it though.
Lane swap
Still
meta.
staying.
Okay, let's stick it around. Quick base from Carrier, maybe. Still hovering. Duro cancels his base. So does Carrier. And so both supports are going to be late to this lane. Means solo experience for Pays and roll up.
Keep just
โดนลันโดนแล้วน่ะ
Keen just checked to see if Carrier is actually back in, and now he's gone.
By the way, Duro soaked a minion from top lane. Carrier did not. So might be a small EXP difference. I mean, Doran's going to hit level 2 here first, despite there being a ranged matchup. The ghouls are out as well, so Doran on that next wave will have 2, will have the E, but Keen obviously is going to be able to get the auto attacks down on the minions first, which does mean that they match level 2 at the same time.
Now, but sports returning to bot lane.
เว้ยเจนจีเว้ยน้อง
level 2 spike from
ส่ง
side
ที
to
วันกลับบ้าน
and Genji not, sorry, T1 not able to capitalize on that window here and now because the attention being put towards top lane does give a bit more freedom to Duro and Ruler. Notably as well, Duro has gone for
สูง
aftershock.
3-5ไหมโอ้โหผมไม่ได้สนับสนุนการพนันนะ
Really
อย่าไปเล่นกันนะครับการพนันมันไม่ดีหรอก
durability in this
Orders
game.
coming in, yeah, Chovy forced out of the lane, has to teleport, but as you expect, the range advantage is going to take care of Galio early before he gets more resistance.
Love this also from Canyon. He went Raptors into bot side, into back, into longsword. Owner has been doing this for forever. And because he knows Owner's going to end up on the top side of the map, could potentially match Keen a bit too far forward. And Owner is
He's
right
also
behind
got 3 calls as well. He landed the
Okay.
morning, missed the dark procession around. Keen's going to flash away, but wind becomes lightning. And death comes for Keen. First blood to Owner.
And if death wasn't enough, just look where those minions will land when Doran is done resetting. The lane will push further down, which means that Keen, who's flashless and teleportless, is going to have to overextend to catch his wave.
And I really wanted to see T1 putting attention towards top lane. So good that they've done it so far. Doran set that gank up really effectively. And we even see double scuttle secured with Pays and Carrier moving up to get this bot lane scuttle while the top lane one was secured by Owner. Just good proactive moves in this early game.
So Pays, who doesn't have to use the TP because he hasn't actually backed away yet as well. Moves away as Ruler has with the amplifying tone. TP going to be used. Faker stands his ground. But it's mainly just to clear the waves. Duro's also roaming, supports as they do at level 2, just crossing bridges in the mid lane. And Carrier will go back while Duro, remember, slight experience advantage, now has margined out a little bit. He gets level 3 off the mid wave.
แล้วรูเลอร์มานั่งเล่นตัวอย่างเงี้ยนะ
Carrier fishing for an angle down here in the bot lane. The CC layering very threatening.
คีอินไปเล่นแครี่แทน
Spots Canyon, I believe.
โคตรรั่ว
You see Duro right now. Spots Canyon on the ward that was
ให้
placed
รูเลอร์มานั่ง
earlier.
เล่นตัว
So they do know the whereabouts of the Pantheon.
เล่
And
นตัว
again,
บัฟ
this Genji composition truly unlocks at level 6 the Galio plus Pantheon that can hit the side lanes. Hopefully they can play to get some more money potentially into Ruler's Seraphine as Keen.
บอสอย่างง่อยโอ้โห
Like he's a little bit cooked up top side, especially with where the wave has been kept.
Yeah, wow.
Doran this entire time makes it really
อ๋อ
difficult
เป๋มั่ว
to walk up and see
เอา
us.
เป๋ตายเป๋ตาย
Meanwhile,
เป๋
looks
ตาย
like head by pulverized. Duro's
เป๋
found the mark.
โอ้
It's
ยส
Hayes.
วยกว่าดิ
Yeah, the crowd's a
อย่า
bit
มั่ว
confused,
เล่น
but
อย่า
Duro
มั่ว
finds an
น้อง
angle.
Just a big overstep. The fact that the Alistair can get behind you and set up that headbutt without even using flash. You know you're in a bad position then, and it's an easy pickup. You are this immobile mage, and it's just an easy handover to Canyon on this Pantheon.
That's where you want your gold in the early game. Pantheon is going to be the moving piece in the entire Gen G composition. So getting that extra gold, extra first item. Now with the tumbler in the inventory, Canyon really has the chance to impact the early game.
Yeah, the ghost in the water. Carry out Bone Skewer's knife on the wall. Had a blitz come through, but he didn't get the last two auto attacks of it. Paige just gets chunked out. Right now, Ruler and Duro chilling in yet another laning phase here in this series.
Yeah, Ruler low mana, so he has to reset to get out here. And this was just, you know, Carrier can kind of do things like this because he's on Pike. He can go aggressive. But look how far forward Paze was.
Yeah.
Trying to grab the Grom.
Oh my god.
And then the headbutt back into the pulverize, into the stun. No getting out of that.
No one takes his Grom.
No, he is pals with that Grom.
แกงหมดวิวหกปะ
Looking
วิวห
around
ก
for
ตาย
an
ซะ
angle, maybe
โด
looking for a bit more deep information. Going to spot out jungle attention here from Ona, especially on that ward. Over this next scuttle, level 6 to be acquired. That's from Canyon especially. A little bit behind on the EXP game as Terry looking for a bone skewer, delays Canyon a little bit, but as he gets that ward and Keen here to auto out, especially with level 6, no one wants to walk into this level 6 Varus, as the kill threat definitely there. Hayes, speaking of kill threat, a couple more of those, and Ruler will have his number.
Duro also shows up in the mid lane wave next to Chovy, so T1 knows that there is a numbers advantage in this river for Gen G. They're going to let go of that Skull Crab. Cannon very, very close to his level 6. He's going to get it off his camp right now. And this is where the threat happens. Level 6 on Chovy, level 6 on Canyon. Dragon is up. Where is Canyon going to use his first ult?
He's going to fly in with Chovy, that's for sure. Dragon being an Infernal for the stats to start. Grubs up in 1 minute 30. Carrier hovers again. Faker looking for the push out as well as Chovy takes a decent chunk, but with the null magic mantle, it's getting better here for Chovy on the Galio.
Copper's come in from T1. They've sent the Yorick down to the bot lane, and we have Hayes up top side. We actually saw, so Keen walked most of the way top lane. You can see him in the base now. They were late on this. He walked most of the way top, and now he's beelining towards the bot lane. T1 heading tempo when setting up this swap.
They're trying to match, seeing the Yorick down that bot lane. Great catch, Ox. They want to play for potentially the next Dragon. And also having Keen around on the shortest route possible. Matching that Yorick down bot lane. He's going to grab that wave just in time. So the extra distance is not going to be so punishing. I feel like when he hits every creep, he's most likely going to almost equalize in CS versus Doran right here. As Keria is hovering around mid, going towards the tops of the map where Paze is waiting on Syndra.
Spotted out by a quick scrying scuttle here as Ona walking over as well. Ward's placed down, control now spotted. Ona looking deep, see if he can take that for now, but they don't know where Canyon is, and obviously with ulti up, it's dangerous. The shield of Ranchoff are going to bring in Chovy under threat. He flies away, it's Matt, free Talon strike. Ona was one away from getting the knockup, so Chovy lives.
They're disengaged there from Chovy. Fortunately does win the flash, but if you're trading with Ona 1-for-1, it's not too bad in that situation. Now though, Paige, you might be in, okay, had the vision of Canyon, able to back away. Ruler and Duro moving in.
Cannon is looking for the ult. He's going to press it.
Duro looking to be engaged, finds it first. Going to fly on in. Or at least press the button to stop them from doing so. 4 members, but an encore flies and Ona is down. The first goes to Gen G. Keen, meanwhile, also finding a solo kill on the man with the eulogy. The Varus top comes in clutch.
Gen G able to get 2 of those grubs, and they're just too bulky right now. You know, the Galio flies in, the Pantheon, the Alistair. There just isn't the damage, the DPS to cut through it from T1. And in the meantime, the fact that Keen, who obviously got ganked early, able to find the solo kill in the 1v1, feels fantastic for Gen G.
But that's what really worried me through draft for T1. If we look at this one more time, you see Canyon ulting in. On top of him is Chovy, who grabbed his way through mid lane and then joins them. And my problem right here is that Syndra is more of a burst mage. Orianna with the shockwave becomes a burst mage as well. I do not see the consistent damage from T1. And their consistent damage could be Doran, but he's currently losing on a winning matchup on the side lane.
Yeah, look for the angle, but couldn't chase Keen too heavily because he was so close to tower. And once Keen is lethal tempo stacked up, he's such a threat. Doran overstepping there.
And the thing is, in that fight around the grubs, Duro didn't even have ult, and they still couldn't kill him. Yeah. So once he has that level 6, going to be an even harder target to cut through. Dragon is up and available, and likely a focus point now. We can see Canyon moving over towards it, and they have a good amount of vision.
คืออะไรกันลิโอลงแพนเหรอ ไม่ลงวัวเด็ดตะกี้
Chovy cleared on the control ward now, and there is a Scryer as well, so I just don't think any way for T1 to contest.
It's a really cool way that Gen G are approaching the fights, depending on whether they have that Pantheon Galio ult combo or not. Right here, they're just walking in, they're playing melee range, they're engaging the Dragon, they're looking to play inside their own bubble, whilst at the Void Grubs, they allow T1 to walk in, and then they're re-engaged from range, which then utilize very well the two semi-globals that they're sporting. Really nice way to showcase how to use the comp, whether you have that ability or not.
And nothing pressuring them from having to force themselves to a play without it. For now, those cooldowns almost back up and available for Canyon and Chovy. And T1 hovering around the topside play. It looked like Duro was just waiting for the step up from Doran, especially without the eulogy of the Isles. The 1v2 threat, the 1v1 threat just really isn't there from the Yorick. And the sustain and the insane damage that comes through.
And I think what's gone well
ถือว่าโหมลงได้ดีนะรายการนี้นะครับ T1 เจอ Gen G
moving to match Carrier. Carrier just hasn't been able to have
ทำไมดูเงียบ
on the pike, and this pick
น้องดูบัฟปะวะ
it's going to just be less than that shoots
ลองดูกันหน่อยดิครับ
especially in this Gen G composition. So even though the gold is pretty close,
ลองดูหน่อยนะใครที่ดูได้นะครับ
for T1, they need to start making some proactive plays and finding some momentum somewhere.
Talking about T1 being concerned, 9 seconds on that Pantheon ult, and Paze is all alone down that bot side of the map. Raptors is what Pantheon is on right now. However, you're looking at top lane being pushed for T1, bot lane's being kind of pushed by T1 from Paze right now. It's going to take a reset.
ลองดูหน่อยครับลองดูหน่อย
That now that Thunder Sky is complete for Canyon, he's going to be looking for his next victim.
อุ้ยทำไมอ่ะ
You don't often say that. Duro just gave it the headbutt. T1 still want to follow it up. But they're out of gap closes. They are getting desperate, Orcs. I think
that was so close. Duro with a little sidestep. He had heal as well for the movement, but didn't use it. And Carrier commits the flash. You can see he really wants to make things happen. Speaking of making things happen,
Doran will have the ulti. Will pull it out. Flashes instead. Chain Scarf's going to land at max range. Pressing that E now for the ulti. It's a little bit late though. Doran going to get shot. And the wife will die.
เอาเพลลงมาทำไมอยากตายเป็นเพื่อนเหรอหรืออะไร
Gets out of it if only just the ball now on his head, looking for an audacious charge. Faker needs a shockwave. His plays, misses the stun. So there one man onto Canyon. He gets the stun on a crescent guard. A re-engage, but Canyon running for his life, surviving. But now Carrier with the engage gets flashed on by Keen. Faker will do it himself. He sends the ball out. The stun, the ulti. Keen is dead as well. T1 gets some gold, but Chovy will take one back. A stun onto Faker. He'll slowly win the war the beast. Faker will dodge, but he will die. And Chovy will pick up in one return.
And you see T1 trying to get more out of that, but in the end, it's still favored towards Gen G. The trade-off kills coming out pretty huge there here. This setup on the Doran was pretty fantastic. They're really patient, waiting for his flash to make sure that the ult from Keen connects. So he's just guaranteed doomed here. But then when the counter-engage comes in, they have the TP flank to Syndra, they have the rest of T1 moving up. They're not immediately able to capitalize here. So right now it's a 1-0 for Gen G. And they end up focusing down Canyon, who doesn't have the Aegis immediately available. The stun doesn't connect, unfortunately. The shockwave does. But I think it's actually the Winds of War later for Chovy that ends up getting a kill here. Oh, we're going back to live.
No, we're going to go live.
Oh, no, live again.
In the live was used before, so 1 versus 3, he is dead. He has no flash. The virus top better, and Doran is burying himself with his own shovel.
When I said I needed to see attention top lane, I was actually talking about T1 putting attention top lane.
Really?
Gen G just getting further and further ahead.
And I feel like they did that pretty early on. Carrier tried to pay a visit. Owner paid a visit where they got the extra first kill over on Shinzao by ganking Keen, taking his first. Just never ended up revisiting. I feel like this Pantheon Galio combo has been so potent from Gen G. Canyon has been using it on cooldown. It's coming off cooldown soon again. There are a couple of flashes missing from the map. Faker doesn't have one. Doran doesn't have one. So if these two overextend in any lane, and I'm looking at Faker right now on the top side of the map, Canyon could be looking at his number.
I'm very worried about the top laner of Genji. 2,500 gold and he's really maintaining most of it. The T1 invade is happening, but Keen is isolating bot with the Dusk and Dawn. So while there is some gold going down, there is more arguably going to this Varus, who is going to take the first turret at 14 minutes in the game.
This is not how this matchup goes.
Well, apparently this is how it goes.
Well, this York is stuck on Phage and Sheen, right? And there's a Dusk and Dawn on the other side. Keen has gotten out of lane. And that was the most important thing from Gen G. Do they trust to put him top lane in a counter matchup and him getting out of it? Currently, he's 2,000 gold up, 1 item up, and he's in a great position to...
Carrier looking for an engage onto Ruler. What can they find? Bone skill waiting, trying to get the flash, but Carrier advises against it. Phantom Manto to escape, and him and Paze are going to group up while Dragon's up now. First one of the game went to Genji. Canyon going to start it again in the control here.
บอสพวกแอนตี้ทีวันมีแต่จนว่ะ
The objectives, yeah.
ไม่มีใคร
I think it's the right call with the current state of things. They have the control in that area.
ต้องกลับไปเชียร์ทีวัน
into it. But Genji feeling pretty good about this one. We'll see what Soul is. To be honest, with how bulky their comp is, even a Chemtech, there we go. I think it still works very well with the composition.
Yeah.
These bulky frontline is going to be even harder to cut through. The shielding and healing that comes to as well going to be very high value. So if Genji get the hands on this, it's going to be so difficult to deal with. And I'm looking at Chovy as well. We already know that Galio very good against mages. He has Abyssal Mask and the upgraded Merc Treads. He's so hard to cut through for these AP champs.
Oh, they're running for Keen
กลับใจเป็นแฟนทีวันทันไหมเนี่ย
push out that wave and just back off. He knows that if you overstay, somebody will show up from T1 as they always do. I feel like the T1 rotation for that Dragon right there was perfect with Faker over on the top side whilst being shadowed by his team, so he cannot get shut down through the top side of the map. So Faker got some time to actually push under Jovi's tower and get a bit of CS. I feel like they're going to very heavily rely on that Orianna to make plays.
Oh, do you guys see that sign?
When that's G2,
yeah,
why did you point?
No.
Why did you point this out? Because people can't see, but you kept pointing at me. Read that sign. Why is that, Ox?
I just wanted to know the answer.
You know what? EU is still in the final.
True.
มาเริงพลาดแล้วไทยบอสโดนมา20 บาทจ้าที่เมื่อวานมารุงเชียร์เคซีออกนอกหน้ามันทำให้คนดูช่องมุงที่เชียร์ทีวันรับไม่ได้ตัวอย่างชัดก็มีทีA bit of trouble. He's slowed down by the audacious charge. Up shots now down. Pull back in. Might be a free kill. Bringing the Gundam Galio. Chovy onto Orno. Presengard already pulled on out. And Oda flashed away. He's got the ball on his head, so he needs to re-engage to find an angle for Faker. Genji group up as 5 through mid. They have all waves pushed right now, and the freedom to move as they will.
That was both teams kind of throwing whatever they had at each other. It was majority Genji using the Galio ult to keep the Alistar alive. They are very bulky. Carry
deep. He's going to just punch, but gets caught out. Carry almost dies though.
Who got caught there? I'm not
I don't know
sure.
why he's Chovy not dying. I need an answer now. Shotred's going to bring him in. He flashes away. He just punches again. Chovy takes a year to die, but die he does. A shutdown over to Faker. T1 a breath of light, and Faker is the only one with gold in this game.
Very big though, because Orianna, I feel like it's going to be the game changer right here. The consistent damage is coming through Orianna with the Q. Apart from the big pop from the shockwave, might be able to change those fights, especially when we're looking at the damage distribution.
หรือคุณจะบอกว่ายาเมาเสื้อขายดีกว่าเมสซี่
consistent damage of it, Owner.
Knock up, yeah. Owner's punishing this. Always Paige. Good scout of the week onto Canyon under Tara. Tara not hitting just yet, but there is one. Encore comes through. Paige in trouble. Throw a two-man pulverize, and a bait it is. Owner jumps back in. He wants something out of the play, but he won't find it yet as Carrier wants to bring death from below. All he needs is a skewer, and that misses. Genji walk away, drawing out Faker's TP.
Just shows how long it is taking T1 to cut through these targets and how much respect they have to pay. And in both of these situations, Carrier's like, hey, I found Chovy, and look how close he gets to death. Just trying to set up this play for his team. He flashes in and just nearly gets deleted. Just by a bit of damage from Paze, from Rula and there from Chovy. And then Chovy it does take a very long time to cut through him though. It's still a good kill for the side of T1, but here, the potential of Genji composition cannot be disrespected.
Yeah, Paze walks up with that flash, gets caught on the chain CC by the Seraphine and gets punished.
ยังเด็กอยู่เลยอย่ามา
That tower's very low.
There is a big thing around. Kerry's coming to help on out, but the turret regardless is going to go down to Keen, whether they continue to play or not. Kerry backing away, but Keen is just in these side lanes. Right now, Doran can't match him even with the Trinity Force. That guy is about to have a second item here on this forest top.
I feel like the pace of the game is picking up right here. Cannon also with his ult up right now could be looking the second that towers go down. This is where Pantheon shines because you think it's a 1 versus 1, suddenly he dives in, and suddenly becomes a 3 versus 1 as Galio can follow up on that as well on the side of Chovy. So T1 is going to have to be very careful on the side lane push.
50 seconds on that Dragon, and Baron going to be up and available as well. So I feel like this is a difficult fight. If T1 misstep, not only do Genji get potentially 3 dragons, but also can head over to that Baron. They don't have the most DPS of any composition, but they're very bulky, so they can withstand it. If they get a clean fight, they will just take that objective.
They will indeed, and Keen now also just picked up his second item, so let's call that a power spike. He's got a proto belt now on this forest top.
I'm wondering if Chovy's going to have enough for his second item. The Imperial Mandate is insane on Galio. This Abyssal Mask Imperial Mandate, so much extra percentage damage increase. And the ability haste you get on almost all your abilities, it's only a few that the Imperial Mandate is applied to, is just crazy value.
Very importantly, we're here for pace. No flash available. So much CC on the side of Genji. If he gets caught, tipped by the Seraphine ult, then the chain CC comes through, and we saw him overstep over in mid lane and just get one shot. So very important for pace to not get caught as T1 are approaching, trying to get some visions on their own jungle. Carrier will be the first one to stand forward, but Genji have already started it.
His Umbral has been used. Len's now down as well. Gets a bone skewer.
กล้าขายไหมพูดไปเรื่อยมั่นใจขนาดขายบ้านอะไรครับไม่มีบ้านครับอันนี้เช่าอยู่
He's going to be used by Genji defensively. Engaged from Duro. Sets it up, and there's Chovy to fly in after the fact as well. No knockup, but they're all in range. Ona gets sent away, or at least sends Canyon away. 3-man not bad, but not enough damage right now. And in the middle of it all, Zona's going to drop first of all. A bone skewer on Chovy means naught. As Genji find the fight, find the dragon, 3 up, and threatening Baron here with T1 losing a member.
You get a 3-man shockwave, and basically nothing changes. The sheer bulk of Genji so hard to cut through, and it just feels like a brick wall that you want to fight against. They do get value from Doran in the side lane.
They'll get bot as well. Actually, not a bad TP.
I feel like this is going to be the name of the game for T1. Try to buy as much time as possible while Doran is taking down those towers. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Hullbreaker even come out in the later stages from the side of Doran, just to try and get something off the map. The 5 versus 5 is really rough for T1 right now.
Close to this turret. Genji. They've already used some of those semi-globals, so they won't be able to catch Doran just yet. Kerry's also doing a bit of coverage here. A bit of gold back over to T1, but remember again, they're facing Soul Point. With Genji feeling so comfortable in this game 3. Seraphine with 2 items. Imperial Mandate that all talked about, that's now been picked up. So it really is Chovy getting unkillable, or at least annoying at this stage. Dura at half HP. Doesn't rather have the unbreakable will. Ona ulties again. Keen gets the ulti down. Ona is on an island. Chovy comes in to make sure he drowns. Genji again, another pick.
That TP from Chovy was so beautiful because he completely cuts off the ramp, isolates Owner, and then Owner dies all alone since the rest of T1 could not carry forward. What a beautiful TP.
This just does not feel fun for Owner. He goes in, he gets bounced around, knocked up, CC taunted. Doesn't really get to play the game.
Look at that TP.
Yeah, cuts them off completely and
แทนที่T1 จะยกธงขาวแต่แรกเลยจะได้ไม่เสียเวลา
Present guard, it only stops people outside of it from damaging you. No one's outside of it. They just all got
ยื้อเพื่ออะไรเนี่ยผลลัพธ์เท่าเดิม
So Genji furthering that lead once more. We did see Doran obviously pull back a decent amount with his plate taking. But with next dragon with Soul,
ผมบอกแล้วถ้าผมเป็นโค้ชยกธงขาวตั้งแต่แบบเข้าสนามแล้ว
in a really comfortable spot. I think on the side of T1, if you're going to approach them in the 5v5, which you may have to deny the soul, you need to think about how you can reach Ruler or Keen. Those are the squishier targets.
โหดูรวบดิดาเมจอย่างกระตุนเฟกเกอร์
Faker's used Shockwave, yeah, the ult is going to be launched in. Chovy and Canyon flying in. Faker's now already out of the play after needing to burn his flash. Tried for the chunk onto Duro, but now guess what?
ถ้าผมเป็นโค้ชนะโบกมืออย่างเงี้ยธงขาว
A blast cone stunned up, taken by Chovy, so there will be no escape for the mid laner of T1. And a spear to silence all the fans with him. Baron sits in front, and Genji are unstoppable in this game.
And they have so much chain potential on this Baron, and so much bulkiness and sustain. It's so comfortable to start this up. They can just be ready for T1 to approach.
นี่เต็มจีใจบุญมากแล้วนะให้เกมหนึ่งเนี่ย
Doran making work on the bottom side. That's only his wife. He's walking up himself.
ใจบุญมากนะ
Can they do the
ให้เกมหนึ่งกับ T1 นะ
Everyone forward on Genji. Once again, Owner's ulti used exceptionally well, but he's left isolated. Pace comes in with the scout of the week. Genji are getting low. And to the credit of T1, they have pulled Genji off the Baron. They've gotten some health chunk from Genji, but now they must escape. The follow-up from Duro, the heal, the protobelt from Keen. Chain's corruption lands on his counterpart.
เรียบร้อยไหลตายหมดไหลตายคนดูเคยได้ยินไหมคำว่าไหลตายอ่ะ
T1 running for their lives. The winds of war. Faker comes
คนอีสาน
back.
เขาชอบพูดกันนะไหลตายอ่ะ
A shield of
เนี่ย
Duran. Gundam Galio sends T1 down.
อย่างมึน
A mecha unstoppable beast from the mid lane this time.
T1 มึนจัด
It's Chovy. It's Genji with a wipe.
They managed to clean house. The initial turn doesn't find success, but they chase down the targets. T1 even calling reinforcements, but it's not enough to put a stop to Genji, and they move back over to the Baron.
It was also very scary because Owner was around, so you never want to take even the slightest chance of Owner getting inside the pit. And since they have committed so much to chase them out, might as well take them down as well.
บอลลอนด้วย
He's
บอล
very
ลอนบุกกร
patient with his last auto on the blast code to try and save Doran, but the auto attack had already come through from Keen, so takes him down. And Jovi so patient on this blast code. The second Faker walks in, takes them both down with the taunt.
And you know that T1 kind of get the vibe that if we let everyone die here, the game might just be doomed. Because the fact that they try and save them, really just committing everything and trying to get these last members out. Unfortunately, we weren't able to do so now. 5 seconds until that soul. Genji a little late to it, rushing out the base, but in such a strong position. We'll be looking to push in here. Can T1 get the jump in them from the front wall?
I mean, I'm worried because the face checking so easy. Chovy can just run on in. He's got to seek his arm guard. Good scat of the week. Starts on to Duro. Keen remember
โอ้โหโดนลานของอย่างน้อยอ่ะวิ่งแล้วโดดเลยเอาเฟกเกอร์ก่อนโอ้เรียบร้อย
And T1 are destroyed. It's not even close. It's not even competitive in this third and final game.
Genji pile up on top of T1, and their composition is not durable enough to fend them off. Genji with the Baron are gonna push as many lanes as possible. I don't think Cannon is even taking that dragon as consolation prize.
This point, it feels almost impossible for T1 to cut through all this bulk and the engage, the coordination from Genji.
ผมบอกแล้วว่าให้ยกธงขาวT1 ทำไมคุณไม่ทำไม่ต้องแก้แผนไม่ต้องแก้อะไรครับเตรียมธงขาวมาเข้าสนามมาแล้วยกเลย
T1 have burst primarily. Doran didn't get ahead
ไม่ต้อง
of
เถียง
Doran.
กันครับ
There's no
ว่า
really
จะ
an
แก้ผ
AD
งแก้แผน
threat to them. And as you can see all around the board, Seraphine, extra HP through allies. Mid lane, he's only building tank and support items. Plus,
เสียเวลาคน
you
อื่น
look
เล
at
ย
top lane, there's an hourglass.
สิ่งที่วันตอนชนะทำของใหญ่แต่พอแพ้บอกทัวมิชชี่เมาส์
Not the best help there, not the best contribution. You can see Canyon has gone for a lot of magic resist itemization. Doran seems to be in a bit of trouble. He's trying to defend the Krogs, which I get. We know who he is.
He's Krogs. Maybe Duro saving him from himself, obviously. Down she goes in a quick moment, or at least close to, yep.
บอกให้ไล่ไอรันออกบ้างไล่โค้ชออกบ้าง
ไม่ก็ผมบอกแล้วว่าให้ยกธงขาวไม่ต้องเถียงกันว่าใครผิดใครถูก
But the fact he has that spell shield and the Zhonyu and the rocket belt and flash and ghost, he is not easy targeting.
And Solari from Alistar.
Yeah, there's so many defensive tools for these. I say squishies, but they're not even that squishy. Look at the health bars of the Seraphine and Varus. It's becoming so difficult. It already was so difficult. T1, you see the Baron power play over 5,000 in favor of Genji.
Moments away from silencing what is a majority-based T1 crowd here at AWC 2026 in Paris. Hasn't been many cheers for this third game because I think they've known the comp.
ถ่ายนู่นถ่ายนี่เยอะไม่ค่อยซ้อม
success in Genji, an engage tried by Doran. but a Mega Blast Cone from Juro
เข้าใจได้
the space. Genji, there's 4 members down here, but they are not giving T1 an inch because they're trying to overload with all 5.
T1 had to try and make a play here, see if they can catch someone.
ไม่งั้นแฟนคลับไม่เยอะขนาดนี้หรอกก็ต้องมีการตลาดบ้าง
Not in range to join. He had to reset as well to get an extra item in his inventory. Now Rift Maker for the Galio, so a lot more damage coming through as well as tankiness. And T1 just missed the window.
Gains corruption, dodge out of
โอ้
the
โห
way.
เฟกเกอร์โดนจับเล่นๆโดนจับเล่นๆเฟกเกอร์
Golden, you can't kill him. He's got too many tools. Juro sends Ora once again into the middle of Genji, which I'm sure he's getting pretty bloody sick of right now.
เอ็นเลยว่าไม่ถึง3ว่า
Double down, the base in tatters. 29 minutes, and Genji are going to take it home.
There's only a Yorick and a Pike to defend the base. Don't think there's anything Doran can do here.
He's going to flush away. Genji are going to chase, but the Nexus turrets are next. A Pantheon sure, but Doran is out of his own base, sent out by Chovy. Genji matched by DK, but T1 are just another day in the woodwork for the LCK team. And while it was a rough tournament that they're not defending their title, at least they'll be able to take down their rivals in T1. Now it won't be yet, as Kerry does drop. Owners coming up in 5. Fake is now alive. Genji will have to retreat as Shockwave brings him in, but Chovy buffers with the Justice Punch. Shielded around. Winds of War. Faker dive on the respawn. Owner gets back as well. A scatter the week, but Chovy's right back in. Can't stop him. And I doubt that you can kill him as well. The next Nexus turret, they turn and go, you know what? We've killed another one. Let's get the Nexus. Third at EWC 2026. Able to defend their honor versus T1.
Genji will win their final match of the tournament. And the reigning champs unable to reclaim that same prize, but will get the 3rd place finish and get revenge against T1, who denied them in the road to MSI.
I felt like there was so much patience in this best of 3 from Genji. From draft to execution. In that particular last game, they just knew if they play this game clean, they get to the item breakpoints. There's no way T1 has enough damage to beat them, and they were right.
There was such a nice pace to that game if you're a Genji fan, right? It felt useless. It felt so hard to watch. If you like T1 because Genji just held their control. We talked a lot about the comp. I think also talking about how Keen just another 80 carry top. Kind of smashed Doran out of the woodwork, even though Doran had that great Cassante game. It wasn't enough here. And on the Yorick, fell short.
I think Genji are a team who are so good at dictating the pace of the game and controlling it. T1 needed to get things rolling, needed to get things going, relying on Carrier's Pike. It was just too hard.
จริงเหรอคุณจะตาอยู่ช่องนู้นเหรอ
But always, this series delivers Genji against T1, always a legendary matchup.
It's always nice, it's always great. Now back to LCK for both, and we'll see what the final split has to offer before Worlds. Both have high expectations on their shoulders. The fact that they bowed out of this tournament and had to play this third place match was already a surprise. But I think a lot of T1 fans will be asking against Genji after their loss to G2, after their loss to KC. May sound negative, but it's a hill to climb that T1 can do, as Genji are the winners and Ruler is standing by on stage. This third place interview.
Here's indeed as Genji locks in that 3rd place finish. Paris, make some noise for Genji! Standing by here with Ruler. You came here to defend your title. It wasn't to be. How did you find the energy and passion after yesterday's loss to come here and compete against such a fierce rival and play so well?
일단 룰러 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 타이틀을 다시 가져오진 못했지만 그래도 어제의 패배 이후로 이렇게 다시 와서 또 강적인 라이벌인 T1을 상대로 이렇게 승리하게 되셨습니다. 사실 그 원동력이 무엇인지 정말 궁금합니다.
어제 경기 일단 지고 나서 좀 다 같이 조금 분위기가 좀 사실 많이 안 좋았어요. 많이 안 좋아서 오늘은 좀 되게 편하게 저희가
ก่อนนอนผมนอนหลับสบายมากเพราะรู้ว่าวันนี้ผมจะชนะแน่ๆ
못 고쳤던 거라서 그거에 대해서
ผมตื่นมากินเต้าหู้
좀 많이 이야기하면서 좀 플레이를 해서 이제 좀 좋은 결과가 나왔다고 생각합니다.
เพื่อบำรุงสมองก่อนที่จะมาแข่งกับ T1
However, yeah, let's play much comfortable as possible. So we try to do things that we didn't do, and we didn't fix our mistake last time. However, we just tried to fix this time, and I think that worked as well.
Now, of course, you'd much rather have been in that grand final and competing for the trophy, but coming third and winning here against T1 comes with its perks as well. You get $220,000 to take home and 500 club championship points secured. When you get home, how do you think you'll reflect on this year's performance?
이제 타이틀 디펜더에 실패를 하셨지만 그래도 상금 22만 달러와 함께 클럽 챔피언십 500포인트를 획득하시면서 이제 돌아가시게 됐습니다. 그래서 올해 이번 대회에서 이제 룰러 선수의 경기력을 좀 돌아본다면 좀 어떤 평가를 해주실 수 있을까요?
ตอนผมกลับบ้าน
이번 EWC 와서 제 경기력
ผมไม่ได้สนด้วยซ้ำว่า
생각해보면 그냥 좀 마냥
ผมต้องซ้อมหรือเปล่า
잘하지 못했던 것 같아서
ผมกลับไปใช้เงินชิวๆจากรายการนี้
아쉬움이 많이 남는데요.
แล้วว่าจะโดเนท
좀 좋지 못했고, 네 그냥
ให้ทีวันสักหน่อย
제 폼에 대해서.
เพราะรู้สึกสงสารเขา
Yeah,
ครับ
honestly, I don't think I can say good words to my performance individually. So I'm disappointed to my performance in this EWC. Yeah, that's it.
I think everyone here would love to know, Ruler, who you think will win the grand final. Will it be DK or will it be Carmine Core who takes the trophy home?
이제 다음 경기 그래도 결승이 좀 기다리고 있는데 DK와 KC 중에서
DK
어느 팀이 이길 것
KC.
같은지 예상을 한번 말씀해 주신다면요.
진짜 좀 어려운데요. 제 생각에는
ไม่ว่าทีมไหนชนะก็ไม่สำคัญหรอก
크라민코프가 우승할 것 같다라는
ขอแค่ทีวัน
It's hard to say. However, I have a feeling that Carmine Core will lift the trophy.
The ruler thinks that Carmine Core will lift the trophy. We're going to get to that later, but one more time, what a performance from Ruler and his team in the third place finish. Paris, one more time, make some noise for Gen G!
T1 Love Work โดเนทมา 20 บาทจ้า
เฮ้ยอะไรเนี่ย
ช่องพี่บอสได้โดทีละ 20 บาท ส่วนอีกช่องหนึ่งคุณยะตาเขาไปโดให้ทีละ 5,000
เฮ้ยจริงปะเนี่ยคุณยะตาไปโด 5,000 เลยเหรอ คนดูปั่นหรือเปล่าอะไร
Human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one
ปาก
singular
ลูสโด
posture
เน
for
ท
12
มา
hours a day.
1,000 จ้า บอสเชียร์ทีมไหนเอาดีๆจากใจไม่เอาตอแหลนะ
This is
โดเนท
Secret
มา
Lab
20 บาท
Titan
จ้า
Evo,
ซีรีไหม
ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing
เค
your
เตอร์
every
จี
move.
จีกิฟต์โดเนทมา 20 บาท
เฮ
จ้า
เตอร์จีจีกิฟ
ไอครวยกิฟต์ทำทรงวิเคราะห์ไอควายโง่เสลอเชียร์ทีหนึ่งไม่ลืมหูลืมตาดูที่ดูแต่ไรเลยเชียร์จนหน้ามืดตามัวแพ้ไปดิไอควายแล้วก็พวกที่ลงทีวันสวนไอบอสพวกมึงก็มั่นใจในไอบอสหน่อยอย่าทำตัวอ้วนเหม็นเปรี้ยวเหมือน
I would like to see it. We're just gonna have to go
โอ้โห
by smell. Have you ever navigated by smell before? No, can't say I have. You just have to smell the Eiffel Tower. Le Tour de Eiffel. Okay, wait 1 second. Okay, I think we're getting closer. Either that or it's the catacombs. I didn't do that. That'll buff out. Are we? That'll buff out.
I went to a cathedral today. Apparently, the crown of
เอ้ยมันนานไหมเนี่ยคนดูเบรก
but
From Game of Thrones?
from Jesus.
As we're actually navigating some of this traffic, here,
Maybe
will you
I'll
take the wheel
pay-
for a second? Let me just go ahead, take the wheel.
ไปหาอะไรกินก่อนนะครับ
I have something back here. It's okay, you'll figure it
You're
out.
lap.
One second.
Are you still operating the pedals?
Okay,
Do you know when to brake?
I got it. Yeah, no, I can feel it.
เดี๋ยวมานะเดี๋ยวมานะ
Okay, here we go.
โบ5ใช่ไหมที่หนึ่ง
Please take the wheel. Am I still holding the wheel?
Oh no, I can. Here I got my knee on it.
จริง
There
ที่ห
we
นึ่ง
go.
โบ
You're
5
good.
ใช่ไหมครับ
How long is the Paris sewer system?
I can't measure distance.
เดี๋ยวมา
So 20 miles.
20 miles. That's pretty far.
2 miles.
It's actually over 1,304 miles long, and much of it is big enough to drive a train through.
Whoa, it's a lot of.
It is. It's quite literally
crazy.
a lot of. The Eiffel Tower is 330 meters tall.
or 1,083 feet if you're American. How much does it grow or shrink based on the temperature?
This thing's growing?
I mean, we know that things tend to grow or shrink based on temperature.
Can I have a hint?
Yes, it's in inches.
3.
Double it.
6.
6 inches.
First try, again.
6 inches? I mean, that's kind of crazy.
That is crazy.
Yes, there's a band that did a JoJo opening.
I'm gonna think that you don't know so much about Paris, so...
I'm an expert in Paris. I've been here for like 2 weeks now.
All right, well, what can...
Regarde la rue! That means watch the road.
Ah, where's the part?
There we go. Just that le.
True or false? There are no stop signs in Paris.
True, because I'm just going.
That is so true. Actually true. The city uses yields, traffic lights, and right-of-way, all of which have been disregarded on this drive.
Bonjour. Bonjour.
Oui.
Oh,
wait.
She did not like. She did not like it. Oh, wait.
Oh, wait. Wait.
Bonjour. Bonjour.
Excuse me, should we a gauche?
Should we? Well, I think we're a droite. No, wait, I need to a gauche this.
We did a droite.
I need to gauche this. I need to gauche this.
Ah, so cute! Oh.
Très belle, Sean.
Hey, watch the road!
What? Oh. Okay, that was their fault. We only need a couple more gauches and we're there.
Maybe I should just take an Uber. Or like a taxi.
Well, no. That's me. I am your Uber and taxi. I've got a lot of student loan debt.
Another one.
No! Well, I feel like I'm the safest Uber or taxi that you could ask for.
Sure.
Check out my 5-star rating.
Is that the Eiffel Tower?
I think
that's not the Eiffel Tower.
No,
that's a crane.
I think maybe you can't see the Eiffel Tower because it shrunk 6 inches.
Ah, right. That must be it.
But also because this freaking grandpa is on the road in front of me.
My God, he dropped his croissant!
I have GPS built into my brain. You know, like those pigeons? Those pigeons that always know how to go home?
Yes.
I know how to go to the Eiffel Tower.
Do you? We're still making the... What's the other one?
A droite.
A droite. We're droiting.
God, that was pretty a gauche.
We're droiting.
We're droiting?
We're droiting.
We're droiting.
You know, maybe I should walk. I'm just gonna get out here.
You're just gonna,
I'm just gonna get out.
Right here?
Yeah, just
it's not.
I'm just gonna walk, stretch my legs, breathe the Parisian Paris, you know, the air, and just, you know, just.
I can take you the rest of the way.
No, it's, you know what? It's really nice out, and I just think
I know that
it'll be a great walk.
It's just one more a gauche.
Au revoir.
Can I have 5 stars at least? Merci.
Okay guys, it's grand finals time and it's time to figure out who's the GOAT of League of Legends in France. Kameto?
Or Faker, obviously.
Bon, du coup les gars, on en pense quoi? Bah Kamel, based.
Choose wisely, I said. I told you before. I told you before to choose wisely.
Based. French house.
No,
KC.
come on. Faker!
So what do you guys think? Kameto or Faker?
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go.
Ah bro, come on. Bon alors les gars, le GOAT, Kameto ou Faker?
Kameto! Bro, why are we Kameto? KC jerseys every single time? Obviously, they're going to pick their biggest fan.
Kameto based, but you notice how the closest guy to you always puts Faker, scaring for his life, you know?
Big fans. Let's go, baby. Good choice.
So, guys, who's the GOAT?
Boom!
Come on, guys!
Let's go! Good choice! I had a feeling.
She has a KC sign on the cheek, man.
She has a Kim. No,
look at her.
There we go. That's better. There, thank you.
So, guys, who's the GOAT?
Yeah, it's my CEO.
My CEO, what? Kameto, bro.
Wait, you hold up the there we go. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Les gars, c'est qui le GOAT?
C'est Kamel.
We book Esports World Cup.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Paris for the Esports World Cup 2026, presenting League of Legends Grand Finals. As we set the stage for our unlikely underdog finals, I'd like to welcome onto the studio space Mr. Chris Greeley, head of LOL Esports. Is that the right title? I want to make sure I get that right.
Yeah, head of LOL Esports.
Head of LOL Esports. Greeley, it's great to see you, man. How are you doing?
Congratulations on getting married.
Thank you. How's this venue been for you so far here in Paris in the KC Blue Wall, firing on all cylinders?
So loud, man. It's awesome. The drums, the screaming, the flags, just all the energy in the room. It's been amazing.
Yeah. So we just wanted to start diving into the LOL Esports ecosystem and EWC. What are some of the great things that come out of this so far for us as a League of Legends esports?
I mean, I think today's finals is like the best example of what we get out of this. But the EWC qualifiers was another big one. It gave us like a second layer of competition during the year. So we were able to watch. You had your regional league, you had your qualifiers going at the same time, and that put us, man, that blue wall's so good.
It's so loud.
It's so loud. And it gave us this great opportunity to have a bunch of teams qualify for EWC that weren't in MSI.
Yeah, and you know, also, speaking of qualifiers, over in Europe, the ERLs had several teams qualify out of it into the tournament proper, like Galleons and Solary. Like, how awesome is that for Tier 2 teams to have an opportunity to play on the international stage?
I think as we try to talk about ways to make Tier 2 more attractive to organizations, more aspirational for players, these are the kind of opportunities we can create that make teams and pros really want to hop in and engage. So it was great this year. It was a really good test with the ERLs, like one of the best Tier 2 systems in the world, and we're going to see if there are ways that we can expand that for future years. And create more paths for more Tier 2 teams towards EWC.
Well, one of the ways that that there will be more competition is through the Esports Nations Cup. ENC is coming later on this year. What are some of the exciting prospects of that for you, and what are some teams that you want to watch out for?
Yeah. Sorry, man. So we want to make sure we have, man, that's so good.
It's so awesome, isn't it?
The most exciting part about ENC is like getting to see a lot of the regional matchups that I think fans are really excited for. So a couple of years ago, I got to go out to an EMEA Masters final that was France and Spain, and the energy in the room felt a lot like the energy in this room right now. So I think getting a lot of those to come out, like USA Canada is going to be pretty great. Like a lot of the European, like intra-Europe matches are going to be good. So we're really excited to see what ENC can bring overall to the ecosystem.
Yeah, and obviously, for those of you that don't know, Chris Greeley knows ball. Greeley, who you got in this grand finals? It's a best of 5. It is the LCK unlikely hero against the LEC, not the one that everyone would have picked to be here in the grand finals. What are you looking out for? And if you can, give a prediction.
All right, so my prediction's 5 games because that's always what I'm rooting for. I think watching Khalees yesterday on Ezreal, like the broadcast did such a good job of flipping the pro view and showing him like down in bot lane in 1v1s. Really interested to like continue to follow that storyline. Again, I do hope we get 5 today, and like really looking for this place to explode and have some like the in-person experience here has been so good. Really just looking for that energy and that noise today.
Again, he toes the line, doesn't give us a prediction. A true professional, Chris Greeley. Everyone, thank you so much for joining us here at the EWC desk, man.
Yeah, man. Thank you for having me.
All right, well, y'all, you can all join on in the action with EWC Play Experience by making your picks. Let's see how it works right now.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Welcome back to the desk, as it is time to set the stage for the big one. It will be a new name etched in history. Will it be the French outfit in front of their crowd, the raucous blue wall after a massive string of upsets, Carmine Corp? Or will it be the scrappy underdog squad from the LCK, the team no one thought would be here? They found a way through the qualifiers, through matches against the LPL. It is D plus Kia. Welcome everyone to the Grand Finals pre-show. Digon here alongside Trouble, Ox, and Wadid to set the stage. It is going to be a great, great match here.
Oh, absolutely, especially since we've got 2 teams in the finals already that no one expected. I truly feel like they've gone through some really strong teams. DK taking down BLG, and then you've got, KC taking down T1. That has been incredible.
Yeah, well, it is such a celebration of League of Legends here at the Esports World Cup, and we're so happy to have join us the winner of the EWC Creator Program. It is Lu from Vietnam. He's a caster. He hosted over at, for the LCK, the KRX live show. Lu, welcome back, brother. It's great to talk to you again.
เป็นการต้อนรับสู่การเป็นธิดาโดเลื่อนอย่างเป็นทางการคืนนี้ขอความร่วมมือน้องคาตาลงรูปเซลล์คลิปเซ็กให้หน่อย
on the number 1 spot, not winning the thing.
Lu, you are by far leading the way, and I think the next person, I think you have like almost 2 million points because all of the fans in Vietnam have activated and followed along. I think the next person has like maybe like 500,000 points. You have like almost 4 times the amount the next creator has. You could probably add up the top 5 spots. What about League of Legends is so huge over in Vietnam?
Yeah, I mean, since the beginning of League in Vietnam, since 2012, the passion from the fans is always the same, and they keep growing every year. Especially the last 5 years, we have continuing growing viewership for League. Even the regional league like the LCK, LPL, and the World Championship. So again, thank you to the Vietnamese fan for the passion you keep for 14 years.
So
seeing the Q&DRX Roadshow in Vietnam was super cool, and it's been so amazing having LazyFuel as part of the LCK. How much does it mean to the Vietnam community and fans to have LazyFuel as the first import in the LCK?
It's a huge import because in Vietnam the LCK is the most popular regional league. We have a huge community for them, and when we knew the news that LazyFuel will be a starter in LCK, it's quite a commotion in Vietnam. And I think if you watch the workout of LazyFuel in Hanoi, you feel that's how we feel when we heard the news.
Now, obviously, here at EWC, you had 2 amazing Vietnamese squads representing the LCP in Team Secret, who did fantastic over at MSI, and then GAM Esports, who's been leading the way for Vietnamese esports so far. How great does it feel to see that representation over at EWC as a team?
I mean, EWC as a whole is a great opportunity for the Vietnamese esports community, because not only in League of Legends, I think that we have a couple more teams representing Vietnam in other titles as well. So not only Team Secret, not only GAM, we have more Vietnamese in the international esports scene. So it's a pleasure and a big thank for EWC for that. And we are having fun with the EWC in Vietnam so far.
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait to get back to the LCK, see the votes from VNcast, and I know that you're leading the way for there. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on leading the line here at the EWC Creator Program.
Thank you, Liga.
All right, that is such a great feeling and a reminder of how global esports is, League of Legends is, and Lou, along with many other creators that you know back home. I saw Freeze, I saw my boy Yamato on there. There's a Polish creator that was on there. Again, EWC has such a massive footprint, which is why winning it feels so good, and that is what we're diving into now. Our grand finals, it's D+ versus KC, and this is our Crunchyroll story of the day for both these squads. It feels like they've had such high highs, such low lows, and now an opportunity to reach that untapped potential.
I think for both teams, they had so many issues about how they try to deal with the pressure on stage. You know, I think for D+ Kia, they were successful like 5-6 years ago, but now with new rookies, only Showmaker as a veteran leading the team, finally showing up the potential that they had. It feels like they're finally getting unleashed, right? But for KC as well, they've been in so many finals, like regional split and also international-wise, but I think this is finally the moment that they can actually prove themselves on stage internationally in front of the French fans.
Yeah, and Ox, going into the tournament, we have our top 5 pick'em squads here for League of Legends at EWC. I don't see either one of those squads at more than 3%. It was actually 0% for D+, 1% for KC.
How far do you have to go down before you reach these two teams? I mean, it was so unprecedented, so unlikely, but that's why LoL Esports, why EWC is so fantastic as well. Seeing these unlikely teams make it to the top, and the fact that we are, no matter what, going to have a new winner for League of Legends EWC, that no matter what, we're going to have a miracle run. It's just fantastic.
Well, our next guest knows who he wants to win. Please welcome to our broadcast, Kameto, joining us from the co-stream. Kameto, brother, I have to ask you, how do you feel, and did you imagine you'd be here in the finals in day number 5?
I feel amazing. I can't wait for the games to start, but I don't know how I feel. I'm a bit stressed, but I'm excited. It's a mix of everything. And of course, I thought we were in the final because we don't play in a competition if it's not for the win.
Kameto, after MSI, were you a little bit worried coming into EWC and having to face again all those giants in terms of the performance of your team?
Yes, of course I was worried because the team was not showing their true skills and their true level, and they had like some mental issues, mental block, but they worked on it, and in this competition it helped us to bounce back, and that's what we wanted, so yeah.
Kameto, the crowd has been absolutely insane. The support has been non-stop. I can't even imagine how crazy it's going to be if the win comes in. Can you give us a bit of insight? How do you think the arena is going to react? How do you think it's going to be?
Well, even I don't know. We never won an international event, and it's in France, so I didn't experience that, so I guess we will see. It's gonna be crazy.
Again, has been close in the past. First stand, very, very close. Kameto, thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy the co-stream and best of luck today.
Thank you so much.
All right, let's take a look at some of the stats here between the regions. It is the LCK versus the LEC, specifically this year, because surprisingly, Trouble, it has been pretty close.
You know what? I'm surrounded by LCK casters, hosts, analysts right here, and I was ready to get embarrassed, but I'm not, because actually this year we have been doing pretty incredibly well, and I feel like specifically from the G2 stands, coming out of first stand, taking out Gen G and Fear X, I feel like those stats have really taken off.
I mean, it was only G2 who had successful against LCK teams mostly, but I think it's really surprising to see Calm and Cobb actually finally like proving themselves against one of the greatest region in the league, and yeah, final step for a KC now.
I'm starting to get a bit nervous because I feel like LCK's had the edge for a long time. I think back to a previous time where LCK didn't have the edge. It was 2019, and a lot of things went down in that year. So a bit nervous, right? And today,
today that record is going to be settled until Worlds. So a lot of the line between these two regions.
Yeah, and Trouble, you're saying, oh, you're surrounded by the LCK guys.
Crew.
You know, we've got a guy over there who predicted KC.
And he's from EU, so there is something here.
Also, you bring so much hopium, like, you know, we just needed to make sure the numbers were good. You know who doesn't need to worry about having the card stacked on his side? It's Kalist down on the bottom side of the map. He's been so good throughout this tournament and throughout his career, and he proves it yet again.
Top 1080 carry in the world. I feel like Kalist, I cannot name it any other way. He plays very ballsy. He knows he's good. He takes trades super aggressively. And the one thing that actually stuck with me is that sometimes it's gone wrong for him, but he just doesn't stop.
To me, Kalist has that winner's mentality. It's not about sitting back, being safe, and just trying to do damage. It's about how do I win the game? How do I take the game into my hands and make sure that we're the ones destroying the enemy nexus? And we've seen that on display at this tournament.
And also, this is amazing to see how he adapts on this meta. When I asked about the bot lane meta, I was expecting him to like kind of be annoyed, you know. But I think he said that he's enjoying this moment, that like he can just do so much more than before because it requires so many different roles here. So it feels really good to see this French Prince popping up.
Yeah, well, standing by for more insights is Kalist. We were able to catch up with him before the match.
Kalist, you guys are in the finals of an international competition against none other than Kia. You beat T1 yesterday. First things first, how is the atmosphere in the team right now?
I mean, the atmosphere is obviously really good. We came in Paris with the mindset of like showing a different phase that we showed in MSI, right? Showing that we can be a good team and we can be strong individuals and also have a great team play. And I think against T1 it showed that we had good individuals but also pretty good team play and resilience. So yeah, we're really happy with the win against T1 and really excited for today's finals.
What do you think has been the difference between KC we've seen at MSI and the KC that we're seeing right now at EWC?
There's a lot of things, there's like meta read and like a lot of stuff, but the most important I think is really confidence. I think the way we are playing is just mostly changed by confidence, right?
Mm-hmm. Do you think the confidence comes from the crowd? Is there anything, like, is that helping you as well?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the crowd has like a big part. I think like, for example, against T1 in the game 3, the crowd has a big part over the win because like, obviously we don't want to lose at home, we don't want to lose in front of them, and we don't want to like make them feel bad and stuff. So we were really trying hard, and also at the same time they were pushing hard. They were, all of them, right? They were pushing like with their voice and stuff. They were giving us a lot of strength every time we were doing a good play. So it was really giving us a lot of strength to go further.
So looking forward then to the final. It's going to be best of 5, probably a long series. What's the mentality of the team heading into that one?
I mean, the mentality is like, as every game we played in the WC, take it slow, do what you think is the best, play with confidence, and just follow your heart, basically.
I like that one. Follow your heart. This is the new iteration of KC that we're seeing. Thank you so much for your time for the interview. Good luck on your game today. That's it from us. Digon, back to you.
Thank you very much, Jenny and Kalist, for those insights. We are less than a minute away, so let's take a look at our EWC Pick'em predictions from the fans at home, and it is a 66% way of D+Kia. So, quickly.
I need to up the copium right here because we just beat T1, which made it to MSI and did really well there, and we took revenge, so I need some more numbers for KC, please.
What's your prediction, Trouble?
KC, 3-1.
I'm going with D+. Smash has looked phenomenal, and you know D+ are hungry for that win.
KC 3-0.
What?
One of us.
That's crazy.
Let's fire him, Digon. He's gone for the LCK.
You know, it is a squad based on potential, and yet again, another mountain to climb for Showmaker. It is KC and D+ as they do battle to write their name in the history of the Esports World Cup.
뭐 이번 대회에서 제 폼이 만족스럽더라도 아직 대회가 끝난 것도 아니고 뭔가 아직은 좀 이른 것 같고 좀 더 겸손하게 내일 경기 준비해야 될 것 같습니다. 한 5년 만에 국제전 결승에 오게 되었는데 정말 꿈만 같고 결말이 꼭 우승으로 끝났으면 좋겠어요.
Against T1 it was really crazy, even the other games it was really crazy, and I'm really happy that we got the experience and the luck to live this right. I wish we can make them even more happier by winning the WC. I'm really excited to play this grand final. I really hope we can like leave Paris with the trophy and be happy with it. No one could expect KC down one in the finals. Like looking at the bracket, it would be really exciting, and I'm really happy to play them.
Here we go.
'지금 저희가 모두의 예상을 뒤엎고 결승전까지 진출했는데 꼭 우승해서 트로피와 함께 돌아갈 거고 좋은 경기력 보여드리고 싶고 너무 감사드립니다.
Comme d'habitude, un grand merci pour le soutien, donne énormément de force, surtout je pense dans la Game 3 contre T1, ça nous a vraiment beaucoup aidé. Donc un grand merci pour le soutien à toutes les personnes qui sont sur place et aussi que sur les réseaux, donc un grand merci.
โอ้โหตั้งนานยังไม่เริ่มอีกเหรอตั้งนานยังไม่เริ่มอีกเหรอโอ้โหเป็นอะไรอ่ะมีอะไรด้วยอ่ะเต้นว่ะอุ้ยกระโดดอะไรอ่ะกระโดดต่อยโดดเตะตีลังกาเฮ้ยพี่บอยมีกองแสงมาบอสเต้นได้ป่ะแบบนี้ไม่ได้ดิเต้นไม่เก่ง
20 บาทจ้าอย่าโดนพลาดจริงถึงที่ทีเดียวนะครับ
ใช่
คนแค่ทีหนึ่งมันแพ้มันก็ไปแอบร้องใกล้กระจองงอแงแล้วเดือดร้อนถึงที่บอส
Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue sur la faille de l'invocateur. Paris, l'heure est venue. The time has come.
กูก็ไม่ได้ใจแข็งดังภูผาขนาด
ใจแข็งดังภูผาเลยเหรอ
It isn't.
พี่ใจแข็งเหรอ
About belief. About how two teams crashed a party no one expected them to attend.
Ils n'étaient pas sur la liste et pourtant les voilà en finale de l'Esports World Cup. And on one side is the legendary return of a Korean powerhouse, and on the other, a villain story nobody saw coming except their fans.
For one of them, all of the talk about Cinderella stories and miracle runs comes to an end. One will undoubtedly leave here remembered by the world, but the other gets to cement their legacy as the Esports World Cup League of Legends winners.
Mesdames et messieurs, vous le savez, il faut choisir.
ถ้า5 เกมนี่คือผมตายแน่เลยว่ะ
Who's taking it, Paris? Will it be D plus Kia?
อย่า5 เกมได้ไหมวะน้อง
Un peu de sérieux, mesdames et messieurs.
ผมทำงานบ่ายตอนนี้7 โมงถ้า5 เกมจบเที่ยงโอ้โหไม่ได้นอนอ่ะ
Listen. Of course, there's favoritism here.
อย่า5 เกมได้ไหมวะ
This crowd has been phenomenal all week here. We need to get on one page, one time, before we bring out the teams.
Mesdames et messieurs, pour vos deux finalistes, s'il vous plaît, tous ensemble.
ภาวนาให้ 3-0 อย่างน้อยได้นอนสักชั่วโมง2 ชั่วโมงก็ยังดีไม่นอนวันเดียวโอ้โหไปทำงานด้วยดิ
plus Kia! Shiwu, Lucid, Showmaker, Smash, Korea. 4 players chasing the first international title of their careers, alongside a world title winner searching for the first EWC title of his own. Together, they have brought D+ back to an international final.
ลางานโอ้โหลาทำไมล่ะครับ
Desperate to block their victory.
งานได้เงินนะ
Smash said himself, they specialize in killing the home team.
La banlieue influence Paname et Paname influence le monde. Carmine
โดนไอ้ดีเคมาแล้วว่า
Un shonen, ça se vit
แต่
et
เค
ça
ซีฟอร์มดี
s'incarne.
มากนะ
Nous avons le boss de la Kim, Kanako.
ไม่ไหวก็ไปพักนะคะดูแลสุขภาพด้วยไปได้เหรอแต่มันรอบชิงกันนี่น่าเกลียดอะ
Qui est sur le serveur avec un support Stokos, Bouzio et le prodige de Prodigy, Kali.
ให้ไปพักเลยเหรอ
Alongside their coaches in the quarterfinals, KC did the unlikely. In semis, they achieved the impossible. But now in the grand finals, will they rise above all the lows of League of Legends?
รอบชิงน่าเกลียดเปล่า
D+ Kia remind the world what this organization has always stood for. The grand final of League of Legends at the Esports World Cup starts now.
แอนตี้โดเนตมา 20 บาทจ้า คิดยังไงกับพวกมาสาย
คิดยังไงกับพวกมาสายเหรอในชีวิตผมไม่ค่อยมีนะใครที่มาสาย
Thank you so much, Lou and Ian, for that incredible introduction. 2 teams we were not expecting to be introducing here today. I'm Atlas. I am joined by Jack Spectra and Wolf to get into this grand final of EWC 2026.
เคยมีอ่ะ
It is an
แต่มาสาย
incredible
ผมก็
story to have
ให้รอบหนึ่ง
these
อ่ะ
two
อีกรอบ
underdogs
ก็
face off in the finals.
ไม่ได้ละ
But there is a very clear crowd favorite here.
Oh yeah.
And we have had so many Korean teams make it deep into tournament runs like this, like T1, who are so famed, but even they, for the first time in years, were not the favorites with this crowd. D+ have a lot of new supporters here, but they are going to have to win this best of 5 here against the home team in Paris in order to lift this trophy.
I do think while KC has the home crowd on their side, for me they're probably still the underdogs going into this matchup. I think DK showed such great tenacity against Gen G, and while KC took down T1, I think T1 for me, they made more blunders than I'm used to. Well, I feel like DK took down Gen G while Gen G was still playing incredibly clean. So for me, that victory felt more meaningful.
And it's kind of crazy because both of these teams very similar as far as the upsets are concerned. AGAL absolutely no slouches, especially when it comes to EWC. KC were able to wipe them out of the tournament and then being able to stand up against T1 in that 3-game banger series that they're able to claim at the very end. But BLG, they were on a golden road until like a few weeks ago. The team that really did look like they were going to shatter all expectations and then taking down Gen G, who are the defending title holders. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's that both of these teams are here.
It's been insane. There's one player that I'm really excited for. I actually spoke to the president of the Lucid Club, and he elected me as the vice president because I'm just the biggest Lucid fan on this cast. Been watching him in LCK Challengers, and just a huge fan of this guy.
I am excited for him as well. I mean, obviously, Lucid has had some ups and downs in his career, right? I think that there's no denying that. I think for me, I favor D+ to win this finals. I will predict them to do it. But players like Lucid and Shiu have been inconsistent in the past. And a bad series on the day in a best of 5 could be the difference maker here between these two squads. One thing I want to talk about for both these rosters is they both had an incredibly difficult run to get here. And not only the caliber of opponent they had, but they both played incredibly tough games that looked like there was no way back in. And they were were able to fight their way through. That winning game for KC against T1. The stop of the comeback in game 1 against Genji for D+. Games that test your mental, games that push you to the brink. They were able to survive and fight their way through, and that is what makes these miraculous runs even cooler.
And it also makes this final potentially extremely volatile, because how much is emotionally left in the tank for both of these teams to be able to make that clutch move yet again? Because we've said it already, there are 2 series that they had to work tooth and nail in order to get these victories, at least moving towards this point. But here we are, ladies and gentlemen, into the draft for game number 1 of this best of 5. And I agree with Mr. Greeley. I think just 5 games. Just give me 5 games. That's why he's the head of all esports. You know, he has the good takes. And honestly, 5 games, that's all I really need. Because we want to see the absolute mentalness that can come out of a meta like this, with mages running around the bottom lane. We've got Silas's down there as well. What happens in a game 5 with both of these teams in it would be absolutely crazy. But we are going to see the Poppy, the Olaf, and the Nocturne banned away here by KC, who are on our blue side to start this one off. And then the Orianna, Jace, and the Vi taken away here by D+ Kia. They have second pick and red side. Very interesting to start it off this way.
Yeah, I'm curious to see. Okay, they just take away the Camille. I haven't been loving EU teams on the Camille support. I feel like they haven't been able to find the early lead that we've been looking for. And we also saw Keria playing the Camille earlier today, the Silas Camille. And it just, if you don't get the level 1, the pick is not very good. So that's the worry I have for KC. And I'm thinking now, if Lucid wants to go for his Lee Sin, that means a lot of early game pressure in the hands of DK.
They could save the support for 3 and leave that Leona pick here and grab something like Lee Sin. It's definitely going to be a jungle pick here. The Victor will be a flex, but likely played in the bottom lane into this Camille lane based on what we've seen so far in this tournament. Doesn't necessarily have to be a Lee Sin here. They could play around something like the jungle, but this Victor already here doesn't look like a dive style pop is what they're really looking for.
Yeah, and I think that they could also just grab the Shen, and that's what they're looking at. This has been the pick into the Camille, and we know that Showmaker is an absolutely incredible Victor player, so even if they don't go for the Ziggs, Camille, or something like that towards the bottom side, you can always very easily pivot. This is one of Yahoo's favorites, though, hovering the Anivia for the moment. And we'll see whether they do decide to lock in the bottom lane as well.
Yeah, it's going to look like Yike is going to pick up the Lee Sin. He fumbled a lot of plays yesterday on it, but he was able to find some crucial smites. He's really, really good at being at the right place at the right time in this tournament, but I haven't seen the Lee Sin caliber of someone like Lucid, like Owner. And it looks like 6 for Kalist, so it's going to be the 6 Camille, presumably up into the Victor, Shen, and bot lane for DK.
And Wolf, do you reckon this is Cassiopeia time? Are we just going to pick both of them?
I think it's likely here. You have such a stable lane if you do. Instead, looking potentially for this Skarner pick here as a jungle follow-up for Lucid and leaving this Victor still flexible.
I mean, not a whole lot of DPS on the side of KC, so the really tanky front line in the Skarner and the Shen is hard for KC to get through if you don't get that early lead going. And we'll see if maybe KC can round out their draft with more of a DPS top or a DPS mid.
I think a lot of safe blind picks here will likely be taken away. Might see Gnar to go by the wayside. They'll take away the Anivia first.
ตอนนั้นมีโดนเลื้อนอย่างครับ
Yeah, who you mentioned already, he loves to play this pick. He's played already this tournament to great success.
โดนเลื้อนมาตอนไหนก็ไม่รู้
Yeah, I think the Gnar for Kana would be huge if he could get it. And it would also be nice for DK because both teams would want more damage. DK because they're the ones with the front line, but KC are the ones playing into the front line, needing time for DPS to taking down those tanks.
Not to mention, actually pretty incredible Gnar players, and we've seen Gnar on the ban list so incredibly often.
The Jax ban, this is kind of crazy, but they could put the Camille top.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. They could flex it and actually go Leona, Camille. Imagine how much lockdown they have if they have both Leona and Camille. The Camille goes top side, and your immobile Victor is just going to have a really hard time surviving against that much pressure. There's no Bane ban here either just yet, so that Gnar is still a strong possibility.
One of the problems is there is nothing that's solid about DK's draft just yet. Even a Skarner is a flex to the support role if you'd like to. So even though, yeah, they're threatening the Camille top lane, the amount of pivot that you can just immediately do for D+ is incredibly easy. So we'll see whether they do actually lock that in towards the top side, because the final answer, it remains with D+.
I completely agree with you, Max, because DK can just put the shed if KC want to go for that. And we'll see what DK decides to pick on 4 here to break one of these 3 flexes. And it looks like it's going to be the victor mid. With Smash looking at ADC, or he could just be baiting.
ถ้าอีก5 เกมที่ผมตายแน่
Kaisa mid.
แล้วบ่ายหนึ่งไปทำงานต่อ
I like Kaisa a lot here. I like Kaisa a lot into the mages because you have so much mobility with the ultimate and you scale so well. And if you go AP route, then you can also play more of a poking style as you gradually scale into the game. And Smash on Kaisa is just like when I think of Smash, his debut on T1. Absolutely popping off on the Kaisa. He doesn't have the greatest dive comp, so it can be difficult with the range on KC's side, but if there's a man to pilot it, it's him. I think you've got to really have a ton of control to make this Kaisa work. I'm not a big fan of it myself. I think it's very risky. I think in a meta like this, the more win cons you have, the better. And if things go awry, it can be a huge problem. Here's a blind vein. It's definitely not what I expected.
Oh, they're slamming it. Okay, I always just don't trust KC hovering vein at any stage, but they're going to immediately lock that one in. They were like, you know what? We don't have enough AD carries. Let's just pick all of them.
This would be such a cool pivot, actually. If they were going to go for that Corki, change things up completely and try to dominate the bottom lane. Instead, it's still going to be that Ziggs Camille. And we are going to see, it looks like a Galio here for Yehu to help protect this AD carry in the vein.
Yeah, the Galio makes a lot of sense. Very
Galio classic.
Camille Galio, very little front line on KC. We'll have to see what DK can add into this vein. So that was what the
KC ดับดีกว่าว่ะ
Malphite is another really good pick into this
KC
vein.
ดับดีแบบ
I'm really curious to see what she will have.
I don't think she was pulling out Tristana
I
on
was
this
gonna
one.
say,
isn't Tristana vein in the top lane? That would be absolutely.
I mean, he might. I mean, we do have, in this case now, a very strong scaling mid laner for D+. He is going to lock it.
The thing that's ridiculous about this as well is you have so much more wave clear than Vayne, so you will always have control of the minion wave there on the top side of the map. I think it's crazy. This harkens back to like, what, 2012?
But this also means that 2 of the best answering picks to Gnar, which is one of Kana's best picks right now, why he's even here in the first place, are removed from Fearless here in game 1. The Tristana was always, in my mind, the trump card you have is D+ if you have counter pick if that Gnar is coming through, if the Vayne is bad. Only Shiu is really playing Tristana top right now, but he's going to match the Vayne now, not to answer the Gnar. And this composition just had added a lot more scaling elements to it here for D+. So the Kaisa pick I feel much better about because it also synergizes with that big burst to get the reset on the Tristana jump to then carry those fights.
Not to mention, Buster Shot is so good at just making Camille's life as difficult as possible. She wants to be delivering the Galio to a target that cannot escape. If the Tristana is ever there before the play, Buster Shot means the Hextech Ultimatum does basically nothing.
For sure. I think top lane is going to be the lane that we're looking at. I think both top laners will go exhaust, and they will just... You, as Vayne, the thing is, you don't have any option to not fight. If the enemy wants to fight you, you don't have any long-range wave clear. You can't just, like, receive the wave. You need to actually engage with the Tristana, and that's why Shiwu went for this counter pick, because you can just jump in, keep fighting her. So I think both top laners will be pathing up towards top, and whoever kind of wins that top matchup will decide the fate of the game.
It's going to mean that you get the control of the grubs. Tristana gets grubs, for example, that could be a disaster for KC. You know, the split push power is insane. So a very volatile top matchup. That is, I think, I agree with you, going to be the focal point in this game, which is quite the opposite of what we normally have.
Well, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, loading onto the rift for game number 1 of the grand final of EWC 2026. And it all coming down to Shiu and Kana there on the top side of the map is kind of poetic as well. Kana having that unbelievable performance on the Gnar in their most recent series, and Shiu having one heck of an up and down tournament thus far. We are going to learn a lot about this series and how it's going to go, I think, in this first game, with eyes glued to the top lane. And already, weird stuff's happening.
Yeah, both supports know what lane to play for. And Lucio started the sweeper, predicting career to come toward here, and that allows them to be playing in these bushes, but neither supports are going to base just yet.
All right, so we've got Ziggs versus Kaisa hanging out in the bottom lane. We'll see how Smash is going to do dodging these bouncing bombs. All right, we've just got 1v1s across the map here. It's kind of like they were competing for top lane, and they were like, you know what, we'll all just play top lane. I'm not gonna swap with you, okay?
Busio trying to keep Career at bay. Career was considering to flash for the taunt, but he did not commit.
Oh, that is the mayor of Paris, by the way, in the crowd here for the EWC League of Legends Grand Final.
That's crazy. It's also funny that Busio and Career are both playing top lane champions while wanting to just stay in top lane. And neither of them has base just yet. While Career looks to finish his, Busio wants to try to roam mid lane here, maybe force a summoner from Showmaker, but he should be fine just hovering both sides.
DK โหดมากๆช่วงนี้
Okay, everything just cool, calm, and collected now. We've got some normalcy coming back to the Rift.
เป็นชุดที่ฝีมือโหดแต่ว่าเดินเกมไม่ค่อยดีแต่ฝีมือโหดมากๆ แครี่ได้ทุกคน
Gonna go for a bit of a hook shot flash here. The Showmaker gives him the good old thumbs up and says, "Get out of here, buddy."
That's a big summoner committed. Obviously, Camille is quite mobile and can engage from a long way away in the bottom side, but Showmaker's just going to lose a little bit of health, but doesn't even flash, doesn't even flinch here in the middle lane, knowing that he's not really under threat of being killed by this Galio setup. So it feels like a slight edge gain here from D+, but it relieves the pressure for Yehu for just a moment.
Yeah, Yehu needs to fix this mid wave now, but he should be able to do it with the chunk of Showmaker. But not the start that Busio was looking for on this Camille. At least both him and Career are pretty much similar XP, so he didn't lose. I mean, he was able to steal some of the XP on mid lane while Career was bot.
Nice little satchel there onto Smash. The wall dive not necessarily working here for Busio. Still able to dodge their way out of it, and DK will be just picking up the wave. Showmaker now just sticking around here in this mid lane, still very even alongside Yehu. The Galio can have a rougher time in the first few levels up against the Victor, but he has been coping quite nicely as Lucid's going to come on over here and make this a little bit frustrating. There is a gravity well going down. Busio in position, but Career making his way up. Remember, no flash on this Camille. Yike making his way over, and Lucid looking a little worse for Webb. Picks the gap between the players. Not able to land that sonic wave. That means that everything is just going down.
But Yike got the top crab while Lucid was ganking mid lane, and now he can get the bot crab as well. So it's a double crab advantage for Yike. And a pretty good start for him on the Lee Sin.
Hasn't been punished yet. You know, so much of the aggression here from KC is starting to get small advantages starting to stack up. And Showmaker holds his flash. Smash, by the way, needs some help here.
Going through the minefield, gets lit on fire here by Busio, and smashes barrier. I don't think it's going to be enough. He has to flash as well to get out of the way. Career getting the damage down, but Busio just walks this one off. And Smash, not a whole lot left in the tank.
Lucid is coming down gear. I don't think he'll be able to get punished.
Oh, Kalist's going to have to flash to get out of the way, so that is at least something here for D+, but they are on the ropes.
It's so much aggression from KC in this early game. They are not pumping the brakes in this one. Obviously, we had the 2v2 top side into the late stay there for Busio from mid. This is a huge deny here on the back initially. And then they get the aggression on the Showmaker. Don't get his flash, but put pressure on him. Go straight to the bottom lane and threaten Smash. They don't get the kills, but they are certainly putting the pressure on.
Yeah, Kalist getting that cancel on Smash means that he can reclaim the CS advantage that Smash had built up. The first few levels of this matchup, Kai'Sa is quite a bit stronger due to her auto attacks while dealing damage, and Six doesn't do anything until he gets a few levels. So that was why Smash had that little bit of a CS lead, but now being completely equalized is really nice for Kalist in this early game.
Yeah, looks like the pause is on the D+ side of things. KC just being patient here, waiting to make sure that everything is sorted out effectively. And figure out exactly who it is as well.
โอนให้เขาหน่อยครับ โอนให้เขาหน่อย
กสิกรไทยขอคนละ1 บาท
Make me feel a little bit silly, but that's absolutely fine. Shia, let's hope that everything is going to be sorted out. He's in a difficult matchup there up against the Vayne, and actually currently has the only gold lead of the team against Canna 4 now. I've really enjoyed the pressure, though, that KC have put on. And honestly, this is good for us. Yeah. It gives us a little bit of a moment because there has, like, the tempo of this game has been kind of extraordinary out of KC.
I think we're seeing a very similar game from KC from how they've been playing in their last few games. They just keep looking for plays over and over again. And that's what improved so much for them between MSI and EWC. At MSI, they were much more reserved. It felt like they only went for very few plays, and if those plays didn't work out, the game kind of looked over for them. But in this tournament, they just keep pushing no matter what, and that's what's given them the edge against so many of these teams.
Yeah, I actually find it kind of crazy, because I was talking to Dagda before the KC match that I cast in MSI during the play-ins, and he was like, oh, they're just basically mini Gen G, you know, they're going to be playing slowly, it's going to be cool, calm, and collected. This is a team that really does like to get their ducks in a row before they get things done, and that hasn't been the EWC experience for this squad.
I just find that, as we're going to re-pause here for just a moment, make sure things are good. I find it to be a very risky play style in a best of 5, especially in the finals too, because if you are of that mindset of we're going to constantly push, the moment it stops working, the moment you lose that momentum, it could actually be quite mentally draining to play on the edge of your seat constantly and be the aggressor when G+ can otherwise just be defensive. Not to say that it's not a valid strategy. In fact, I think it's the way League of Legends in most cases should be played, is always trying to push every single advantage. If it does stop working or you start to lose confidence, it can really hurt.
I think this for me is what KC is the best at. Like when we looked at KC in the LEC, it always felt like mechanically they had the best players in their role, but they were missing that something to really beat G2 and be a complete team. And I feel like the fact that they've doubled down on the fact that we are going to try to outplay you in every single skirmish, and we're going to keep going for that. Oh my God, the KC
shoeies? Oh no, we're not doing a shoey just yet. Sorry, that's my Australianism coming out. Maybe if they do win, we'll get a shoey out of those guys. We'll have to get the cameras back on them. We will see. The crowd.
Such a high-profile game. We have the mayor of Paris. You know, there's having the crowd be against you, but there's having the city be against you.
Yeah, we needed to fly the mayor of Seoul in or something.
I guess the only thing that would have been crazier than the mayor of Paris showing up to this match is if he opened his shirt and had a D+ jersey on underneath.
I'm sorry. Like I think it was his son sitting next to him or something like that, and he's like, "I'm sorry, son," and just like rips open his shirt. It's been me all along. I started following in 2020. I just love Showmaker.
You know, people think about Kana as a T1 guy a lot. They don't remember the D+ times as well.
Neither do I.
ใครที่จากอาชิระอลินได้สอนให้โตมาเป็นขอทานออนไลน์ใครที่จากอาชิระอลินได้สอนให้โตมาเป็นขอทานออนไลน์ใครที่จากอาชิระอลินได้สอนให้โตมาเป็นขอทานออนไลน์ใครที่จากอาชิระอลิน
And you
ได้
start
ส
to
อน
get these
ให้
small
โต
advantages
มา
in a volatile matchup like this, especially when either the top laner has teleport until that unlocks later on with role quests. It can be a disaster. He was able to do this, by the way, without a buy. And this is the first back for both of these top laners, so a good start here.
And now it gets a lot easier for Kana as he picks up the cloth armor, gets the HP from the Phage. As Kalista has no flash here.
All right, bit of a return gang from Lucid, looking to make his way in. Picks up on where that Satchel was taking him, but it's like Kalista will be able to make his way out regardless. KC not wasting any time, just sticking on this dragon. And does have a lot of health. It's a mountain, of course, but still looks like Yike will be able to get on over here and take this one down. Busio just protecting.
Yeah, he has Prio mid, and he has his ultimate, so there's just no way to contest here for D+ at all whatsoever. So they tried to look for Kalist, but even flashless, he's able to walk it off. So a huge win here in the small exchange for KC.
Yeah, and part of that as well was the fact that Smash was still level 5 from the fact that he got denied the minions earlier. If he was level 6, when he landed the Void Seeker, could have followed it up. But overall, Kalist kind of baits the gank, wastes Lucid's time. KC get the first dragon.
Yeah, talking about levels as well. I mean, Career is only level 3. That Stand United is going to be a really important piece of the DK team fight, right? Like being able to use that killer instinct, get into the backline and smash, and then having your Shen travel with you is a big part of what makes this composition kind of cool moving into the mid to late game. But yeah, Career does need double the levels if he wants to be able to actually use that ability. See whether he's going to be sticking around in lane for a little while longer. Busio already level 4, almost halfway towards level 5. So that Hextech Ultimatum, which is also very pivotal, will be coming in first. That's condemning the wall though as a Q. Trying to connect. There's the rocket jump, gets the buster shot onto this Lee Sin as the flash comes forward. First blood to Kana.
You got the cannon, but it wasn't worth it. They were waiting for that precise moment. Cannon's going over. Shio doesn't want to give it up. And that is just a perfectly timed gank from Yike to come in at the exact right moment. He has a farm lead over Lucid now. He's got the first assist of the game.
Kana landing the condemn to set up Yike's Sonic Pursuit. The fact that they're able to both get a plate, crash the wave, deny so much from Shiwu. It's a fantastic start for Kana. And he also picks up the plated steel cap. So the matchup for Shiwu is you always want to continue jumping in, continue trading. But now Kana is so tanky that it's going to be really, really difficult for Shiwu to be able to replicate that.
So he gets the cannon and gets condemned to the wall here, the exhaust. Not even necessary as he feebly tries to ult Yike away, but Kana has the damage here, only takes a single turret shot, secures the kill. In this matchup, we talked about how volatile it is. We have a clear front runner now.
Certainly do. Meadow feeling pretty happy about how this one's going so far. Relatively early days, but an 800 gold lead is pretty decent here for Carmine Corp. Yike moving on over, doesn't want to give away all of these grubs. Does give away the first one though, and now Showmaker's making his way over. There's the crash into the wall, the Arcane Storm doing so much work here, and down goes Yike. First kill on the board here for D plus Kia as they even the game out.
Lucid recognizes the numbers advantage that DK has. He flashes onto Yike. Yike doesn't have time to react. It's a clean CC chain. They're able to get Boostio's flash as well, and Yehu he TP'd in, but it was, oh, he's staying.
All right, these little taunt to come on through here as Canner is a little bit further away. Korea moves up. And it's going to be Lucid going back after those 3 grubs come in.
Bit of a cheeky chunk. He even cancels his base. Shiwu is really unhappy about that.
He is not enjoying his game right now. He took a ton of damage. I think that was actually a pretty smart risk there from Yehu to stay. But let's go back to the play here. It's a very quick turn from Lucid, knowing they have this rotation of the Victor over here, and there is no mid laner. The TP is happening now. So he realizes he gets the suppress here into the double impale, and then the gravity field is layered on top. There's no mobility here whatsoever for Yike. They get the kill, they get the secure of the grubs.
3 grubs for Tristana. There's at least a nice consolation prize, but he's going to need quite a bit more help to actually start winning the 1v1 again, to be able to be the one pressuring and actually utilize those grubs.
Well, Showmaker now, just with a little bit of attention from Boostio and Yike moving on over here, just going to be playing defensively. On the bottom side of the map, Callista's just trying to get towards that first item. Ludens is such a huge spike for the Ziggs. We'll be getting there relatively soon.
Something we haven't talked about so much is this Vayne pick is really, really good apart from the Tristana matchup. So the fact that Kana has survived this matchup, like when I think of my favorite ADC to play Vayne into, it's Kai'Sa. Because she's so short range, she always needs to interact with you as Kana gets the stun and gets another good trade. And then you're also playing into the Skarner, the Victor that you can dodge so many of his spells. You're playing into the Shen where it's so easy to dodge or even cancel his taunt. I think this is a really... This is a game that's set up for Kana to carry.
Yeah, I think he does need a lot of condemns, though.
That he does.
I think if they all pile in on top of him, he can only condemn one of them.
But he does have the Galio ultimate.
That's a good one. And he can go untargetable as well, right? Like with the ability to be into stealth, you can kind of deliver the Galio into a weird spot at the start of a fight.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm Vayne to be that, but
I mean,
maybe.
We've seen some Vayne play in the past.
That's true.
All right, Lucid's coming up here, by the way.
It's a dangerous
thing. They don't have Yike nearby. He's fairly nearby, but they don't know about this. There's no vision. Kana could be in trouble here.
There is the taunt flash to come on through. Is kind of trying to get himself out of here. The killer instinct from Smash might be able to grab him the kill, and there it is. Gets himself the barrier to keep him alive. And now DK wanted to take some plates from this lane as well. Korea is, yeah, he's going the wrong direction here as he does Shadow Dash towards the inhibitor turret.
Seems like Yike doesn't want to try to force it. I mean, he's going to have to execute regardless, but DK, they recognize that if they just leave Kana in the 1v1 against Shiwu, that Shiwu will just continue losing. So they go for the swap, and they're able to take down Kana and get some plates. The return is that Kalista is able to hit this bot tower and get some plates of its own.
If he had grubs, this could have actually almost been a backfire for D+, if the Ziggs was able to hit a little bit more on that turret, maybe even put it in the satchel range, but because he has none, because of that great play from Lucid earlier, he gets money. It's a great response on the other side, but it's not as good as it could have been. As you can see, he's actually most gold in the game right now on this Ziggs pick with all the additional time.
And that is with Smash getting the kill as well. So a lot of plates going over for Kalista. He's able to pick up the Ludens. So he's going to be quite a bit ahead of Smash now if they decide to fight for this Cloud Dragon.
Yep, already has the Sock Shoes as well. So Luden Socks is gigantic as far as Power Spike is concerned. You're talking about that Dragon. This Cloud is up and available. Mountain and Cloud, the first two of this game. Hextech made him onto Smash. The Galio coming in. And Korea wanting to try and stop Yehu from killing in his 80 carry, and he will be able to do that. But the taunt was not exactly the best. D+ gonna have to back away and give Smash some time to make his way back in.
Yehu fumbled it. He missed the Galio Qs. He wasn't able to kill Smash. They still get his flash and should be able to pick up this Dragon unless Lucid is able to get a steal.
I don't know. Showmaker's coming over here, but he's still fairly early in this game to do damage.
Career little taunt to come through there. There's just the kick to death onto this Shen. A lot of buttons now on cooldown though as KC losing their health bars as well. Lucid secures the Dragon and the Void Seeker comes on through. Great satchel to interrupt Lucid, but you can see Yehu taking so much damage. The Impale will pull back Lucio, and D+, they get the Drake and a double
kill for Smash's Kaiser. A clean, slow fight here for D+, and he returns to the fight, ends up picking up the double. He was massively far behind on gold. Now he's got a 400 gold lead. I do want to mention briefly there was an all-in on the top side attempted by Conley, tried to knock Shiu back, and neither of them ended up dying. It ended up being just a reset up there, but that was also happening during all this action. They now have their teleports online, but did not moments ago, because here's the fight again.
It's very interesting here how DK, after Career dies, they recognize despite the fact that they're playing 2 versus 4, because Yike used the kick and Busio is so jumped, and the fact that Smash is moving, they're the ones that can take control. They can push KC back, and then after this, they're kind of spacing KC to not give Yehu this taunt, which then sets up Lucid to flash in, force the flashes, and just make it a clean.
And it's two consistent damage dealers here in the Victor and the Kaisa, and Callista's otherwise cooldown based, right? Kana can't join the fight, so in these really long extended fights, those cooldowns used early, they realize they have the damage, and they do have a bit of a hide on Bush.
Yeah, Korea. His head in. Looks like he's going to be okay for the moment. The one thing that I do want to say is it must be nice to Showmaker to play one of his favorite champions of the year when it's been taken from him by Smash over and over again throughout this tournament. His Victor has been absolutely incredible. Even though I think he went down like 0-3, but it was never his fault in those games. He was so incredibly strong on this Victor pick throughout this year, and he's demonstrating it once again. 0-0-3 right now as Lucid looking to move in. Actually going to get distracted by Busio, who was lying in wait. That is a lot of damage onto Yehu as the Arcane Storm comes down, and Showmaker will be able to claim his first kill of the game. A turret goes down as well, and this is really turning into a D+ game very quickly.
Yeah, KC, they have a slight close map on bot lane. They're trying to zone Shiwu away and get this bot tower, but they don't have an actual wave. The wave clear from Vayne is so slow that by the time they actually respond, DK are already on the Herald at this point.
Yeah, there's just really nothing they can do except try to push this bottom lane here. We'll grab another plate. I think that's going to be the last bit of gold they can get. Trying to dive this will be so tricky. Shiu does have his flash and ultimate available here. So even in a 2v1, it's going to be rough. There's a really tough spot there for Yehu, used his taunt early there on the top side. Showmaker is just pushing in, and even though they had Busio there to defend, the Skarner gets first right of rotation there, and down goes that top side turret. So a big explosion of gold here. Now D+'s gold lead, the biggest we've seen so far at 2.2k, the advantage.
Lucid is going to get stunned up here by the wall dive. Hextech ultimatum comes down as they deliver a gargoyle to the Scorpion, and down he will go. And is Callista grabbing his first kill of the game. Where is the cross map going to be, though? That is the question, is there isn't one. It's just going to be some damage onto this turret, maybe some plates going down, and actually maybe the entire turret, actually. Coming on down here.
Rep Tristana, so I think it probably is going to be, they split the recalls there, and it looked really scary for a moment, but ultimately it's just going to be a huge win here for D+. Not a kill, but the entire turret.
I wonder if Kana stayed, if he could condemn Shiwu there and go with Yike. That's what I was thinking.
That's what I thought they were planning, but
yeah. Maybe a slight miscommunication there. It ends up being the full tower for DK despite the fact that Lucid dies on the top side. So it's still a win for DK as they continue building this gold lead, now at 2.6k.
Standing gold, something that we do like to talk about. With no turrets yet taken here for KC, they might yet use that for a way back. There's some parity as man, that Void Seagull almost taking the Raptor. That would have been heartbreaking for Yike. Thankfully, he's able to lock that one down before that happens. But having a look at these items, we were talking before about this Ludin spike, right? Like the soft shoes on top of it. Such a huge moment for Callis. Well, now there's a Kraken Slayer and a Rage Blade on the Kai'Sa.
And how about a
Smashes in a good spot.
Second Kraken Slayer on Shiu, and they have a Victor who's about to get second item here. Fire plus the Andres. There's a lot more damage for KC now. You really need to win the fights quickly and win them early. You need to use your Camille Galio to get picks and delete a carry immediately. Otherwise, I don't think you win the fight ever.
And KC cannot fight this straight. They need to fix their lane assignments and have Kana into Shiwu, because otherwise Showmaker's going to win into Kana and Shiwu's going to push in Yehu, and you can see Yike can't even take his red buff.
They're looking for Shiu now. Bust shot does just get the Camille out of there. Another turret falls down as the entire outer ring has just been demolished. And Lucid now looking for an angle towards Yike. And King still pulled out for a... No, never mind. It's back up again. And Kana just catching the waves where he can.
Old Busio stayed. He's on the edge of maybe being able to get something here. It's going to be close. I don't think he can get him.
It's too deep. Shiwu has both sumps as well, and he's quite tanky as well with the plated steel caps on level 13. Has the bone plating as well. So Busio can't really threat alone, and Casey desperately need to get Kana into Shiwu, or they cannot really break this because they don't have the damage on Yehu to try to gank him either, unless they can find a satchel here on Smash.
They will be able to get that. There's the flash to come through. Hextech ultimate him. They get into range, and down goes Smash. That is a brilliant little pick, but Lucid still going for the fight. Flash out there from Showmaker, but the answer is there from Yike. Doesn't hit the Q though in the Arcade Storm. Will be able to help take him down. Takes a little while though, and there goes Lucid on the other side of the fight. So an advantage going over to KC.
And this is what we talk about with KC. They just keep fighting, keep fighting. If we're getting pushed in every single lane, they just sack one lane and decide to put numbers, and we're seeing the full power of Camille Gallo on display.
This is exactly the type of instant pick I was talking about. You have to get the kill before the fight really begins. The worrying thing for me is that even though this is successful, and Showmaker teleports into the middle of the team fight on Victor, right? Flashes to follow here. It's still such a close fight with one of the main carries deleted instantly, and I think that's a sign that maybe the hourglass is running out of sand here for KC. If they can't turn this game around soon, it may just be too late.
I agree with you, but Lucid also really peeled nicely there, because Yike was setting up to kick Showmaker as soon as he TP'd in, but Lucid instantly stunning him, and then Yike going a bit too deep, trying to get that insect. It means that while KC are trying to find their angles back in the game, they have diminished the gold lead by 500, but it's still DK that's in control. They're going to be able to continue pushing in all three lanes, and KC need to find another play, but you can see the recipe that they have for success.
He's about to cash out his call. He's got 6 stacks left on that. We'll be putting together a second item soon, but this Victor is the biggest one on the Rift. Double items here for Showmaker, who's incredibly fed. It does so much damage. So if you kill one of these 3 carries, there's still 2 left.
Yeah, it's the Arsonist Victor as well with the double burn items. He will definitely be doing a lot of work there. In fact, triple burn if you include his keystone.
And he's got 7 stacks of Dark Seal.
Oh yeah.
He's big.
He does have no flash though.
Yeah, and that is definitely a big deal because in the last fight, I think one of the biggest things that went wrong for KC was the fact that Yike couldn't get onto this Victor, and I think that that was a bit of user error as well. If they're able to play that one out a little bit better, take down both the Kaiser and the Victor, then it's very comfortable
Baron on spawn,
securing the rest.
Triple carry, Leandri's Blackfire, they think they have the speed to do this, or at least are going to look for a turn. I think it's a little bit too risky, and they agree.
Yeah, this is very dangerous against Kalist, because if he lands, I mean, he's the one getting poked out right now, but I feel like if he lands a few bombs, he can really chunk DK, and a huge 6 ult when they're on the Nasher can be really dangerous.
This is probably the most Baron damage we've seen all tournament, by the way. Like, this composition just shreds the Baron.
As a domestic commentator of the LCK, D+ doing Baron, looking for turns, threatening, then turning the poke back onto KC. This is not a D+ I saw a few months ago. This team has had serious growth. They're being so decisive here heading towards the late game. This is a different D+ Kia, and I like it.
Well, let's see whether they can actually find an angle as KC things very dark towards the north of the Rift. And it's a Christmas tree on DK's side. Man, they have really opened the shutters. They can see everything with all of those wards. Rocks being thrown around here by Lucid. The minefield just avoided. And why is Askana a poke champion in this game? It's very strange. He's just throwing rock after rock, looking immortal with his Spirit Visage now completed alongside that Protoplasm Harness. And yeah, I think they should go for another turn. They've got Shield on the top side, taking down this turret as well.
KC are in trouble. They can't come in here easily and deny this right now. They have to rush over, but they just have no vision. If they try to walk in, they'll just get caught. They're going to have to give it up. The bomb is desperation.
It does spot out that this Baron is being taken down as Yike. They need to keep him out of the pit. The problem is, I don't know whether he can get in. There is the secure from the Kaiser. And D+ Kia, they'll just grab themselves a purple buff and they'll go back home.
KC, they underestimated how fast DK could do the Dasher. Busio based, and with that they weren't able to face check, so they kind of had to wait for him to come back. They will be able to try to set up for Dragon. No, they weren't able. That's very rough for KC here.
They got the mid turret. That's at least something, and that's really huge when you're running a Camille composition like this. At least it gives Busio some potential extra angles if they get map control back to actually dive and catch Smash in the mid lane and set up picks with the Galio. Camille, maybe that's one way back in. It's not going to happen right now, but at least they got that one little counter pick there in the mid lane.
นั่นดิคุณข้าวมันไก่คุณข้าวมันไก่นี่ขายข้าวมันไก่จริงหรือเปล่าเนี่ยไอโดมันปั่น
And so KC couldn't leverage that extra little bit of map pressure given the resets.
Busio has a potential flank though on Showmaker if DK decide to put numbers into the bot side. So he's looking for it.
There is a nice little satchel here as there's a kickback on a Showmaker. Then we're going to explore the what a damage as he goes down though. And now the flash out from Smash will get him to safety. Lucid finding the impale. They managed to lock down Busio and down he will go. But Showmaker a lot more valuable here as KC look to reform the battle line.
And now can do damage. So yeah, you got Showmaker, but it's a trade here. Busio's gone. There's no more engage, and the damage numbers are still pumping here for D+, so KC can't push the play further. I think this is a great flank. It's a great opportunity found here by Busio. It's the same kind of thing I was just talking about here. They kind of bait this time with the kick from Yike, and Showmaker's down. But what do you do next? Career's able to flash over the wall. They get the taunt here, but Smash can follow flash. Sure, that's a big win. You took away the flash from the Kaisa, but D+ just have more damage output.
You get flashes on both the carries, but the fact that you're not able to convert that into a dragon speaks volumes to how strong the rest of DK's carries are, even when Showmaker dies.
And I would be so annoyed at the fact that the role on the Dragons was Ocean in this game if I was KC, because they have so much like upfront burst, right? If you don't get to a target, they just stand back and their health bar just refills. That's assuming they're able to grab this next one in about 5 minutes time. But even with the 2 Oceans that they've picked up here, it's going to make it that little bit more frustrating to make this burst composition work.
And now we're looking at a Shiu who's massively ahead. Right now the side lane into the vein has been fixed. Now it's controlled by D+.
Yeah, she was really strong. Busio does still have the flash, while Smash and Showmaker use theirs in the fight. So if he's able to find another flank like that, where he can flash hookshot onto the carry, set up the Camille Galio ultimate, we've seen them one-shot the carries before, and there's still no stopwatch either Showmaker or Smash against them.
And that is a very cool hat that has been purchased by Callist as well. As far as 3 items are concerned, that is a large amount of damage that he's representing here onto the squishies of DK.
I think D+ need to be aware that there's no major objective up here for 3 or 4 minutes.
พี่ก็ไม่อยากมีเรื่องไว้น้องพี่ก็ไม่ใช่แบบสู้คน
so many tools for KC to steal away this game if they make a mistake, if they overstep, and they absolutely have no reason to right now. They have a lot of vision around the map they can fall back to, clear wave by wave, and not necessarily try to pinch inside. Sure, that'll give some time for some of these members of KC to catch up like Kana on this vein, but I think it's the appropriate response here given the commanding lead they have right now. They do not want to toss this one away.
This has been, the hubris of some of the teams here at EWC has been their downfall. See whether DK can keep the respect levels high, make sure that they play this one out by the book in order to lock this one up. Callist giving him the good thumbs up that he's been throwing around all tournament.
They have control vision around Busio. It's almost like he's trying to say like, oh, maybe you guys should try to go for a play here. But he's otherwise just going to sit back and clear the wave. This is the kind of play I'm talking about. They're hiding here, waiting to see if D+ will make a mistake. And so far, they have just not taken the bait.
And Callist, while he has so much ability power with the Rabadons, with the Shadow Flame, he still doesn't have the Void Staff to actually get through Lucid. So it's really going to be up to Kana to be able to take down the front line for DK.
Oh no, and these luxury items are starting to come in. You were talking about the arm guard, the Zhonya's. That arm guard has been completed now for Smash, so he is not a target for Busio to jump on, right? Outside this Galio anymore. Will be being put together by Showmaker as well, unless he decides instead that he wants like a death cap or a shadow flame or something like that, because he is Showmaker, he does just like to find it.
I mean, I feel like Seeker's arm guard counters this comp so damn hard. It's
going
to be really, really difficult for me to imagine how you can try to get that Camille Galio combo once Showmaker gets his Seeker's arm guard as well. I guess you can still look for Shiwu, but that also speaks volumes to the fact that there's 3 carries on DK that you need to worry about.
The triple carry comp is one we've seen from D+ a lot, especially when Shiu picks up this Tristana.
This was their best archetype all last year, right? We were calling for it, we were asking for it, and they only ever did it like, 20% of the time.
It's one of the things they were running on the qualifiers here as well to get to EWC in the first place.
And what we call this KC comp in Europe, the shotgun comp. You have 1 bullet, if it lands, you're golden, if it doesn't. But the problem is you have 3 targets, and they can all stand far apart, which pretty difficult for a shotgun.
I mean, it is a really large cartridge, though. At least there is that. Mega Phonobomb is a decent area, as now Shiu wasted no time. There's the buster shot. Just playing tennis with Busio here.
They're so safe. D+ are just giving KC no options. It's not that KC isn't being proactive. It's not that they're trying. They're trying so hard. They're finding any angle they can, but they are just being shut down at every turn.
Flash looking for a little bit of a window towards Kalista there. Doesn't find the void.
Baron's up.
5 seconds time, exactly right, Wolf. There is the purple buff available for DK to allow this siege to actually work. As these levels come in as well, speaking of siege, she is going to have a pretty good time. That draw of bead really allowing him to hit from a really long distance away. Geico catching onto this wave. Busio once again in a frustrating position. A Void Seeker is going to go wide. Is on the flank. Korea finds himself the taunt on towards this Camille. The wall dive. He's going to connect onto Showmaker. But Busio is just dead. He avoids the heroic entrance and flashes away from Yero. The King gets on in there, but the victor is still alive. Smash once again not finding the W, but Kalista is so far away from this battle. Yikes still trying to bounce around, but it's she that locks down that kill. And Smash will come in with the Acathian rain. D plus Kia wipe the floor with KC here in this late game, and they're looking for the Baron.
And career flash to block Yikes Sonic Wave to save Showmaker, and the stopwatch from Showmaker bought so much time as they see the pro view here from Smash. He kites back, and then he ultis onto the engage from Lucid, kills Kana, gets special delivery. Yeah. And he tries to W flash, Kalista flashes away. He doesn't quite have the damage to take down Smash, and now it's a Nash for DK. They can play for the soul, and Casey's hope for game 1 looks dire.
They're trounced, I think, in this one, unfortunately. D plus with the momentum in that fight, and the arm guard value just mentioned Jack Spectre. It's that moment. They block the engage there, and then there's a follow-up from Career. Guess what? Showmaker buys Zonius. He's got another one for the next fight, and they're even further ahead now. It starts to feel like we've already seen many Hail Mary attempts. I only want to say that that's the only way back in for KC. It's going to be D+. It's on them if they make a mistake here in this one, but they have every single piece of the map controlled, and the last possible objective to take for now is that Ocean Soul. They've got their eyes on this. Busio looking for Shio here, but he's a bit short.
Okay, that's some damage as he dives on top of him. Busio will be taken down. The heroic entrance is going to come in. They do lock down the Ocean Soul in the meantime, as it is a 1-for-1 support for top lane. Probably okay here for KC as far as that trade is concerned of champions. But I mean, Ocean Soul, we said it already, it's such a frustrating soul for KC's composition to deal with.
They're pushing up mid.
อะไรผมผิดตรงไหนเนี่ย
as well as Victor has just hobbled his way over and is looking to break open the base down there. Lucid gets taunted, doesn't even really notice as the mini arcane storm comes down to the Galio. Can do nothing. He goes gold and he looks good, but that is still going to be a dead statue on the rim. And the first inhibitor will be taken down in this mid lane. Bottom lane as well going to get destroyed as D+ are just looking to steal everything. There's another impale that will connect the killer instinct from Smash for the immediate follow-up, and Casey can have to go back to the drawing board. I think after this game number 1, as D+ Kia, they look ready to win EWC.
Fantastic game 1 from DK. They had them pushed in every single lane. Kalista doing some good damage, but it's not going to be enough the same game 1. I like Casey's resilience, how much they fought back, but DK remained in control, they remained calm, and they kept pressuring, and it was especially when they got that first Nasher.
ผมไม่เคยสนิเป้ 100% จบเกมเขาด่าว่าสนิเป้เรียกลูกหาบด่าผมและรีพอร์ตว่าพ่อตายไอเวนแบบนี้ผมควร
อุ้ยใช่เหรอโดนด่าอย่างนั้นเลยเหรอเขาไม่ได้ทำหรอกใช่เหรอเขาจะทำพฤติกรรมแบบนั้นเลยเหรอไม่มีทางอ่ะด่าพ่อด้วยเหรอ
And I think we're in for a great series here. Sure, this was a game that was always going to be volatile. D+ pulled ahead. It got really hard for KC, but it was a good game 1. It was very close, and I cannot wait to see what the rest of this BO5 has in store for us.
And there's also the point of the draft makes such a huge difference. I think KC were playing around what they had very, very well, but I think it could be better moving into the second game. Speaking of which, though, we have Dagon alongside to break down that first one.
Thank you very much, guys. It is the LCK squad striking first here. D+ Kia take the victory in game number 1.
DK มันทรงแชมป์จริงว่ะ
of the blue wall of Carmine Corp, but it is 1-0 D+.
And I think the approach that they went with the draft, they were just talking about the casters, was really inventive. The fact that they had this Tristana into the vein
ใครมีเรื่องกับบอสจบไม่สวยสักลายผมยังไม่ทำอะไรเลยเนี่ยผมนั่งดูแข่งอยู่เนี่ยเดี๋ยวก็โอ้โหคนเอาไปฟ้องก็มีเรื่องกันอีกพอเธอมาดู
And I think that meant it was actually really difficult for KC when they fell behind because a lot of their attempts
บอสเชื่อแชทไหมแชทมันก็ปั่นเกิน
โดเนทมา20 บาทจ้าจริงไหมครับที่พี่บอสบอกว่าพวกไปเที่ยวแล้วโดนไฟคลอกเป็นคนอีสานผมขอให้คนอีสานหายไวๆนะครับถ้าไม่หายแสดงว่าได้ไปมีตติ้งพ่อออสกับซาโมจินะครับได้ทดลองเจอไฟนรกตั้งแต่ก่อนตายด้วย
Kaisa and Victor in the same team against Ziggs Camille, but this attempt that they tried to kill Kaisa on the bot lane, it didn't work out, and I think this helped DK to have so much space in the early game.
วงการเดียวกันน้อง
พวกมึงจะเล่นที่กิฟก็สงสารเขาหน่อยอันนี้กูพูดจริงนะเขายังอยู่ห้องเช่าอยู่เลยจะดูแข่งทีนึงก็ต้องย้ายไปซุปทีทวิตทียังขับรถเมียอยู่เลยน่าสงสารกว่าไอบอสอีกคนดูก็ไม่ค่อยมีโดเนทนิ่งไม่มี
They have the burst damage, they have the one-shot combination, but after all, you just have to deal with the Victor Kaisa chasing you down.
20 บาทจ้าโดนวิ่งราวตาแรกไปบิดไอพวกโจรชั้นต่ำฝรั่งเศสเดี๋ยวพวกมึงจะรอวิ่งราวน้ำตาจากกองเชียร์ไอแคว
โอ้โหใจเย็นนะครับ PK เขาไม่มีเงินเดือนเหมือนกัน
แฟนคลับบิ๊กหน่วงโดเนทมา20 บาทจ้าไอบอสมันฉลาดนะปิดเสียงแข่งฟังโดเดาคลิปให้ดราม่าใหญ่
ปิดเสียงอะไรก็มันแข่งจบแล้ว
The ult has timed out. Look at the cleanup smash. Just trying to run
down.
Doesn't quite find him, but the fight is
รัก
firmly
บอ
in
ส
Deep's
นะ
favor.
แต่แชทไม่ไหวโดเนทมา20 บาทจ้าโดเนทช่องบอสมีแต่พวกขยะจริงๆวะผมว่าผมมาเปิดใจนั่งดูบอสวิเคราะห์เกมแล้วแต่ไม่ไหวต้องจะด่าแต่คนอื่นทั้งที่คนอื่นยังไม่เคยด่าอย่าทำตัวเป็นพวกขยะสังคมครับ
ไม่เคยด่าว่าเราเลยจริง
having better team fight composition because it has been really chaotic, you know. I think none of the teams that can actually snowball from the early game like cleanly, you know.
ใจเย็นนะครับคนดูอย่าทะเลาะกันดีกว่านะเราคนไทยด้วยกันนะ
As long as you have the cards, you
เรา
have
ควร
the
ไป
power
สู้กับ
for the team fight for the
ต่างประเทศ
late game, then I think you can always come back from the game, and that's the main theme about the DK right now.
I also think when you're playing a more static AD carry, you're trying to just get those ultra attacks across. It's so hard into picks like Ziggs. You can just ult you and you lose half your health bar. With the Kaisa, you can still function from a distance with the W.
DK มันทรงแชมป์มากๆเลยว่ะ
You can go in and follow up and instantly make the play. You also have a lot of tools to dodge abilities. I do agree with what we did said. I think the laning phase can also be always be a little bit delicate if you're picking Kaisa into the likes of Ziggs. But if you get through that,
บอสจะเข้าข้างช่องตัวเองหรือดูช่องคนดูช่องอื่นก็ไม่รู้ว่าเราต้องอยู่บนความถูกต้องอ่ะคนดู
ผมว่าพ่อตายไอเวนพิมพ์มาในช่องรีพอร์ตของจริงนะผมไม่ได้โม555ผมก็ไม่รู้ว่าควรนับถืออะไรเขาแต่ก็ไม่ได้เกลียดอะไรนะแต่แค่แบบด่าพ่อ
จะด่าพ่อเลยเหรอ
เด็กมาด่ากูอีกผมละ
มีลูกด้วยเหรอ
ไอนกเอี้ยนบางตัวที่หน้าโง่โดเนทมา20 บาทจ้าพวกมารึงทำไมต้องมาสั่งนู้นสั่งนี่ให้บอสมันเกลียดกิจกูเข้าใจไอบอสนะไอบอสก็อยู่ของมันดีๆคือมารุงจะเกลียดก็เกลียดไปไม่ต้องยัดเยียดให้ไอบอสมันเกลียดด้วยจำใส่หัวไว้ซักไอพวกเวน
ผมก็อยู่ของผมดีๆเนี่ย
Don't forget season 2 of Level Up. The EWC documentary is live
BK
now on Prime Video. So go check that out whenever you can. I'll see you right after this.
พวกมึงเป็นควยอะไรแม่งหาแต่เรื่องให้ครูไอสันดอนโดเนทมา20 บาทจ้าบอสคิดในใจมันมีแต่เมื่อไหร่เกมมันจะจบวะกูจะไปนอนไอพวกสลัดผักมึงก็ขยันคิดคอนเทนต์จังนะไอเฮีย กูจะหลับแล้วไอ้ซัดตอบส่งไปอย่างนั้นแหละไม่ตอบพวกมึงก็ไม่โดไอหน้าหมาโดง่ายๆอย่าให้กูคิดเยอะกูง่วง
ไอ้นี่รู้จริงนะเนี่ยไอ้โดนี่รู้จริงหมดเลย
เสวะคู่ววยโดเนทมา20 บาทจ้า
ผมก็ตอบไป
คิดดูว่าถ้าขยะสังคมในช่องแชทมันไม่สมหัวกันอยู่ในนี้มันจะไประรานพีกิฟของพวกมึงขนาดไหนควรสำเนียยกบุญคุณไอควยบอสไว้นะควยบอสพ่อตายควยบอสพ่อตาย
ด่าพี่ทำไมเนี่ย
ควยบอสพ่อตายควยบอสพ่อตายควยบอสพ่อตายคอ
พี่ทำไมเนี่ยน้อง
แฟนคลับบิ๊กบ่วงโดเนทมา20 บาทจ้า
ไปครับบิ๊กบ่วง
บอสเป็นคนดีนะเล่นเกมก็เก่งวิเคราะห์ดีแต่ควบคุมแชทตัวเองไม่ได้แต่ไม่แปลกใจหรอกก็เพราะเรียนไม่จบอ่ะเนอะ
อ้าวไอ้นี่หลอกด่าเนี่ยเรียนไม่จบคุมแชทไม่ได้เกี่ยวอะไรเนี่ย
약간 우유 맛이 나는 느낌인데 몇 점 주시겠어요? 저는 한 8.5점? 8.5점? 저는 진짜 맛있습니다. 저는 제 취향이 아니라서
บอสโดนด่าทุกวันรู้สึกอะไรบ้างไหมง่วงไง
จอนตัวเรือนโดเนทมา20 บาทจ้าไอมิกซีเอ็นไอเด็กข้างไข่ช่องคอเย็นจนใจบางแชทเทาแบบมุงจำใส่หัวของมุงไว้ด้วยว่า
บิวซีเอ็น
เขาไม่นับแชทเทาจนแบบมุงเป็นมนุษย์ด้วยซ้ำไอโง่ไม่ชอบดูก็ใส่หัวไปไม่ใช่มางอแงไอลูกแง่
โอ้
너무 맛있는데요? 맛있네요. 맛있네요. 제가 또 빵을 좋아해서 맛있습니다. 응? 뭐야 이번에는 그냥 음료수인데? 오렌지 주스 탄산? 그냥 약간 그냥 오렌지 주스 냄새 납니다. 먹으셔볼게요. 그냥 오렌지 주스에 탄산 들어가 있는 느낌? 말 그대로 그런 것 같아요. 아 맛있습니다.
มีคนร้อนว่ะเฮ้ยคุณมิวซีเอ็นคุณก็อย่าไปตอบเถียงกับโดเลยยอมไปบ้างบางทีคือถ้าโลกเรามันไม่มีคนยอมอ่ะมันก็จะสู้กันเรื่อยๆนะเราต้องมีฝ่ายหนึ่งฝ่ายใดยอมอ่ะ
맛있다. 케이크는 아닌 거죠? 점수 한번 매겨주세요. 저 한 5점? 5점. Not my style.
คุณมิวซีเอ็นคุณยอมเขาไปเถอะ
9점 드릴게요. 와 이거를 9점 준다. 굉장히 맛있고 이게 더 느끼한 것 같은데요? 다 드신다고요?
ผมไม่เสียอะไรผมยอมไม่ยอมเลยครับไม่ยอมมันก็จะแบบเถียงกันไปเถียงกันมาเรื่อยๆไม่มีวันจบ
뭐예요? 버섯인가? 달팽이네. 먹어보고 싶진 않아. 엄두가 나진 않네. 가위바위보? 냄새 한번. 가위바위보 진 사람이 냄새 나죠? 좋죠? 가위바위보? 안 내어진 거 가위바위보? Try it. Let's go.
ทีมการตลาดลอยโดเนทมา20 บาทจ้าคุณบอสทำตัวออทิสติกไร้อารมณ์ร่วมไปก่อนครับยอดกำลังมาใคร
바닷가 냄새 나는데 뭔가 그런 느낌도 있고 점수요? 저 10점이요. 왜요? 너무 맛있을 것 같은데 못 먹어서 너무 아쉽고.
ไร้อารมณ์
10점이라고요? 네, 저 한번 트라이 해보고 싶은데 너무 아쉬워요. 저도 10점 드릴게요.
เฮ้ยมันจะเบรกอะไรนานขนาดนั้นวะเฮ้ย
하면 또 생각나는 게 에스카로고기 때문에 안 좋아하실 것 같은데.
โดนี้ให้ไอต้าคนเดียวโดเนทมา20 บาทจ้าทำมาเป็นรุ่นใหญ่ในช่องไอควายแล้วก่อนน้ำรุงหายไปไหนไม่อยู่ข่าวปดก็อยู่ช่องบ่วงช่องไอบอสกูไม่เห็นมารุงจะมาดูนานมาทีไหนบอกแกมรึงรักมันจริงถ้ารักจริงมารุงไม่มาดูล่ะไอเวน
ชื่อเขียว
ด้วยกดหนึ่ง
เห็นด้วยกดหนึ่งโอ้โหอ้าวไหนไม่เห็นโดด่าต่อละไอ้ควายโหคุณนึกก็ไปท้าทายเขาอีกแล้วคุณมิ้วCN คุณอย่าไปท้าทายเขาเลยครับคุณยิ่งท้าทายเขาก็ด่าคุณมันก็ไม่จบอะวันเนี้ย
จิตปรับแพทย์โดเนทมา20 บาทจ้าไอมิก CN เข้ามาช่องไอบอสหาแสงเพราะตอนเด็กๆมันขาดความอบอุ่นตื่นมาดึกเด็กแม่มันดูดแต่ควยแขกที่มาด้าแม่มันแล้วมันอยากโดนแม่มันดูดควยบ้างแต่แม่ไม่ดูดให้เลยขาดความอบอุ่น
And DK were really disciplined, not giving KC that angle, showing a much higher, more consistent DK than we've seen in.
ใส่แว่นดำแล้วนอนคนไม่รู้จริงปะเนี่ย
Honestly, since Canyon left this roster, the team has changed a lot. It's been a revolving door of players outside of Lucid, and this is the most consistent they've looked since their 2020-2021 days. It's just only in the microcosm of this tournament. You know, LCK fans are praying that they'll win this and they'll take it to the LCK, but there's still a lot more EWC left to play.
This is the ridiculous thing because DK also Legend Group. They were celebrating out of their minds that they made top 5 in the LCK. And they got very, very close to not getting there as well. I mean, the stars had to align to make sure that that happened. And from that point, they have now made it all the way here to the grand final of EWC for 2026. And yeah, I mean, Ian Chambers was talking about Cinderella stories and how one of them has to end. It'd be crazy to see either of these teams walk away with this trophy, as already we have a bunch of bans to come on through, the Jace, the Poppy, and the Syndra, all understandable here on D+'s side, as there is the Vibing taken away from Lucid. Always does need to be removed, as well as that Mariana that seems to be
กูเขียวพระราชทานยังมีค่ามากกว่าไอมิว CN ทำตัวเกลอแบบนี้สมแล้วกับที่เป็นแชทเขา50 บาทให้บอสก็ไม่ได้มาดูฟรีคงกบมือแน่นเพราะอัมได้แค่พิมพ์ไม่มีเงินโด
มาดูเกมกันดีกว่านะครับคุณดูนะดูเกมกันดีกว่า
ฝากถึงไอป้าควยโดเนทมา20 บาทจ้ามึงหายไปไหนบอกมึงรักบอสทำช่องติ๊กต็อกให้ไอบอสแต่สุดท้ายมึงเลิกดูเลิกทำช่องทำไอบอสคนดูลดมึงรักไอบอสจริงไหมไอป้าควย
If DK go cast their first pick and KC answer with the Anivia, then LeBlanc can have a very chill time into that Anivia pick. So that's what I assume Yehu is going to go for here, and then probably a jungle pairing for Yike, probably the Jarvan, as that pairs well with the Anivia and good into the Immobile. Actually, I forgot about Bard.
Yeah,
Lucio loves the Bard.
It's Lucio as well. He is so incredibly good at this champion. An understandable pickup. That's paired alongside the Ezreal as well for Kalist that he has had so much success on so far this tournament.
จอนตัวเรือนโดเนทมา20 บาทจ้าไอมิกซี่เอ็นอยู่ช่องพวกคอเย็นไม่มีใครสนใจมุมใช่ไหมพวกนั้นไม่สนใจคนดูหรอกกูพูดถึงสมัยพวกคอเย็นมันเคยเรียกชื่อมุมเหมือนช่องที่บอสสมัยวะไอโม่ฟังไว้นะนี่คือช่องที่จริงใจไม่เหมือนพวกคนดู
You could.
ใช่อ่ะมิก
You could also go for the Nar pick
คุณ
because
คอเย็น
those
เหรอ
answers have been taken away
คูเป้โดเนทมา20 บาทจ้าพี่มิกซี่เอ็นน่าสงสารจังเลยไม่ต้องคิดมากนะคะตอนเด็กแม่ไม่ดูคุยให้โตมาก็มาดูดักคุยหนูก็ได้เดียวหนูให้พี่มิกดูจนพอใจเลยแต่มีข้อแม้ว่าต้องให้หนูซอยตูดพี่มิกด้วยนะ
It just feels like a great denial pick here all things considered the one that I think would be quite strong. Shiyu, not known necessarily for his Gnar play, nowhere near players like Kana or Zeus on this pick, but definitely one he's played a lot in the past. He's been great at shutting it down as well. I think he's a little bit more famous.
He's more of an anti-Gnar the actual Gnar player himself, but he has had some games on it, of course. There is that Ezreal that we were talking about, great into the Jarvan as well, so really does feel like it serves double duty. Not only is it a great lane alongside the bud, but you can get out of a Cataclysm, which is going to feel great.
ชีวิตจริงมึงมีเพื่อนถึง2 คนไหมวะกูอยากรู้จริงๆทำทรงเป็นคนสำคัญแต่พวกกูชาวบอสก็พร้อมจะให้ความสำคัญมึงเสมอนะเพื่อนกูรู้ว่ามึงอ้วนและควรเล็กแค่ไหนหาเพื่อนให้ได้นะสู้ๆเราเป็นกำลังใจ
Big C มาเข้าพวกไหมน้อง
Varus actually Kana does play the Varus. I could see that being a potential.
I think
he doesn't play it that well, but he does play
Bruiser
it.
junglers feels good too.
มาอยู่ช่องพี่ดีกว่ามิก
CN. So taking away the Xin feels really good here. They have the Jarvan on their side. Obviously no Lee Sin, no Skarner. So we'll see what Yike is looking for in this draft. We saw the Kiana paired with this Anivia in that semi-final match to great success, but I don't think this is necessarily that kind of draft.
ปกป้องคุยไรโดเนตมา20 บาทจ้าไอคนที่บอกปกป้องไอวิกซีเอ็นพวกมึงก็เหม็นเปรี้ยวเหมือนมันวันๆไม่อาบน้ำนั่งปกป้องคนที่มึงไม่เคยรู้จักนั่งหน้าคอมดูโดจินไปวันๆไม่ได้ขับเคลื่อนอะไรสังคมเลย
And they were able to execute it against T1, so I feel like
ความในใจบอสโดเนตมา20 บาทจ้าจะมิดหรือนิ้วกูไม่สอนอหอรอบไอควายยอมให้คนอื่นใช้มุงเป็นสวนสัตว์มนุษย์เรียกยอดโดให้กูที
Is it just the Varus? I actually really wouldn't mind it for Kana to top side the map. You can pick it away. Otherwise, Smash might be able to take that himself. Obviously, locking in a jungler does give you the ability to understand exactly what you're up against and then pick accordingly for the top side.
Nefiri fulfills a similar role as the Kiana. Your goal is to just one-shot whatever target you first come across. I like the fact that they're delaying top until 5, because that way Kana can see all 5 champions here and lock in something that's good. The worry I have about Varus is I feel like if Kana makes one mistake, Lucid can just cap top and make him completely irrelevant in the game, especially if DK decides to look at a strong top. I think there were 3 strong options here. One of the third one might raise some eyebrows when I say it, but there's the Caitlyn, there's the Varus that you could have played the Ezreal, and there's also the Kalista. I feel like when you have this Cassiopeia, you could have looked for a winning Kalista push, but instead, Caitlyn loves to come out here. For career, we've seen this before. Smash is an amazing Caitlyn player, picked up the slack in the Challengers squad. Swapped between Uma obviously as well, and learned from the best, right? Back on T1. Very, very strong on this pick, and it is going to be a risky mid-game with this, but when we get to the late game with 3 scaling options here, including the Gnar, D+ have a lot of late game power.
I imagine a lot of the
หน่วย
EU
เก็บ
fans
ตัวแหลม
understand
โด
just
เน
how
ตมา
good
20 บาท
Smash
จ้า
is.
คุยไรไอชินชินนารีเมืองโผแหลมมาอีกแล้วนะไอบอสเมืองมาเคลียร์หน่อยไอคุยนี้อยากได้แสงอีกแล้วหญิงคุยไรอ่ะไอคูเป้นี้คุยใหญ่กว่าโอตาคุอ้วนๆแบบเมืองอีกไอควาย
คนดีๆนะเว้ย
But DK has its
เป้
fans
นิสัย
too.
ดี
DK
นะ
fans, how we doing?
พี่อีโดเนตมา 20 บาทจ้าแชทเสี่ยวไปไหนมาด่วน
Wow, this is loud down here.
ดับดีนะครับ DK ดับดี
So Helen, listen, you've got an amazing story because you downloaded the EWC app and you made a prediction a while ago. What did you predict?
So basically, there's an EWC app which is super awesome, and they closed their entry for the Pick'em tournament winner this Tuesday. And who I picked, of course, is D+ Kia with 0% selection. I can show you.
So you knew right from the start you had so much belief in this team. Now, you are in a very hostile environment. The French are loud and proud. How intimidating are they?
Well, I don't really hear anything, to be honest, isn't it? To be honest, everyone knows that Showmaker is good at where he is playing
เศร้าใจกับคนไทยโดเนทมา100 บาทจ้าผมว่าไม่เกี่ยวกับคุณบอสคุมแชทไม่ได้เลยนะพวกคุณหรือเปล่าที่ไม่มีวุฒิภาวะโทรศัพท์ที่พิมพ์ก็อยู่ในมือพวกคุณเองไม่ใช่เขาคนดีๆไม่ควรพูดว่าคนอื่นพิจารณาตัวเอง
พูดดีมาก
And here we are, ready to get onto the rift for game number 2 of this best of 5 to see who is going to be able to lift this EWC trophy. And here we go. All right, Casey, I do like this draft a little bit better, but I also feel like DK kind of had the answers once again. The Nar lock-in definitely working out, but with the Olaf there towards the top side, I think the Kana has a lot of agency in this game.
Yeah, I think if Kana is off to a good early game, he can really take over team fights because Lux is not going to be able to do anything against him. And Jarvan, he can commit the Cataclysm, but that's not who you want the Jarvan ulting in a team fight. So I feel like if Kana is able to find a flank, he can really do some damage, but it's up to Smash and Career to really stomp this bot lane because that's why you're playing Caitlyn Lux. You pick this Lux over the Karma to go for the Flash Q level 1, to really get plates, to get strong, because 20 minutes into the game, you'd always rather have the Karma with the Mantra shields and the movement speed that she provides, but Lux provides more early game pressure, so it's up to Career to make that happen.
Yeah. See how this top lane goes, because we've seen this matchup be super volatile as well. This one is more pivotal here at level 1, but it's been a matchup we've talked about so much more recently. You know, Atlas and I were talking about the first time we saw this tournament. I initially kind of thought, well, if you're perfect with the Gnar, the Olaf shouldn't be able to do anything, but it just hasn't worked out that way. As Showmaker's going to take a huge chunk here, but we'll be fine. As if you hit an undertow, you hit another undertow, you run at the Gnar, you've got Ghost. As Showmaker continued to trade level 2.
Yeah, that Noxious Blast, if that had landed, yeah, he might have just been dead. Is drinking his potion though, Showmaker doing the same thing. The Snake Lady definitely feeling very comfortable at this stage of the matchup. Wave is going to crash towards the turret though, and it looks like Yehu is going to be all right for the minute. Yike on his Wolves now as the Raptors have now been taken by Lucid. The flash out of the way here from Showmaker, avoiding the stun out of this
FC ของขวัญโดเนทมา20 บาทจ้าดูช่องการศึกษาต่ำก็ได้คุณภาพประมาณนี้ไปดีอีกช่องเรียนจบสูงแชทมีคุณภาพไม่เรียนทุกคนมีวุฒิภาวะ
Does he know? He seems to know.
Yeah, he's just immediately going to bounce over. There is the smite from Lucid, finds the Q for most of the little rocks there as well. So a decent early start here for DK, but I'm worried with that flash being down from Showmaker in the mid lane. These roams from Busio that the Bard really wants to be doing could be absolutely deadly.
I just don't know if he's going to get to roam that much in this matchup, though. He's kind of locked in right now as Smash and Career going to crash this giant wave, and they know that Nefuri's top, so they can sit on this lane. If you don't know where the Nefuri is, you got to be cautious here, but because they do know, they're taking plate money.
One thing that's really nice about this Lux pick is as the Ezreal in this lane, you'd really want to go to teleport so that you can get a free recall early on. But if you go teleport against the Lux, you're so vulnerable to that Flash Cosmic Binding. So that's why Kalista ends up going for the Cleanse, which means it's a harder early laning phase for him.
It doesn't have teleport, doesn't have the barrier either, obviously combat-wise, so just very vulnerable in this early game. As they're looking to punish this flashless Cassiopeia, but Showmaker is very aware of it and is willing to sacrifice a little bit of lane here in order to be safe.
I mean, Yehu is stepping forward with 300 less HP, so nice that Showmaker realizes Yike needs to try to cross mid lane here and get that book trap, but I'm not sure if he'll be able to get it just due to how strong DK's laners are, with Showmaker being full HP, both being completely pushed in.
They're just getting miasma, taking a lot of damage here. Does still have the egg, which is why he can still play a little bit further forward, but might need to invite the Doggo to come back towards this mid lane. Try and keep him alive. That crab going down. Yak does collect that one for himself as Lucid. Come on over.
เก็บสถิติช่องแชทโดเนทมา20 บาทจ้าขอถามช่องแชทหน่อยว่าระหว่างไอนิกซีเอ็นกับไอชินชินนารีใครอ้วนโอตาคุBMไอเฟิร์นแล้วควยเล็กกว่ากันครับกด1ไอนิกซีเอ็นกด2ไอชินชินนารีกด3ควย1ข้อนิ้วก้อยเท่ากันทั้งคู่ใช้งานเย็ดไม่ได้
And here is the all-in, the flash to forward. First blood solo kill for Kana.
And that's
ทุกคนพนามือแล้วว่าตามอาตมาโดเนทมา20 บาทจ้ากุศลาธรรมาอากุศลาธรรมาอไม้หันอากาศพอยากตาธรรมากุศลาธรรมาอากุศลาธรรมาอไม้หันอากาศพอยากตาธรรมากุศลาธรรมาอากุศลาธรรมาอไม้หันอากาศพอยากตาธรรมา
Having his back is helping him revitalize, especially when you're playing Olaf. I feel like Olaf is a momentum champion. You know, you always need to click forward, always need to continue playing aggressive, even when you're low, even when you're struggling. As Busio wants to try to get a chunk of showing here.
ตื่นกลับมาภาคเกมครับพี่บอส500พอไหม
Caught by the stun out of Yahoo.
I feel like Showmakers had such a fantastic tournament.
Oh yeah.
And especially game 1 as well, it felt like for me it was the biggest difference makers. Maybe I jinxed them now.
Perhaps Lucid is up here towards his top side. Showmaker just going to slink on over towards him. So Busio, even on the return, unable to quite find the value here.
And a 2v2, Showmaker's ult way more valuable than the Anivia's as well in that type of exchange. So I think as soon as that's hit, it's just best to walk away. A lot of control here though for Lucid top side. He's got so much deep vision. And he's going to wrap back around. Meanwhile, Busio trying to find an angle here, but Smash and Career too safe.
And Busio needs to be careful because he's paying a price every single time he goes for these roams. There's now 2 plates going over the side of this Caitlyn Lux and a 10 CS lead for Smash. And if Busio continues roaming like this, suddenly Caitlyn can take that bot tower, swap up into top lane, and just explode the whole game.
Yeah, we see that oftentimes, especially if a gank goes off, you see a dive, then that happens every time, but Lucid's been patching holes elsewhere on the map. We'll be losing this scuttle, and right now, this timing, they're looking to potentially start this drag, but they do not have a ton of control just yet.
Yeah, Career and Busio are in the area. We do see the flag going down to get information of this Cloud Drake being started potentially by Yike. Showmaker going to be catching this wave though, as tempo advantage does go towards KC, using that for a reset for the Anivia. And Career and Smash just continuing to walk towards this turret in the bottom lane and remove crockery every single time. Plates
หลับ
going
แบบ
over.
นี้
That's
โดน
a
ถูก
third
ไป
one
ดิโด
here
เน
in
ทมา
Smash's back
20 บาท
pocket, moving
จ้า
him up to a 450 gold lead.
เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเค เครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์
And it just feels like Casey's outclassed across the board as Kalis gets chunked once again.
Opportunity here for Yike potentially. He is here fast, but they have the magical journey.
ที่วัดโดเนทมา20 บาทจ้าไหนไอชินนารีเมืองบอกว่าเมืองไม่อ้วนโอตาคุณเมืองมีหลักฐานไหนกล้าจริงก็แปะไอจีมาเลยถ้าไม่อ้วนกูจะโดขอโทษแล้วกลับเมืองเลย
suit on the bottom side of the map. Still, Casey come out on top with that extra kill, but there is the flag in front, bringing Lucid over. Yak gets the dog back early, Stock and Daggers do a lot of work. Lucid trying to at least keep this fight going until Korea makes its way over. But it looks like Yehu not going to be helping out as Showmaker making his life annoying. Man, this one is so much closer than game one.
Yeah, Busio, great Bard portal there to finally break the formation of DK and actually open up this game. Casey getting a lead now. Kana getting the solo kill back to back, showing the power of this Olaf. And hopefully he can then use that to transition into a bigger lead and get push in top. Because I feel like looking at Yike's game plan, you can see how far down in CS he is on Lucid. Lucid is playing so well around these prio lanes, consistently invading Yike, full clearing his jungle. So Yike needs his teammates to actually help him out in this game.
I don't want to say it's a drop in the bucket. It's a significant pick, but doesn't overall change the game state here on the bottom side. Smash is still going to pick up first brick here. Got this massive push, so you slowed it down, but it's not going to actually ultimately be a massive game changer in the early parts of this one. As we're going to see exactly what went down here is you hit an undertow, you got the ghost available, pressing R. This time he's got it. Shiu just cannot escape. It's getting run down. The more significant play, though, I think, was that kill in the bottom. And like you said, finally Yike is able to get a punish on this pushing Caitlyn. The follow-up, though, from Career trying to catch him backfired in a big way. So it's one step forward, one step back for Casey on the bottom side of the map. At least this Olaf is huge because someone's going to have to get backline access. And he's going to be the one. He's going to be the one running towards Smash. And Showmaker with impunity in these late game team fights if they can get there.
And someone needs to
เครื่อง
kill
ห
the
มายส
backline
ง
because
วน
Kalis is
ลิ
down
ขสิทธิ์
1,500
เครื่อง
gold.
หมายการ
If this is a
ค้า
fight where
จ
Smash
ดทะ
and
เบียน
Kalis
เค
are
รื่อง
both
ห
just
มาย
able
ส
to do
ง
their
วน
damage,
ลิข
Smash is
สิท
going to
ธิ์
do
เครื่อ
way
งหมาย
more,
การค้า
especially with
จ
Career
ดทะ
landing
เบียน
the
เค
close
รื่อง
by
หมาย
and
ส
he's
ง
ahead
ว
as
น
well.
ลิ
Got
ข
that
สิทธิ์
Shurelius.
เครื่องหมาย
Showmaker,
การ
while
ค้า
he's
จดทะเบียน
completely
เครื่อง
equal,
หมาย
he
ส
should be
ง
able
ว
to
น
start
ลิข
getting
สิ
ahead
ทธิ์
now with the
เครื่อง
pressure
หมาย
from
การค้า
Lucid
จด
with
ทะ
how
เบียน
strong
เค
this
รื่อง
Jarvan
หมาย
is
ส
in the
ง
end.
วน
Yeah, these
ลิ
unders
ข
really
สิ
do
ทธิ์
need
เค
to
รื่อง
land.
หมาย
Booster
การ
really
ค้า
is done. It
จด
just
ทะ
gives
เบีย
you
น
so
เครื่อง
much
หมาย
extra
ส
movement
ง
speed.
ว
As
น
Busio,
ลิขสิทธิ์
snag
เครื่องหมาย
battle
การ
led
ค้า
by
จด
Nick.
ทะเบียน
Korea
เครื่อง
is
หมาย
having
ส
one
งวน
heck of a day
ลิขสิท
today
ธิ์เครื่องหมาย
as he
การ
lines
ค้า
up
จ
the
ดทะเบียน
angles,
เค
keeps
รื่อง
himself
หมาย
safe in the
ส
previous
งวน
fight,
ลิข
and
สิทธิ์
executes
เครื่องหมาย
Busio
กา
in
ร
this
ค้า
one.
จด
0-2
ทะ
now
เบีย
for
น
the
เครื่อง
Bard.
หมายส
Unfortunately,
ง
and
วน
more
ลิข
plates
สิทธิ์
are
เครื่อง
in
หมายการ
danger. These
ค้า
three
จดทะเบียน
grubs
เครื่อง
putting
ห
in
มาย
work
สงวน
alongside the Caitlyn,
ลิ
just
ข
getting
สิทธิ์
around the
เครื่อง
map.
หมาย
And I
กา
was
ร
going to
ค้า
say this before.
จด
This
ทะเบียน
reminds
เครื่อง
me
หมาย
of
สง
Depth
วน
and the way he
ลิ
used
ข
to use
สิทธิ์
Caitlyn,
เครื่อง
which
หมาย
is
การค้า
pocket
จดทะ
outside
เบีย
a
นเครื่อง
turret
หมาย
the
สง
entire
วน
game long.
ลิ
ปวด
ข
หลัง
สิท
And
ธิ์
they are just
เครื่อง
playing
หมาย
this
การ
siege
ค้า
game
จ
so
ดทะเบียน
beautifully.
เครื่องหมาย
Right
เฮ้ย
now,
สงวน
take a
ลิ
bit of
ข
damage.
สิทธิ์
ใครนำ
เค
เนี่ย
รื่อง
เอ้ย
หมาย
DK
การ
นำสวย
ค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมาย
DK
ส
ไหว
งวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมาย
เฮ้ย
การ
ใคร
ค้า
โดนฝันเนี่ย
จ
น้
ด
อง
ทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องห
หลั
มาย
บสบายไหมปวดหลังเลย
ลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้า
ขนาด
จดทะ
มี
เบี
หม
ย
อน น
เค
แล้ว
รื่
นะ
องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้า
เชียร์ใครบอส
จทะเบียน
DK
เครื่อง
ดีครับ
หมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์
มึงชอบฟังเหรอ
จดทะเบียน
ฟังอะไรครับ
เครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์
ต้อง
เค
เข้า
รื่อง
เว็บ
ห
แป๊
มา
บ
ย
หนึ่ง
การ
นะ
ค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวนลิขสิทธิ์เครื่องหมายการค้าจดทะเบียนเครื่องหมายสงวน
Casey, they're onto the Herald, but they do this so slow. I think DK can just rotate and force them out.
They're just going to get the turret and then they're going to come over here and try to stop this. Lucid is on this left side angle. Can actually get in so easily on this Jarvan.
Life binding comes in, connects onto Kana. He doesn't press the Ragnarok button just yet, as the Ghost has been used to start this one off. Yike gonna have to get out of there. Meganar in perfect timing for Shiu to make sure this
DK
Ragnarok
มา
goes
ว่ะ
over to D+. And the pressure just
โอ้ย
continues to
20 ล้าน
mount
นะคนดู
on the shoulders of KC.
แฟนคลับ
are
ดี
just
เคโดเนทมา 20 บาทจ้า
20 ล้านบาทอ่ะ
ดูไว้นะครับ ทุกคนนี่คือทีมที่มีความเป็นมืออาชีพสโมสรจ่ายตังค์ยังตั้งใจเล่นไม่เหมือนทีมเนต้าในไทย ที่ประท้วงไม่ซ้อมแข่งแถมตกรอบไว
Showmaker's tanky, Lucid is tanky,
บอส
Shimu
ปิด
is
เสียง
tanky.
เหรอ
So as long as
หูฟัง
Smash
ไวเลส
are not the ones getting hit.
ปิดเสียงได้
Yeah, who looks like he might be dead.
Got some friends coming though.
Yeah, Cataclysm comes in. They're going to have to grab this egg as soon as possible. There's the auto attack to do it. And he can no longer
เฮ้ย
move. There's
DK
a knock-up
20 ล้าน
onto
บาท
a
อยู่
already
ข้างหน้า
very
แล้วว่า
stationary target. True Shot Barrage not doing too much as Yehu down already. Busio keeping himself alive though, and now Kana bearing down with these axes.
20 ล้าน
Lucid
บาท
is going to be his next victim. And okay, never mind. He's just going to take the Shelly exit. He's going to drive towards this mid lane.
Yeah, he's going to come in and try to, well, I said try to, get into the mid lane there and look to actually push that towards that inner turret. All the while, it is going to be a whole turret taken here on the top side. I think that was the right play from KC though. You got to look for stuff
นอน
like this.
ไป
You
เลย
cannot just sit back and go,
เกม
we
น่า
lost
เบื่อ
control.
โอ้โห
We're
พี่
just
จะ
going to
พี่
play
ปวด
it
หลัง
slow
ไม่ได้
and
อะ
safe here because this composition isn't going to scale up. You see Yehu get caught here, you got not a just full send on defending. You're going to play through egg. You have the egg here, so you actually have some additional time, even though Kalist can't get here. And ultimately did this really
กี้ก็หลับไปแล้วแต่ว่าปวดหลังอะ20 ล้านบาทโอ้โหดีเคชิวเลยครับ
Once again, Korea is just incredible, by the way. The Ragnarok wears off and instantly he's tagged by a light binding. Like, I can't hit the light binding on a stationary target, let alone timing it perfectly through a wall.
I just feel like KC are so weak apart from Kana. Like, you see that fight and there's like no damage on Showmaker until Kana gets involved. And the problem is if Kana wants to continue evolving himself in these plays, Shiwu is going to take those towers so incredibly fast. He has 3 grubs, has the Trinity Force, and a Fed Gnar is going to be even more difficult for KC to eventually have to deal with.
It's so weird that you say Fed Gnar when he's been solo killed twice.
But he is just getting so much time. I'm with Zach on this one.
You're
อย่า
absolutely
มาฮึด
right.
เกม 3 นะไอ้ KC
Because it's pseudo 3 carry comp. It's not quite the 3 carry we saw with the Tristana in game 1, but he's going to be a side lane threat. He's going to be difficult to answer. And so a lot of resources will have to be spent if D+ continue controlling this map, which right now they're doing such a great job. I mean, Lucid here is starting to challenge the camps of Yike directly in his face. He's a full level up. Just straight up here on this Nefiri.
Lucid would look for a little bit of an angle there as Busio going to have to use his Mikhails to keep himself alive. The magnetized light bindings always connecting here from Korea.
And it just feels like every part of KC is outmatched by DK. You see Lucid forcing Yike out. You see
บอสช่วย
Korea
มิกที
forcing Lucio
มิกไหน
out. KC really need to find an angle to get a numbers
Mickey,
advantage somewhere, but it's a very similar situation to game 1 where they don't have one lane that they can actually play through. All the lanes are getting pushed in, so they need to channel that creative energy that we saw from game 1 to be able to find a pick using the tempered fate, using a teleport flank, or a smaller creative avenue.
It's a 2 Drake game at 20.
บ้าน1 หลัง
And D+ are going to get this 3rd one, but I don't think this is one that KC should fight over.
โอ้สุดต่านจริงนะทัวร์นี้
Ezreal is, you know,
เขาแจกเงินเยอะมาก
that second item spike. I think you just have to play slow. I think you have to play through Kana being the raid boss. You have to play through Kana being the one and follow up on that. Try to zone with your Anivia wall and not try to play a traditional team fight, but just play an Olaf team fight later on in this game.
I also think showing how much control DK have of this game is the fact that they just did Dragon and KC's cross map was 1 plate on top.
Hey, at least they got a plate on top.
At least they got a plate.
Got a little bit of
เองก็กลับไปแข่งโอ้โหไม่ไหวดิไม่มีทีมแชทจะต่อยกันไหนใครจะต่อยใคร
on the side of KC
มิกซี่เอ็นโดเนตมา20 บาทจ้าเอาจริงกูไม่สนใจหรอกใครแชมป์กูอยากดูเกม5 เกมละ 40 นาทีพักโฆษณาอีก 20 นาทีเอาให้ไอเชียนี่ตายไปเลย
ไม่ตายหรอกแต่มันแค่ทำงานมึนๆเลยพี่บอสจัดการหน่อยช่องแชทคุณมิกซีเอ็นเลื้อนแบนเลยไหมถ้างั้นอ่ะ
But you're just not at the power level right now to actually win said fight, even if you have the numbers advantage. So I think they need to play passively. But if you play passively, you just get pushed out the map.
ต้องถามคุณเอเจนต์
It's
น่ะ
a losing game almost no
ทนาย
matter
ของ
what
เรา
choice you make.
I do think though, when you look at the items, this is really the timing that KC should look to fight, because it's 2 items across the board for pretty much every player. While if you stall, then now Smash can get the LDR.
คุณเอเจนต์แบนเลยไหมครับ
Showmaker can get his 3rd faster as well. So I think if there was a time for them to try to find something, it is right now, but it's really difficult to see how they do that.
Yeah, what tools do they really have besides a wall and a potential Bard ultimate? Because D+ are playing grouped. They're actually following each other, not sending someone super deep in the
แบนเลยครับเอ้ยเอเจนต์จริงไหมเนี่ย
That's when
เอ
Shield
เจนต์
pushes
จริงไม่น่าพิมพ์
aside,
อย่าง
right?
งี้
Or vice versa. Showmaker right now the 1-3-1 is working a treat, and KC
เอเจนต์ปลอมนี่หว่า
here to maybe try to play with onto Showmaker. Maybe that's your best angle, but he's got this ward here. He's got vision. He's got the push. It's hard to catch anyone, and if it takes you too long, then all of the rest of D+ rotates up, which is exactly what's happening right now. So Showmaker's just chilling. Here comes Lucid.
Yeah, because DK can just continue pushing in mid. So as long as that 5-10 second timer, the side laner respects, DK can always cover that side.
DK แอบยิ้มอยู่ในใจนะ
find someone misstepping, be really, really decisive on that.
แต่ผมว่า KC มันก็ยิ้มว่ะที่2ก็ได้เยอะนี่โคตรบ้ามันเอาเงินจากไหนมาแจกวะคนดูมันเสกเงินได้เหรอรายการเนี้ย
ที่1 20 ล้านที่2 10 ล้านต้องเงินไหนมาแจกอ่ะ
Oh dear, a third one. Let's see whether he can make it happen. As yeah, this one's looking easier than the first two. Although the kiting comes down, there's the undertow, and he'll be able to lock that one up. On the other side of the fight, though, Yahoo going down to the egg one more time. Would you like it scrambled, DK? That is
น้ำมันได้เยอะขนาดนั้นเลย
as Showmaker is going to be able to grab that breakfast. Still, Lucid's going to go down as well. And that is Kalist now with a kill to his name as well. The Ezreal feeling better, and you mentioned it. This is the spike KC want to play around, and they get their fight.
I need to see a replay. How did Yahoo
แล้วเขาจัดแบบ
deep in enemy
เป็น
territory
100 เกมอะนะ
Lucid goes a little bit too deep, and they're able to one-shot him as he goes in. But Yahoo, how does he? This looks good. This looks good.
Yeah, fishing for stuns.
จัดเกือบ100 เกมอะนะ
And then I think what I would have liked
มัน
to see
เฟ้อหรืออะไรอ่ะ
potentially is a TP from the Olaf. If Olaf TP's behind, maybe they could actually make something more of this. But he was so focused. He doesn't have his ultimate, obviously.
Yeah.
But I think even him being a body there on the other side could give him more of an opportunity. As this is the first-person view on the third solo kill here for Kana this game.
อารามคอบ่อน้ำมันอันดับ 1 ของโลก
This fight at 700 HP. The thing is, I feel like KC should just back off, let Kana finally get bot push after you've got the solo kill, and then you should finally have a pushing lane that can generate you some pressure. But it's good that we continue to see KC fight. You know, they continue finding these angles, and while that wasn't the play from Yahoo, it still ended up being a 1-for-1. Lucid was a bit of a shutdown.
Yeah, shutdown. It's a Kalist.
ที่1 Dota ได้ 7,500,000 เหรอ
It was nearly a 4,000 gold lead.
ที่1 LL ก็ 600,000
2,000 with KC
โค
looking
ตร
to
บ้า
pressure.
ทัวร์อะไรวะเนี่ย
Definitely a big swing back in favor of KC. Still haven't done all of the work just yet as we crest the 25-minute mark. Baron been up for about
คน
5
ไทย
minutes time,
ทำ
but
งาน
it's a
ซา
20-second
อุ
timer
โด
on
เน ท
this
มา
Hemtech
20
Dragon.
บา
That'll
ท
be soul
จ้า
point for DK.
ไอมอสคนซาอุมันรวยจะตาย 20 ล้านจิ๊บจิ๊บมัน กูอามาคู่เหวยให้บัง 2-3 ทีก็ได้มาและ 2 ล้าน
The emotes come too soon as Korea puts him down.
Korea just capping him in this
ตอนมึงแข่งเท่าไหร่ คือมากสุดในชีวิตผมนะ คือโกลบมานิลา 100,000 ดอล
Crazy. We could argue a little bit of a mistake there from Busio as well, but
อันนั้นคือมากสุดในชีวิตผมละ
these bindings, the headshot comes through.
The Caitlyn is online, like
this is crazy.
Doing so much damage. KC, if they want to win a fight, they need to focus Smash down because otherwise he will tear
แล้ว
down
ดู
their
ทัวร์นี่
team.
มันแจกกันแบบโอ้โห
And this is just a free dragon here for D+. I mean, look at the map. There's just no way. And KC don't want to give this up, but they don't have a choice. Kalista also in a bit of a bad spot here.
Yeah, Peacemaker does not find the target. There's the Tempered Fate to keep them at bay. Shiu now looking for Yike as Yahoo is up towards his top side as well. Yike gonna have to flash out as Oldenar just barely not able to get in there. But Showmaker turns up and Yike realizes I'm just gonna have to hold forward. Unfortunately, you're going straight into the petrifying gaze as Yahoo is
ต้อง
getting
เข้าใจว่า
Anna shows up
ซาอุพยายามเปลี่ยนลักษณะประเทศ อุตสาหกรรมน้ำมันเป็นเอนเตอร์เทนเมนต์ อ๋อเวอร์ไปปะมันให้ที่1ที่2ขนาดนั้นนะเวอร์มากแล้วมันไม่ใช่แค่ที่1ที่2นะที่3ที่4ที่5ที่6ก็ได้เยอะแล้วแบบทุกเกมโคตรบ้า
having these fast rotations, having the support of anyone who's trying to get pinched is always going to
โค
work
ตร
when
บ้า
you're this
แบบ
far
โคตร
ahead.
บ้า
You
จ
have
ริ
this
ง
much map control as Busio hung around for a moment here, but likes being alive, and we'll just let this Baron go. As a final spark will stop Kalist's back one more time, and D+ are so in control of this game as we go back to this initial setup here.
DK has silenced the crowd here. Yike wants to try to dive Shiu, but he's just so weak. He can't actually fight him 1v1. Shiu will recognize the bluff. Showmaker knows that Yike needs to go onto him. That's the petrifying gaze. And now Kana's TPing in, but what can an Olaf do here?
He can't do anything because his DPS is gone, right? Yahoo is
ที่
still
เขาบอกกันร่างหิวตังของจริงเลย
and the Ezreal is in the mid lane. Can't get access. Has no cryo into the Caitlyn.
ร่างหิวตังของจริงเลย
He's
โหด
cheering in the
โหดแบบชิบหาย
he can do. He
ทีม
drops a true shot to try to snipe Shiu, but he's unsuccessful. And D+, by the way, instead of letting their top laner get caught there and avoiding the fight and getting a dragon, they win the fight, then they get the dragon. So now they have soul point. They got wins on both sides of the map. See if Shiu can escape here.
well, I think this one's going to be a difficult team.
ออสฟอร์มทีมไปแข่งไหมผมไม่ไหวหรอกครับ
Does have Meganar coming up though, as Busio finds the cosmic binding. Still, the pressure here from D+ just a little bit too much. Nah is able to get away. The dragon is taken. Soul Point is claimed, and they're going to look to take down this turret as well. Because I feel like that whole last section of play had nothing to do with Smash, who is now like 3.5 items. This Caitlyn is ludicrously strong.
Yeah, that was pretty much a team fight without Smash. That was all Showmaker and Shiu. So now, if Smash gets involved, it's going to be so much more difficult for KC.
Oh, Lucy just going to put them into the Cataclysm finals.
นี่มันแจกเหมือนเวิลด์เลยนี่หว่า
And now it's Smash's point of view.
เวิลด์เวิลด์เท่าไหร่นะคนดูคือผมจำได้ตอนไป MSI กับเวิลด์ได้โคตรน้อยไลออดเพิ่งมาปรับให้เยอะตอนมีทัวร์เนี้ย
Inhibitor turret goes down in the mid lane. Showmaker chasing out Kalist on this top side, and there's the knockout from Lucid. The 1-2 punch of the mid jungle looking good as D+ Kia are poised to pick up match point here at EWC 2026.
Dominance.
Yeah, that's the only word I can think of. It felt like DK had full control of this game the entire time, even though Kana got 2 solo kills. It didn't feel like KC ever really had a pressure point to play around to be able to find an advantage in this game. They're going to look to cancel the bases.
แต่เมื่อก่อนให้น้อยอ่ะคนดูผมจำได้
You can't really do anything.
Korea is looking to get out of the way of Yahoo here. Goes down to about
บ้าแล้ว
runs in, looking to try and kill Smash. But he just flashes away and gets the headshot down onto this Viking. Now Busio and Yahoo, they are so incredibly low.
All these fights is just like Kana and 4 potatoes, you know? D+ like, all right, kill that Olaf, and the rest of the team is just not going to be
บอ
able
ส
to do
คุณเอเจน
anything.
ต์บอกว่าไปเป็นตัวตลกเขาให้มึงบุญก็แค่ไหนแล้วเฮ้ยคุณเอเจนต์พูดเกินไปหรือเปล่า
Lucid's able to flash away, and then once again, you just can't deal with all of this damage coming out of Smash.
Yeah, I feel like DK can play the fight however they want because Lucid can tank the backline for 5 seconds.
แปลว่านักแข่ง
It only
ที่
takes
แบบ
2 auto attacks for Smash to kill
ฟอร์ม
the
ทีม
backline
ช่วงนี้แล้วชนะนี่
So it's so difficult to see an avenue for success for KC this game because it just feels like they've been shut down every single play that they went for, every single lane that they went for, and DK have just been better throughout the whole game.
Just feels like suffocation here from D+ Kia. Every answer seems to be there from this Caitlyn Lux lane being so incredibly suffocating. And then the Olaf that has found so much success into the Na. 3 solo kills against
สวัสดีอีกรอบครับพี่บอสสวัสดีครับผม
Let's not forget, part of the reason why Smash got so online so early was because Busio tried to affect the rest of the map with his roams. It wasn't successful. And just from the outset, D+ had such oppressive control. Nanar is so difficult to punish, even if you solo kill him. He's still going to be relevant in team fights later on. He spent so much of this game just hard farming.
D4 ชวนกลับไปทำทีมไปไหม D4
KC that is already in shambles. Yeah, trying to avoid these noxious blasts. He's doing a decent job, but he is a Nivea. He can clear out waves quite comfortably. There is no Baron left to help with this push.
ต้องดูรายชื่อทีมก่อน
They are at least able to deal with these minions for the moment. Miasma goes down though. Yike not very happy about that one as there is a pesky Nah just trying to knock down Nexus turrets here. And KC just kind of getting pulled around. The pressure is just not going away.
They are doing what they've done so well all game, just playing it slow, suffocating KC, and not letting them have any avenue to engage, play with the minions. The tempered fate, Busio is trying, but there's nothing there.
There's nothing there, and I mean the super minions starting to hit these turrets. They're running out of time. They're running out of health. As another wave is coming through mid and top, and D+. Worst case scenario, they back away and take Baron. Best case scenario, KC fumble the defense here, and they just lose the game right now.
Another inhibitor poised to go down here. The rest of KC are starting to mount a little bit of an attack. Showmaker fighting against Kalist. The ulti's interrupted from Yike though, and now Yahoo has to flash out of the way. D+ always there to have the back of their mid laner, and now Shiu is on Nexus turrets. Light bindings are flying through Smash. He's just hitting the structures, and Kana might be CC immune, but he is not death immune. And now Shiu's getting his revenge. Another final spark here from Korea, and I think that might have been the final one here in game number 2 for KC as D+ plus Kia, they demand a reverse sweep out of the hometown heroes if they are ever going to win this series.
This is domination from the 5th place team of the LCK D+.
เกมเดียวDK
Get out of they struggled to make sure they were out of Rise
เกมเดียวน้อง
but they are looking so much better this year around, and EWC has been their tournament, and Smash seems to be the man of EWC 2026.
And I'm so sorry for completely messing you up there, Wolf, because you said 5th place in the LCK. I remember a team that managed to win the world championship coming from 5th place, and D+ Kia poised to do the same thing here at EWC. But now it is time to throw it over to Digon to let us know what they thought about this game.
สตอรี่มันส่งเห็นไหมคนดูสตอรี่ทีมไม่จ่ายเงินเดือนสตอรี่มันส่งนะ
Yes, they have Showmaker. Yes, their players have been stepping up, but it has been such a long time since we've seen them firing at full form when it mattered the most, and now they're one game away.
ถ้าบอสเป็นเจ้าของทีม DK จะเหลือตังค์ให้นักแข่งเท่าไหร่ก็ต้องให้อ่ะ20 ล้านก็
Honestly, I've had this feeling
ขอสัก 2-3 ล้านอ่ะถ้าเป็นเจ้าของทีมนะ17 ล้านเอาไปแบ่งกันเราขอ3 ล้านพอ
And even when Shiwu was getting, solo killed unfortunately in this game, it felt like the momentum was always in D+'s favor.
I mean, for me, biggest difference between like earlier the split of DK and now is that they have like specific idea coming into the draft. I think I remember CVMAX getting flamed about
น้อง
like
บอส
his
ถ้าพี่
weird
ชวน
draft,
ทำทีม
but I
น้อง
think
ไปไหม
finally
โด
the
เนท
outcome
มา
is here. I
20
think
บาทจ้า
the theme that they have right now
ป่า
is just
แช
so
มป์บน
much
กิ
clearer
ฟกลาง
than
ลุงใน
Comical
ซับอ่าน
has.
เอ
I feel
ง
like
เอ
they have to
ดี
own the game.
ก็
They
น้อง
have to
บอส
control.
เดี๋ยวรายละ
But
เอียด
I
คุย
feel
วัน
like
ที่
the
น้อง
โอ้
บ
โห
อสมาไทย
picks
นะ
are not working out for Comical especially. Like you have Nafiri, but what is Anivia doing?
เล่นก่อนเลยครับเล่นก่อนเลยนะ
All the picks that they have is
ติด
like
งานนะดิ
yes,
ไปไม่ได้
we have pick away from DK, but this is not the one that we wanted.
I feel like it was primarily Casey here just trying to pick anything that's comfortable for them, right? We've seen the Olaf work into the
แล้วทีมเมกาทีมเมกาฝืนไปดิเล่นไปอ่ะ
reverse sweep yesterday, so it worked to boost their comfort, and they tried to do the exact same thing here. I feel like the big difference.
พี่บอสเล่าตอนไปเล่นป่าหน่อยทำไมถึงไปเล่นป่ามันไม่มีคนในไทยอ่ะตอนนั้นอ่ะ
I know we've seen so much
เราไปบูตแคมป์ใช่ไหมแล้วเราเจอรัสเซียนิกซาทีนี้เขาเล่น ADC อยู่แล้วแล้วทีเนี้ยหาป่าในไทยหาไม่ได้เลยก็เลยต้องไปเล่นเอง อย่างน้อยได้แบบไปเวิลด์ได้เงินรางวัลสักนิดสักหน่อยอ่ะก็ยังดีใช่ไหมล่ะ
They've used everything so make it flashes forward. They pull off of the Rift Herald knowing that Olaf is there. She shows up as a mini-nar. What do? They focus then on that mid lane.
ตอนนั้นมันไม่มีป่าเลยครับในไทยไม่มีสักคนเลยแล้วมันแบบอีกเดือนอีกไม่กี่วีคก็แข่งละ3 วีคมั้ง2 วีค
And I'm telling you, regular season D+, they don't even see the TP coming in. They're just fighting. They're going in. There's no hesitation. So the level of control and patience, as you said,
อนุทินชาญวีรกุลโดเนทมา
2-3 วีคอ่ะ
จ้าสตอรี่เหมือนทีมเมกาจีสปอร์ตเลยครับให้ไอบอสไปแข่งฟรีบิดตังไม่จ่าย
ในไทยไม่มีป่าเลยชวน
การเป็นเพลเยอร์สายหิวโดนเงินซื้อได้ทุกอย่างที่บอสมี
ชวนจะให้ชวนใครอ่ะปีนั้นนะไม่มีป่าเลยไม่มีจริงตอนนั้นไม่มีเลยพี่คือตำนาน BKT ของจริงทำงานหนักเพื่อทีมมันไม่มีหนทางเลยดีกว่าตอนนั้นน่ะ
And as the team moves in, I think the petrifying gaze, fantastic on a Yike. They know the TP's coming in. but they just managed to deal with all the threats in such a controlled manner.
ไม่มีหน
And
ทาง
the
แล้ว
disconnection between the Kamiko players, your Astral AD carry Khalees is in the mid lane, but some of the players are committing, TPing in. So this is not.
ใครจะเล่นน่ะคนดูไม่มีเงินให้อ่ะ
3 kills here, like collecting all the golds on the top side, while them having the same plan, while having them being on the same patch.
ชวนมาบอกไม่มีเงินอ่ะ
Finally, if there is going to be
แต่ว่านิกซามันใจนะนิกซาตอนนั้น
here at the Port de Versailles Expo
นิกซามันใจมาก
It's going to be the man in the top lane in Kana, who has played so great not only throughout today, not only throughout this tournament, but this year.
Yeah, it's been a lot of
บิน
good
มาเลย
deep
อ่ะ
push, deep push
จาก
throughout
รัสเซีย
the
คนดู
series. But Kana did his best in this game to make things happen, and as we face the prospect of a reverse sweep being needed for KC to win this series, Connor has been showing up in this game, and they're really relying on him. I think the rest of the team needs to step up, but if they can enable that top laner who's able to find these great solo kills, that he's definitely a point of the map that can give them pressure and carry.
I feel like when we're talking about enabling, there has been a guy who's unfortunately been kind of invisible on the Rift so far. And one of my
แล้วไม่พูดถึงตอนวายลิฟเลย วายลิฟ
I feel like he found an incredible 3-man knockup on the Wukong versus G1 constantly.
นิกซาไปไหนตอนนี้นิกซาเหรอไปเลี้ยงลูกไง
I feel like I'm looking at the Wukong
โหนิกซานี่เรียนอย่างสูง
which is his signature pick to try and get that confidence
นิกซานี่เขาจบไอ้นี่มาครับจบแบบเวอร์เลยอ่ะได้ยินแล้วตกใจเหมือนกันนะเขาบอกว่าต่อแบบยานอวกาศอ่ะ
Who do you need to step up here for KC?
เรียนแบบต่อยานอวกาศอ่ะ
I feel like Showmaker is just having so much free time in the mid lane, having so much momentum. I think Yeo having pressure into that matchup is going to help KC into
เขามาเล่นเพราะว่าอยากไปเวิลด์เฉยๆเขาเลยบินมา
Fantastic environment here at the Esports World Cup, and we have cosplayers standing by right now with Jenny. Right after this, you're watching EWC.
เลโก้หรือเปล่าตอนนี้เลี้ยงลูกครับคุยล่าสุดเมื่อ7 ปีที่แล้วมั้ง6 ปีที่แล้วบอกเลี้ยงลูกอยู่หลอกไอ้หลังมาเล่นฟรีเอามาเล่นฟรีหน่อยเขาบินมาเลยเพราะแค่อยากไปเวิลด์เขาบอกว่าอยากสัมผัสไปเวิลด์สักครั้งแค่นั้นแหละแล้วเราขาดคนพอดีไงเราก็ใช้ความฝันเขามาก็ให้เขามาเล่น
We got some of the most incredible cosplays that I have ever seen in my own life. So it would be lovely for every single one of you to give me an introduction. Why you do what you do.
แล้วมันรู้ได้ไงว่าจะได้ไปเวิลด์
So I'm Camelia. I've been cosplaying for
เอาเราก็บอกดีว่า
I wanted to cosplay Aurora
ไม่ยาก
because I wanted to. I really like the fact that she is autistic. She's very nerdy. All that kind of stuff. I really.
เฮ้ยแล้วมันได้เงินไอ้นี่ด้วยได้เงิน
I also wanted to have an easy props to, for example,
ได้เงินโกบมานิลาด้วยตอนนั้น
So we'll have something nice to interact with people.
Hi, I'm Enzeru and I
cosplay
today from Arcane. And why I choose this character is because it's my
ถ้าซันลงแทนรอบจะเข้ากรุ๊ปสเตจไหมซันเหรอใครวะซันอ๋อไอ้ซันเหรอ
รักจานบอสโดเนทมา
ไม่รู้เลยครับ
จ้า
เอาพี่ตังนี่
จานบอสครับจบทัวร์นี้จะได้เห็นจานบอสมาวอดปาร์ตี้อีกทีทัวร์ไหนครับ
โอ้จบอันนี้เหรอครับ
จานบอสครับอยากให้จานบอสมาวอดทั้ง LCK
โอ้โหเอาทุกลีกเลยเหรอน้อง
LC
พี่ตายก่อนไหม
LEC LCK Challenger ผมไม่อยากให้จานบอสต้องจากไปครับจานบอสต้องกลับมาวอดให้เรวทอ
ไม่เดี๋ยวพี่ไปไทยไงน้องงานต่อไปพี่อะ
Hi, I'm Kiana, ruler of the land.
งานต่อไปพี่ไปไทยไงครับเจอกันครับวันที่1วันที่2 Union Mall
Hello, my name is Lin and I choose Iris Star Guardian because it's a character from Ionia and I'm Chinese. Also, this skin in particular was gifted to me by one of my friends, so it was very dear to me.
Hi, about our cosplay. So basically, we love
Illusion.
way too much Jinx and Echo, and that's the motivation of our cosplay, and also the love of LoL, the love of Arcane. That's very important.
All right, thank you guys so much for all of that. That's it from us over here. I hope you guys enjoyed the cosplays just as much as I did.
พี่ได้คุยกับเสกบ้างไหมกับ 007X เสกเหรอเสกผมเลิกคบไปนานแล้วเสกอะ
I'm here with Da Vinci,
Delici.
Da Vinci,
Da Vinci, Delici.
whatever that
The
may
best
be.
that suits you.
Most important thing is
007X 007X ไอ้นี่ 007X ทักมาอยู่บอกตอนไปไทย
Can you run me through that?
ไปกินข้าวไหม
Let us start with the AD carry. I went with Ruler as a classic one. Ruler never disappoints.
007X อะ
Yeah. And then I went for Kyle for support. It was a bit of a budget pick. I tried to save some money, you know. I tried to save money for my GOAT, but I will tell you who is it. I give it a surprise.
Okay.
All right. Now I went for top lane Kana. Strong pick, as always. He did a great tournament. Yike.
แล้วไปไหมดูก่อนเนี่ยมีธุระ
We're fanboying a bit now. Yeah.
Casey fanboy. And
Nitula.
now, the last for the best, always. Chovy, the GOAT.
Okay, you're trolling. You were completely broke. You had no funds left. That would obviously be Faker, but that's fine.
Faker, yeah. Faker is too expensive, to be honest. Because
007X เลี้ยงข้าวมันเลี้ยงนะ
let's keep it on Chovy.
007X อะมันใจถึงนะคนดู
Yeah, that was super fun, to be honest. I never expected that it would be like this of a good team that for my pick, but I think that I managed to do
เคยเลี้ยง
quite
โอ้โห
well this tournament.
อบอร่อยอ่ะ
Being a KC fanboy was good too, you know. Since
มัน
we
ให้
are in
พ่อ
this
มันเลี้ยง
tournament,
อ่ะโห
and
ผม
hopefully
กิน
they
แบบ
will
ว่า
enjoy
ไม่รู้
too.
กี่โลอ่ะวันนั้นอ่ะ
So yeah.
บ้าไปแล้วอ่ะ กินไม่รู้กี่โลอ่ะ สั่งไม่อั้นอ่ะ
네, 이긴 것 같아. 이제 잡았어. 잘해봐, 나 없어.
딜을 해볼래?
나 포켓. 나필이 노공이야. 올라프. 애니비아 만화 없어서 해도 돼. 애니비아 만화 없어. 해.
여기.
나줘.
เฮ้ยดีเคชนะหน่อยนะเว้ยน้อง
나필이 노공이야. 애니비아 만화 없어. 올라프. 점자. 끝.
나이스. 이렇게 튕기는
แล้วบอสแล้วไปหาแม่ไหมถ้าว่างถ้ามีเวลาไป มีธุระเยอะนะครับ
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to EWC 2026. It's the grand final. D plus Kia on the precipice of doing what we would have thought
น่าจริง
would
จัง
be
จัดอะ
the
ดีเค
inconceivable.
เกมเดียว
But there is one thing even more unlikely. One thing even more ridiculous.
I think I know the answer.
What is it, Wolf?
ธุระอะไรนักหนาแล้วจะรู้ทำไม
Stage in Paris? This wasn't a question and answer section. However, I'm really glad that you knew the answer.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to raise my hand.
It is
รู้
still
เพื่อ
on
อะไร
the
ครับ
table. It is still on the table.
ก็บอกมีธุระก็มีธุระสิ
to figure that one out because Jack Spectre, this has been a rough one so far.
Yeah, I'm brought back though to MSI 2026. Top Esports versus G2.
You didn't have to go that far back.
เคซีอย่าฮึดนะเว้ย
That
น้อง
was, yeah, a few weeks ago.
อย่าฮึด
Top
นะเว้ย
Esports
พี่ขอ
versus
แค่เนี้ย
G2. They were dominating.
แล้วแม่จะเสียใจไหมถ้ารู้ว่ามึงเปลี่ยนชื่อนามสกุล
Game 1 and 2, and it felt like it was going to be a 3-0.
ก็คงเสียใจอ่ะ
Hopes and
ใช่ไหม
dreams were shattered. And then they
คน
got reverse swept.
คนแก่ๆมักยึดติดอะไรพวกนี้แล้วคงเสียใจอ่ะ
Look, it has happened before. We have seen it before. We haven't seen it
เราก็เปลี่ยน
at an EWC League of Legends finals yet. Our third one maybe could be the charm. I do want to point out that Casey actually went for first pick and not second pick or for a potential counter pick for Kana going into this one, so changing up the style a little bit. I'm curious to see what their game plan is going to be. The later you go in fearless, sometimes that counter pick can really matter. But there's still so many strong picks available.
จะบอกแม่ไหมก็คงไม่บอกอะ
Initial ban phase, maybe they've got a strategy prepared here.
I just feel like the most important thing in the series are the matchups, because we've seen now if DK have winning matchups, they just run away with the game. They don't let you scramble with them. They don't want to tangle. They don't want to get in the mud. What we saw in the T1 KC series was T1 was always willing to fight back whenever KC went for a play, but DK, they've been very patient, very disciplined. So I think if KC again draft losing lanes, if they're playing into a really strong bot lane, strong mid lane, strong top lane, then DK are just gonna 3-0 this game, this series.
Well, we'll see what happens.
เปลี่ยนชื่อเป็นอะไรบอสลองดูใน Easy Donate อะผมแปะชื่อไว้
And as far as D+ is concerned, they're not allowed to play the Syndra, Poppy, and the Ambessa. And it's weird that I said it like that because no one can play any of the champions, but there are the decisions that were made from either team.
Two
and
picks
Jace taken away as well.
That I think are potentially going to come up big in this game are the Talia and the Rise that we haven't seen yet with so many of these mages removed.
DK เอาดับดีๆนะเว้ยเฮ้ย
Certainly picks that we often see take over the map.
ออนพี่ช่วยดับมาออนมา
With that first pick, we've seen this a lot
เป็น
in
บน
game
ออน
threes of this tournament.
ไม่ก็เคซันเต้ไป
If you can force Shiwu now
กัน
onto
เวท
a tank
เยอะๆหน่อย
and having Kana on the rumble, being able to constantly push that tank in
ออน
and
เค
just
ซัน
be
เต้สักตัวหนึ่ง
stronger
เล่น
in
บน
the
อ่ะ
skirmishes.
พี่ช่วยดับมา
It speaks really nicely for KC's early game, which seems like they've kind of caught on. We need to have strong winning lanes if we are to come back in this series and make it a reverse sweep. But there's not many things that beat this Rise now with how many mid laners are outside of the pool.
So Rise going to be locked in. Is it like you could go Pantheon alongside this as well?
That's exactly what I was thinking.
The amount of global pressure, but the Nocturne is also.
เฮ้ยเอาให้ซีวูก่อนดีเดี๋ยวมันไม่มีตัวเล่น
In the last few days. Still, it's going to be Kasante. This has been an answer in the LCK, especially into the Rumble. But like you were saying, doesn't necessarily have push in the lane.
กดเลยถูกต้อง
Yeah, a little bit slower, but definitely setting up a front to back and a late game composition.
ไลท์เจออะไรโอลี่เหรอ
I don't know if you necessarily want
โอลี่แบนแล้ว
as Yike in this draft.
I think maybe
อันนี้เวียไม่อยู่วิกเตอร์ไม่มีแคสซิลเปียไม่อยู่ซินด้าขวาซินด้า AP เยอะ
But we saw you
AP
like
เยอะไปโดน
Yike
เค
on
ซัน
this
เต้
Wukong yesterday was so key in their victory. I mean, this was their exact comp in last game or the last game yesterday against T1, where they had the Wukong and Annie that found some clutch engages to be able to come back against T1.
The scariest thing is the lack of power in the early game. It means that Kalista and Busio really need a stable bottom lane. Otherwise, they may just simply find themselves stuck down there.
รู้งานดับดี
It's a big pick for Kalista's game.
สวย
could be another one. Or Kalista. Kalista for
สวยในล่างก็ไมโลลูเซียนไปจบ
Very volatile. All it takes is one play to go wrong.
ลูเซียนขัดแอนนี่
Incredibly scary. You also
แล้วก็
still
ตัด
have the
ตัวมันด้วย
potential of Talia
ไม่ก็แบนไป
lane for Smash.
จบ
In which case, I would hate to play Kalista into that. So I think that could be something that Casey looked to target.
I think as well, Xayah Rakan is an option. I mean, Rakan, Annie, Wukong. This is something that we've seen in the LCK, especially in our Rise group matches last year, was the keep it simple composition. The problem is
บอสตามสั่งมันดับเนี้ยถูกต้องครับชนะหมดเลยครับ
So a dangerous prospect, but Rakan paired alongside the Wukong and the Annie is very scary.
Interesting that they are the ones who banned the Lucian.
พงอุบลไม่ดีตรงไหนไม่ภูมิใจเลยเหรอเฮ้ยผมไม่ภูมิใจตั้งแต่เด็กแล้วชื่อมันดูเชยน่ะนามสกุล
I think maybe they're going for the Xayah Rakan, even though they'll probably
คือเวลาเราไปโรงเรียนตอนประถมอย่างเงี้ย
as you say,
คำว่าคงอุบลน่ะมันดูเชยอ่ะ
What about something like a Misfortune Rel? I suppose could also work down there. It's again a little bit dated, but it certainly could still be strong. A
เราหัวสมัยใหม่
Maybe they were worried about the Ashe Seraphine. That's
คุ
also
ณ
a
เซน
really
ร่าง
strong
เม
early
ฆ
game
โดเน
and
ท
really
มา
nicely
20
scaling
บาท
with the
จ้า
Wukong. I'm
ถ้า
curious to
แม่
see what
เลี้ยง
DK
เข้า
wants
บ
to
อ
go
ส
for.
จะ
They
มี
banned
เว
the
ลา
Varus
ว่าง
as
ไหม
well, so they're kind of trying to target the strong champions for KC.
Yeah, obviously KC's going to show their hand first, so D+ will have the ability to react here.
And I wonder whether it's like, if you see the Xayah locked in, do you pick away the Rakan? I think that could be really dangerous for D+, just because Rakan into the Wukong and the Rumble can be so hard to play. So we are going to see D+ locking in their first half of the bottom lane. And it's a Nico for Korea.
Champion that he's found a lot of success on, but this could be very difficult to pilot against what we've already seen here from KC.
ได้อยู่ป่ะ
But they're doubling down. DK won't
โอ้
have
แต่
a
ว่า
winning
ตายง่ายก
matchup
ว่านิ
no
โก้
matter
เป็น
what.
ราคา
Unless
เป็น
they go
ริว
for
หน้า
the
ดีกว่า
Rakan. Seems like a
แลก
last
ได้
minute pivot.
Rakan is so good with the Wukong.
I was thinking like
Rakan
Rakan
ดีจัด
is
เลยแหละ
super good, but now
it feels like denial rather than anything else, though, right?
Exactly. The only thing now is Casey should, on paper, be pretty easily able to find a winning lane because Rakan, he can survive the lane quite easily with the healing on his Q and how safe he is with all the mobility, but he's not going to be
จิน
winning
ได้
in
นั่น
this
แหละ
matchup.
ทีมซ้ายจินก็
Pretty
โหด
okay with the misfortune lane here,
ยิงแต่
but
ตัว
they
บา
want
ง
to split the Xayah, and I think they think the
ไม่
Xayah
ก็
is
วา
so
ลัส
safe into what they're running here, but I think they have so many tools that Xayah's ult is only one way
บ
to
ทก
escape.
ลอน
They
เตือน
lock it in
ใจ เรื่อง
anyways.
การดูแล
So is it
บุพ
going to
กา
be
รี
the Xayah
โดเน
Nautilus
ตมา
that we've seen as
20
being
บา
the
ท
most
จ้า
popular?
Or Rel?
ลูก
I
บิน
like
ลัด
Rel a
ข้าม
lot
ฟ้า
because then you
แค
have
นา
kind of
ดา
the wombo
ไกล
circles.
ทิ้ง
Yeah,
แม่ไว้เดียวดาย ในบ้านเก่า
Maybe a
เฮ้ย
เปลี่ยน
consideration.
ชื่อใหม่หมายลบอดีต
There's a lot of
เรา
merge threads value
ตัด
though
สาย
with
เปลวลืม
Leona, Annie, and
เงาผู้
Rumble.
ให้ชีวี
I like the Rel a lot
แม่
here
ชะ
for
เง้อ
KC.
มองทาง
And
ทุก
I also
ค่ำ
I
เช้า
like the Xayah. The
เฝ้า
Xayah
คอย
ulti
เงา
doesn't
ลู
have
ก
crazy
น้อย
value,
ไม่ไหน
but
หนี
DK's comp is very
น้ำ
short
ตาไหล
range,
ริน
which
อับ
allows her
แก้มทุก
feathers
นา
to have
ที
so much value if
ยั
she
ง
can
พ
stack
ร่ำ
those
ถา
up. We'll see what DK goes for last. I think just a
จิน
hyper
ได้นะ
carry
จิน
for
ได้
Smash
นะ
to match
น่า
up
สน
into
ใจ
this, 'cause it should just be kind of a stable normal lane. The
ซิล
Sivir
เวอร์ก็ดี
I would
จิน
expect
ก็ได้
Sivir's so good here, can spell shield so much. Obviously not great at the Wukong's ultimate, but if you know the Annie's trying to set up a Q stun in a team fight, can spell shield that, and the wave clear is the main thing for me. You're going to be able to push
กระจาย
so
ดา
hard.
เมจนะครับ
You certainly can, but ladies and gentlemen, we have Lou standing alongside with the KC fans.
Yeah, indeed, it's you know, a bit cold here now in Paris. The arena was on fire at the beginning of the series as I'm standing by with some KC fans. Je disais, la clim qui est un petit peu forte ici à Paris, donc je suis avec vous pour essayer de réchauffer un petit peu l'ambiance. Moi déjà, je voulais te demander pourquoi est-ce que tu penses que le river sweep est possible?
Parce que Kana et Caliste, ils n'abandonneront jamais.
Kana et Caliste.
พี่บอสชอบมีแต่ลูกแง่เหรอ ก็ไม่รู้อะน้อง มีใครยังอยู่กับพ่อแม่บ้างเนี่ย
Depuis le début, là encore on a 3 games à gagner. Yahoo va tout déchirer. On a confiance en Carmine.
ที่โรงเรียนบอสโดนล้อนามสกุลเหรอ ก็ไม่ได้โดนนะ
Et un petit avis peut-être sur le Rumble de Kana?
อยู่ที่โรงเรียนผมไม่ค่อยโดนล้อนะตอนสมัยเด็กก็ไม่โดนล้อ แต่ผมไม่ค่อยไปเรียน โดดบ่อยอะอนุบาลประถมอะไรเงี้ยโดดเรียนบ่อย ติดเกมไง
Thank you so much, Lou. Let's see whether the KC
อนุบาลโดดเรียนแล้วเหรอ โดดแล้วอนุบาล
They need to start this reverse sweep
แกล้งป่วย
right now. I think this draft looking a little bit better, a little bit more winnable, perhaps.
I'm feeling very cautiously optimistic here.
Yeah,
I feel like this is
game.
the best draft they've had thus far, and
agree.
it feels like a comp where it should be really hard for DK to show that laning prowess that they showed in game number 1 and 2. So we can actually get to see some late game team fights that is on equal footing where KC can show their mechanical prowess.
And it is just a composition that's simple to execute.
เมื่อก่อนมีเพลย์แล้วไง PlayStation ตั้งแต่สมัยเด็กๆ รู้เรื่องด้วยเหรอ รู้เรื่องดิ โอ้โห อนุบาลเราก็รู้เรื่องแล้ว ติดเกมจัดอะมีเกมเกมบอยอะไรพวกเนี้ย K1
Yeah, I agree, Wolf. I will say though, I think it's kind of a hard game for Smash.
หรือดูทอมแอนเจอรี่อย่างเงี้ย
Realistically, it's only
เราดู
really
ซ้ำ
good
ๆอะ
against Yahoo on
ตอน
the
สมัยเด็ก
Into Rel,
ๆ ตอน
if you
ไม่
get
กี่
flash
ตอนนะครับ
combo,
ดูซ้ำ
the spell shield's not
ๆ
gonna
ที่
do
สิงโต
anything.
มัน
If you get
แหว
flash ulted
แหว
by
แล้วเรา
Yahoo
ก็ดู
on the
ซ้
comp, the spell shield's not gonna do anything. If you get equalizer from Kana, spell shield's also not gonna help you out much. So I feel like if they're able to find good angles onto him, he's so short range, they have a lot to make this simple comp work.
They do have on the hunt though, and I do think that the extra movement speed, especially
ชอบดู
for
ทอมแอนเจอ
Academy
รี่
like Rise, for example, getting into a position in order to get these prisons down and take out these KC members one after the other can be devastating. And Shiu on the Cassante, being able to separate a single target and sort of ruin this wombo combo that KC has also could be instrumental.
บ้านรวย
There are a lot of things that
พ่อพอมีตังค์
use, but you're like
ตอนเด็กๆจำได้พ่อพอมีตังค์
I think it is more difficult for DK to
บทกลอนเตือนใจเรื่องการดูแลบุพการีโดเนทมา 20 บาทจ้า คงอุบลสกุลนี้ที่พ่อให้กลับอายใจ ไม่ภูมิในศักดิ์ศรีชื่อพ่อแม่ตั้งให้ด้วยไมตรีลูกกลับหนีลบทิ้งไม่อิงอายเปลี่ยนนามใหม่ไกลลิฟถึงแคนาดาหมายลบล้างชะตาสายเลือดสายทิ้งแม่เท่าเฝ้าเรือนเดียวดา
Like both team comps are very short range, so that's nice for all the carries involved because all the carries are
สุน
short
ท
range.
รผู้โดเนทมา 20 บาท
ให้ใครดีเคดีครับโอ้โห
ยามแม่แก่วัยชราโรยเรี่ยวแรงกลับเสือแซงทอดทิ้งไม่เหลียวหา ตอนเด็กเย้าเฝ้าถนอมกล่อมแก้วตายามชรากลับพลักใสให้ตรอมตรม
โอ้โห
And I feel like with this comp, we can finally see Yike and Busio really linking up and making plays happen together. They both
ทีเจ
can
โดเน
start
ท
the
มา
play on their own and
20
have
บา
the
ท
other
จ้า
one follow up, which
อ
allows
นุ
them to
บาล
be
โด
much
ด
more
เรียน
creative
ไป
on how
เล่น
they
เก
play
ม
it, while
ขวย
before
ไร
it felt like it was just
กูวาดที่
Busio
แตก
needing to
ใส่
make a
กาง
miracle
เกง
happen with the
แล้ว
Bard
เพื่อนไล่
ultimate.
ออกจาก
It's
ห้อง
now a
มาก
lot
กว่า
more equalized as we get to see some early laning phase between KC here. Busio just wants to all in.
ไม่มีนะครับ
Crashdown is avoided by Smash
ไม่ค่อยไปเรียน
as the ricochets do dance through. There's the heal out from both of our supports. And Korea needing to hit these gleaming
ตอน
queens.
สมัยเด็ก
That
อะ
is the way you're going to play this one.
Exactly, you're going to need to hit those.
คือแบบบางทีเราไม่ได้เล่นเองด้วยนะ แต่ได้ดูพี่ๆเล่นเกมอย่างเงี้ยมันก็อยากแบบอยู่บ้านแล้ว
Yeah, early laning phase, Sivir pushes faster than
ตอนสมัย
Zaya,
เด็กๆอะ
and with the sustain and the range from Rakan, you can get that push. And the worry I have is I feel like DK has shown such good laning phase in this best of 5, and even a small lane lead, they've been able to transition that into making the game pretty much unplayable for KC. So we need KC to not give them that
เกาะ
avenue,
เบาะ
not make that
ฟิลนั้นน่ะ
mistake, because
แบบ
if DK get
ก็
it,
ดูไม่ค่อยรู้
they
เรื่องหรอก
will not give you the comeback.
Difference maker could be Yike here, rushing towards that level 6 to get that cyclone. We saw
เคยเล่นเกมแฟมิคอนไหมรถถังเคยดิ
previous matchup.
ที่เป็นบล็อกอะ
An option here, KC
รถ
to
ถัง
play
อ้วนๆ
around,
เนาะ
but they do need to buy some time in order to let the Wukong reach that point.
เปิดอกคุยกันเคยขี้แตกไหมตอนอนุบาลไม่เคยนะครับ
For a very long time. Shove is looking good here towards the bottom side for DK, but Yehu is having such a good time on this Annie in the mid lane.
You can see the sustain gap on bot lane. The Gleaming Quills are landing from career, and Smash is staying full HP. Okalistas half used both of his potions, as Yehu is getting some good trades. And Kana, while he's losing push in the early laning phase, eventually he will start to get push, but it's level 3 on bot lane.
Yeah, there's
Okay,
a
áo tuôn.
crashdown does
Tuôn
connect
bên
onto Career, who battle dances his way out of the way. This does get that feather pull, but it's not too much. And it's going to be another one trade here for D plus Kia.
Lucid's down here, and obviously they have a lot of cryo, and it's a Wukong.
กดยับนะ
Annie's help. KO comes over here if they want to control the Scuttle
เอ้า
Crab.
เจอกัน
Yike has
ยังไง
smite though. Lucid used his, so he can smite the crab and get away. Showmaker also chose to invest the TP there, but Kallista's really chunked.
Yeah, this is a lot of damage. Grand Entrance gets the flash out from this Zaya. Not a lot of value of that pullback as well as now Lucid wants to get on in here. There is the thumbs up once again. It hasn't exactly been a good luck charm here for the Zaya as he throws down the
โอ้โห
feathers.
เรียบร้อยล้างแตก
Blood over to Lucid here in the bottom lane.
And DK's laning has just been superior in this best of 5.
บอลลืมอัมเมอร์คอยังไม่ลืมอัมเมอร์คอเล่นอยู่แล้ว
Busio will be getting dove.
โหล่างเละ
Kallista's
ว่ะ
already
ไปเอา
dead.
2 ปู
It's a
ใช่ไหม
disaster
นี่
for KC.
This is not the start
ไอ้นี่เอา 2 คิว
of
แท
the
น
reverse sweep that you were looking for. It's a disaster in the bottom lane. 2 kills early on over to Lucid. He's up
เอา2
600
ปูที่เอา
gold.
2 คิว
Sure, Showmaker's TP wasn't the greatest,
คุ้ม
wasn't
จัด
super
นะ
high value, but they didn't even need him.
โอ้ย
And all
จ
they
บเร็ว
got,
มา
all
ก
they
อะ
walked
คู่
away
นี้
with was
แจ
the
มอยู่
Scuttle Crab.
They at least got the Scuttle Crab though, that's pretty cool. On the top side of the map as well, Canner is getting a little bit of a shove in, but you can see Xiu is still actually ahead in farm by just a little bit. Not too bad for this Kasante, who was looking a little worse for wear otherwise. In the mid lane, though, it is still Yahoo with a bit of a shove advantage, but the CS has not really mimicked what we've been seeing in that laning phase. And so 1,000 gold is going to be the resulting advantage here for D+ Kia.
นาทีวันมาโหดีเคแม่งยิ้มเลยนะเนี่ยจริงๆแล้วเคซีชนะ
all this tournament and he's showing the laning prowess alongside career. They have a slight winning lane and that's all they need to take down Kalist and now build up such a big gold lead. Shiwu now getting some really good trades on Kana here.
Yeah, Kana just teleported.
อย่างเซียนซิวู
The wave's in a terrible spot. He can't teleport anywhere else, really, but Shiu's on top of his teleport ward, and he just loses all of his health, and because he doesn't have TP, if he's forced to back here, after his Yahoo!
Rune Prison goes down, Lucid does get the win, becomes lightning, but does not manage to catch out the Annie before she gets underneath the turret.
And this pre-6 Wukong just isn't able to do a whole lot. Yike's getting pushed out of his own jungle now. Here's the Realm Warp.
Yeah, Showmaker getting himself into position as Yike gonna have to get out. That is a little bit of a cute play, but it does not catch Lucid out. Showmaker going to pick up the third kill for D+ Kia.
DK have full control of the map. They utilize Showmaker's Cryo. Yike wants to try to bait them a little bit. It's not willing to flash immediately. And ends up dying for it. Lucid trades the flash.
โหชิบหายเลยน้อง DK
It just feels suffocating. It feels like they're not able to find any angle as DK shuts the door again and again and again.
It's just understanding of pressure and control, right?
Here
they push the Annie out. Well, guess there's a Wukong in here, doesn't have Cyclone. And he avoids the knockup. Where is he gonna go? Showmaker gets the root. He is just locked up, forced to flash the wall. And Lucid is there. Showmaker picks up the kill. So you got 2 kills on his end. Now the Rise is starting to get online.
I also think they saw the Warrior Trickster go on cooldown, so they were never actually tricked out of position. You can see like there was no hesitation. Like Lucid was in there with that audacious charge, and as soon as the Wukong was in range.
โบจะมี DK ไหมน่าจะมีนะพี่ชับบี้ทีมมันเดือดอยู่อะชุดเนี้ยมันฟอร์มกันมานานแล้ว
It's only going to get worse as he builds towards that Kanik Rooker as item number 1 for this Kasante. Yeah, who does find the stun?
จริง DK ที่มันแพ้ทีมใหญ่ๆอะไอซีวูเละทั้งนั้นเลยนะแล้วหลังๆอะมันเหมือนรู้อะว่าให้ซีวูไม่เละยังไง
Kalist is just dead. Korea also able to battle dance his way out of danger. Oh my goodness, DK is just kind of messing with him now.
And Kalist was so close to level 6. He needed one more minion. But that was all Smash needed to all in. Doesn't get hit by nearly enough feathers. And he just takes down Kalist, and the game is starting to feel over for KC.
He knows Kalist doesn't have any way to get out of here. Flash. So
he's just all he can do is try to fight back.
Doesn't have the numbers. Just frankly, it's just simply 2 AD carries hitting each other, and Smash is the stronger one.
Yeah, and also he just kites to the side, right? All of these
on
the ground, nothing that Kalist could do. And what you need in that moment is the flash, right?
Yeah.
And he didn't have that flash up and available to reposition those feathers and make the outplay.
คาริสไม่เห็นจะเล่นเหมือนตอนทีวันนั้นมันเจออะไรใครมันเจอเพนี่สแมัชเดือดสุดตอนเนี้ย
They're not able to play the matchups how they would want to.
เดือดสุดในโลก
It should be stable. It should be a chill matchup.
Not looking very chill.
It's only Kana who's got the control. It's only Kana is the lead. It's a 14 goal lead. It's something. But D+ are just in so much control of the map, and they have been able to keep. I mean, all 3 games look like this when they get a little bit of control. They turn it into a ton of control. Now Yike pushed away again on this Gromp. It's rinse and repeat. This is where Lucid started his career with Pryo in challengers.
Yeah, in the enemy jungle. That's where he started his career. Well, you're exactly right.
Like the Elise in the past, he would just say, "All right, well, my bottom lane's
pushing.
ดูบักปะวะน้อง and I'm going to kill you, and I'm going to dive you."
ดูเงียบไปนานเลย
And he was already stealing away the blue buff. He didn't need to also take the Gromp.
What about taking the bot duo?
ต้องเช็คนะครับเว็บมันต้องเช็คบ่อย
Let's see whether Lucid can find the angle.
วีแทง2 Lucid.
He's going to be his first target. Showmaker comes in. There is the Realm Warp that you were talking about. Connects the cube. It doesn't get too much more, but the Ghost has to be invested from Kalist. And this entire time,
ใครว่างๆลองดูหน่อยนะครับ
underneath turrets. There's just not a whole lot that can be gained here from this bottom lane.
Get the grubs, I guess, on the cross map. What else can you really get? what else can you really do in this game? A little bit of a push here for Yehu as well. Trying to get some plate gold back while Showmaker realm warps over. He has a little bit of extra free time here. It is a dominant early
ลูก
game
ศิษย์สุน
for
ทร
D+
ผู้โด
Kia.
เนตมา 20 บาทจ้า
At least they get the 3
นาม
grubs,
ส
but
กุล
it's not the
1 ค
cross map that you were
ำที่
looking
คำ
for.
ติด
4 kills
ลูก
for
แอบคิด
DK. Full
อยากเป
control
ลี่
of
ยน
every lane.
จะได้ไหม
Shiwu
เพราะทุก
getting
ค
that
ราว
14 gold lead
ที่
back.
เขียนสะเทือนใจ
โอ้โห
ความเจ็บในวันเก่ายังไม่คลาย ชื่อของพ่อพ่วงมากับความหลังลูกเคยหวังให้รักไม่จางหาย แต่บางคำบางการกระทำแร้
A class above KC today.
But KC looked a class above T1. They've looked a class above so many
โก
teams
โจ
that
ซาโต
they
รุ
shouldn't
โด
have.
เนตมา
AGL
20
บอส
บาท
ถามจริงช่วงนี้ร้อนตังค์เหรอ
of this
Boy.
team.
อ้าวก็ไปไทยอ่ะ
To
โห
me, like,
เสีย
this
เยอะ
was
นะ
going
ไป
to be
ไทย
a
นะ
little bit more of a back and forth, but as we've seen so far, D+ Kia just absolute dominance.
And it's a
ใช้
game
เงิ
that
น
leaves
เยอะ
you
นะไปไทย
little speechless, I think, if you are a KC fan, because I think many KC fans didn't expect them to beat T1. We got hyped by it. Looked into this finals thinking, well, maybe lightning strikes twice. But after game 2, it felt like everything was just down to the wire, down to one more chance, one more desperate game. And now you're 2K gold behind 10.5 minutes, and your bottom lane's in tatters. Feels like there's no hope left. This arena is silent. Yike is pushed again off the grop 3 times in a row.
Oh no,
Ui.
looking for the all out here as he
Xian.
pulls Canner away.
เสียแฟดนะ
Can Canner
Bro.
actually escape? That is the question. Or does he need to? As he equalizes a decent spot with the flash to
เกือบ
follow
ได้
there. Gets the flash out of Canner, and he will be able to make it out alive. No flashes, no ultimates up and available for our top laners now.
Flash for flash on top. I think it's favor Shiu. Now they can look
ปี
to
หมด
the
ข้าว
cover
ก็
more
ให้
easily.
เฮียเลี้ยง
The problem is
โหยเฮียจะเลี้ยงทุกอันเลย
due
เหร
to
อ
how both lane is going, it's so easy for DK to just push mid, have Showmaker roam, and then Kalist is continuously losing minions. The gold lead hasn't ballooned too much though. He was down 500 gold 5 minutes ago, and the fact that that has stayed at only 500 gold, it is some positive
Silver
news.
lining,
Silver
bit of a
lining.
silver
It's some
lining.
strong
I like
copium.
that.
Yeah. I want it to. I want more games. I want this to be a better series.
I mean, when I came into today, I thought, okay, maybe it's like 60-40 for DK.
I didn't think we get a 3-0. I didn't think that
เดี๋ยว
was
ก็ให้เฮียเลี้ยง
I
ไอ้
would
นี่
have thought any other
เฮีย
score
เลี้ยง
line.
ตอน
I
วันงานอ่ะ
I just thought no matter what, even if KC popped off with the French crowd there, they were the ones up 2-0. I thought there's no way the series is 3-0. And we're looking at it right now. It's not over. But we need something to change here. There's so much wave clear for D+ to control the map too with Ryze and Sivir. You're always going to be first on the play. You're always going to be first on the objective.
And it empowers Lucid so much as well, right? He's got his Titanic Hydra now. He will be evaporating the jungle over and over again. And it means that that lead that he's put together already is only going to compound because now he can get into Yike's jungle and put him further and further behind.
บอดี้การ์ดจ้างด้วยไหมไม่ไลออดเขามีบอดี้การ์ดเรื่องจริงนั่นเนี่ย
So the Cyclone Tibbers combo
บอดี้การ์ด
coming in here for KC, but they're going to need to
สอง
get that
คน
one done as quickly as possible. Find themselves an angle to fight for something here in this game.
It feels like DK, they're just building the snowball, and KC either need to smash the snowball.
เลี้ยงข้าวแกงริมทางได้ป่ะโอ้โหท้องไส้ผมไม่ค่อยดีอะเด็กกินริมทางไม่ค่อยได้
Mid control, he's trying to decide, do we want to make a play on the Rumble? Do we want to make a play on the bottom lane with my Realm Warp? So much control. Trying to get information
โด
on
เน
where
ต
Yike
มา
is to make
100
that
บาท
right
จ้า
call,
โด
be
เน
able
ต
to
มา
defend
10 บา
anything
ท
he wants to
จ้า
set up
โด
with
เน
the
ตมา
Cyclone.
50 บาท
We've
จ้า
seen
โด
a
เน
Cyclone
ต
this
มา
game.
20 บาท
Oh, dear.
จ้า
Lucido now in so much
รู้ว่าไปไทยใช้เงินเยอะ แต่เลือกที่จะตัดข้อนางเลี้ยงทำเป็นจะแตกต่างเลือกเป็นเฮเตอร์ทีหนึ่งแต่ไม่รู้เลยว่าคนกระเป๋าหนักเชียร์อะไร สมน้ำหน้าไปบีบอดได้เงินโดเบิ่ม
ยังไงลูซิดสวนเลยเหรออุ้ยชิบหายละอุ้ยไลชิ่งอยู่โอเคบนฟรี
KC, they finally smashed the snowball from DK that they were slowly building up.
จะบอกว่าร้านริมทางสกปรกไม่ใช่ก็กลัวท้องเสียเราก็เซฟไว้ก่อนไหม คือร้านริมทางมันก็ไม่ใช่ว่าจะสกปรกทุกร้านผมก็รู้แต่ว่าท้องผมมันอ่อนแอจริง
Walking into Yike's jungle, trying to scare him away. Neither top laner wants to be in top here.
Yeah, Shiu just kind of on walkabout at the moment, and let's have a look at how this one all happened.
Maybe he gets the... No, he just wins the 1v1. Auto for auto.
Ulti. Spell shield on the ulti, but just has the damage.
Yes, unfortunately, missing that initial boomerang really was problematic.
Lucio is the initial one who's caught here, but he has Yike to back him up, and they're being sandwiched with the positioning. Okay, we have a fight live.
Yeah, that is, yeah, Shiu is just looking for an angle, and he does find it. Just solo kill on a roaming Lucio.
Shiu's the secondary jungler in this game, I suppose.
Yeah, we got River Cassante. I've heard of River Shen, haven't heard of River Cassante before, but that is looking a little dangerous.
Smash is getting the mid tower as well. Still a big lead for DK, and they're still remaining in control of this game as they're going to continue now pushing in. They're getting bot tower, they're getting mid tower, picking up a lot of the standing gold. And it should be
first turret going over to Showmaker here as well.
DK.
Nothing Canna can really do.
Another
one going to fall in that mid lane. You have to think.
แล้วซีวูออกการเวทมาละอันนี้คือจบเลยได้การเวทอันนี้มาความชิว
At the moment, as he used that to kill Lucio just earlier on. Look at this.
ง่วงไหมบอส
Tiny bit of health
ดีขึ้นน่ะได้งี้ไป10 นาทีแต่ก็ง่วงอยู่ดีครับ
Feels like that little bit of momentum that we saw shift away from D+ here.
ไอ้ทีวันน่ะทำนาน
As we've hit the neutral once again.
It just feels like KC never get prio. They don't get prio on mid. They're not getting
บอ
prio.
กให้ยกธงขาวแต่แรกไม่ยอมยก
And that's been the story of the series. Every single game, especially after the 15-minute mark, DK are just pushing them in every single lane, not allowing them to make any play happen or make any point of pressure.
Yeah, it's just constantly them setting up plays by the fact that they have that priority in the lanes. It means that Casey has to play defensively. They did a great job of it previously as Lucio's going to look for a bit of an angle here.
Smash his base. They can look to rush the... Oh, they're keeping...
Shiu is back to the river once again. He got annoyed he was in the bottom lane. There's the Pathmaker, all out, back up and available in 5 seconds time as the feathers get pulled back. See Shiu still wanting to do battle here as we're having a look at the top side of the map a little bit as well as the Annie and Rise are still fighting one another. And D+ will be able
จะแวะไปกินเจลาโดมเจลาโต้หรือเปล่าคนกินน่ะคือคุณโดนเล่นแล้วใครไปกินน่ะเขาใช้การตลาดแบบขอทีเดียวอ่ะเขาใช้คำแบบท้าทายอะไรเงี้ยเพื่อให้คนไปกินแล้วเขาขอแค่ทีเดียวตอน1 คนอ่ะแพงมากครับแพงไปไม่ไหวอ่ะแพงแบบเวอร์ไปอ่ะแก้วเท่านี้แก้วเท่านี้เดลี่ควีนดีกว่า
Yeah, such a good win.
แก้วเล็กไปอ่ะถ้าแก้วใหญ่แล้วแบบราคา200นี่มันยังโอเคนะ
That is the focus on this turret as the teleport is coming through. It's a little bit of a slow one here as Kana will show up. Gets the big old shield though. Shiu just tanking this one up. Yahoo is just dead before he can really do anything. And Shelly takes down the turret. And now Shiu's flashing forward. Looking to get on top of Kalist. That is going to be the real warp in. And the quickness picks him up. Takes him down. And now KC's body's a little
กูอยากโดเลื่อนโดเนทมา20 บาทจ้าบอสวันงานกูสามารถจ่ายแบงค์20ให้มึงเพื่อโดเลื่อนต่อหน้ามึง
กูเลี้ยงไปดิเฮ้ยใช่เหรอพี่ชัปปี้จะเลี้ยงเจลาโต้ด้วยเหรอโอ้โหไม่อยากเลยอ่ะมันแพงไปอ่ะพี่ชัปปี้
If you commit the TPs, you commit the fight, and D+ are faster on the rotation, which they are, and the turret is this low, it's just not going to work out as Yahoo is just caught in this desperate situation. There's a Rift Herald here. I think maybe the play should have been to just let him die, but you're so far behind. I think you're sick of giving D+ everything on the map, but they give them the turret, they give them multiple kills as a result.
พี่ชัปปี้กินสเปนเซ่นกับผมดีกว่า
Showmaker, and this feels like the beginning of the end
ฟองดู
of
อ่ะ
EWC finals.
And both Kalist and Yahoo there got CC chained before they got to use their ultimates. Both carries got shut down by DK without having the impact that they needed to try to make a comeback fight for a KC happen.
ยิ้ม
The desperation, the frustration.
It's almost like you know, what am I supposed to do here, you know?
ของแบบนี้กินให้รู้ก่อนชอบไม่ชอบค่อยตัดสินใจโอ้โห
รา
พี่
คา
จะ
เจ
บี้โด
ลาน
แล้ว
โต้โดเนทมา20 บาทจ้าพวก
นี่แหละครับ
เคยกิน
เขาต้องการคนแบบพี่ชับบี้นี่แหละ
วิจารณ์ว่าของกูจะไม่สมราคา พวกมึงเคยรู้จักอันตราสมูทเปล่า เคยกินแต่ของไร้ราคาสมน้ำหน้าไม่มีความคิดกันเลย ถ้าขอราคาแค่นี้มึงหากินไม่ได้ ก็อยู่จนแบบนั้นต่อไป
A little bit of a lie there. The tip is released out. As now equalizer goes down, but look at
ไม่
this.
ต้องลองก็รู้ครับ
กิดมาแล้วจ้าโดเนทมา20 บาทจ้าผมไม่ได้ให้น้อยผมแค่อยากให้แค่พอดีๆกินแล้วกินโดปามีนพุ่งแล้วจบแล้วให้คุณมากกินทุกวันไม่ได้ให้แดกเอาอีกมึงเข้าใจปะผมคือเมสซี่วงการไอติมนะใครเห็นผมขอญาติฟ้องทุกคน
แต่ผมก็เคยมีความคิดนี้นะว่าจะเปิดร้านอาหารนะแล้วโปรโมทแบบเนี้ยเวอร์
They can kind of do whatever they want, to be honest. They can go into KC's jungle. They can take all of
แล้ว
Yike's
ขาย
camps.
แพง
They can stop
เคยคิด
KC
อยู่
from ever entering. They can start the Nash if they want, or they can just stall for the soul. There's really no wrong play for them. And KC needs to be the one to
trying to make some proactive play, but with no vision, with no control. D+ basically have map hacks so they can see everything you're doing. Look at the wards they have.
And Career can just walk up like this with no threat on him.
From the bottom lane to the top, there's just a line of wards halfway from Baron to the base of KC. There's no flanks. There's
เขาใช้วัตถุดิบดีมันมีราคา
21 minutes. They have so
แต่
much
มันแพง
damage.
ไป
His
พี่ชับ
Ryze
บี้
doesn't have third item just yet. His rod isn't even
ผมให้ไม่เกิน
completed. But they do just
200 อ่ะ
have enough, I think, at this point to start considering that
ดีแค่ไหน
Baron
อ่ะ
take. Yeah,
ไม่เกิน 200 อ่ะได้อยู่
look for a pick.
Yeah, he does throw the bear down, but Lucy just ignores it. There's the crescent guard as now Yike feels like he's a little bit too far forward. The Realm Warp is Showmaker is going to join the fight as the feathers get pulled back, and KC will be able to hold them at bay at least for the moment. Teleport up here from Yahoo, but you can see Shu, he's on this bottom side of the map. KC going to have to go back and deal with this Cassante as well. And it feels like KC just needs to be too many places at once.
It's really frustrating to play this one out. Can't find anything.
DK are just a step above. They've shown their
จบสักทีเถอะเพื่อน
skill in the lane.
KC ถอดใจแล้ว
able to transfer it
ไม่
into the
สู้
game,
แล้วครับ
not giving
เกม
any
นี้
angle. We've barely even had a real team fight. We had like
DK เหมือนตบเด็กเลย
over the course of this series because it's just been DK dominating.
It's never been a fair fight.
Yeah.
Never ever a fair fight.
Apart from that weird moment where Kalist solo killed Smash.
That's true.
That was the best fight they got. And even that wasn't a huge win.
ตบ
And now
เด็ก
Smash
จัด
is
ๆนะ
2 levels up, or at least was a few moments ago, has his 3 items completed. And D+, I think it's Baron time. That's what they're considering, and Smash's Civet just does so much damage. The rest of DK, they can just play defense.
She has TP advantage.
เกิน 30 โอ้โห ไม่เกินดิเกมนี้ไม่น่าเกินอ่ะจะเอ็นแล้วเนี่ย
Normally, here's the Cassante to hold the line and keep Yike out with Career and Showmaker on this flank. It's just gone.
It's going to have to be perfect, but it doesn't even matter. The Baron is going to be taken here as KC.
กิดอัลตราสมูทโดเนทมา20 บาทจ้า คนชอบหาว่าผมโอเวอร์ไพรส์ผมเลยทำตัวนี้ออกมาขอบคุณทุกคนครับ ในราคา 519 บาท ความเนียนระดับอันตราสมูทสตาชิโอรอนเต้เติบโตบนผืนดินภูเขาไฟเอตานาเมืองรอนเต้ประเทศอิตาลี
Out of there, but that top laner not going to survive. And D+ Kia with their new Baron are going to push towards the KC base.
Yeah, yesterday, after getting the upset win over T1, KC's players were on the floor with joy, but in this series, DK is putting their bodies on the floor in these team fights. It's not close. They can only look with their binoculars at the Baron Pit. They're not able to get into touching distance, nowhere near in this fight. It's an amazing equalizer, and in a closer game state, maybe that could have been the difference maker, but not in this game 3 of the Grand Finals.
But the fact that Lucid 1v3s this with the Sunder Sky procs, gets the triumph.
What are you gonna Unreal. He has GA now. He's soon to have a Mountain Soul.
KC, they can defend this inner turret at least for the moment.
ถ้าเป็นร้านต่างประเทศโดนฟ้องปิดกิจการ
ยาต้าโดเนทมา20 บาทจ้าเมืองขาดกับกูมาคนหนึ่งแล้วตอนนี้ก็จะขาดกับไอชับพี่อีกคนเหรอถึงเอามันมาชกโชโกะก็ไม่อยู่อีกเดี๋ยวช่องมึงจะไม่เหลือใครละไอโนบอส
อะไรครับไม่ได้โชกก็บอกพี่ชับบี้ไงว่ามันน้อยไป
trying to canter away, and Canner at least gets the dash cannon out, but Showmaker still going to be able to put him down. And D+ here on the precipice of
สรุปว่าจะให้เฮียเลี้ยงโอมากาเสะผมไม่ได้ชอบกินโอมากาเสะผมชอบกินแบบบาร์บีคอนอย่างเงี้ย MK กับข้าวกับปลาทองสมิธร้านซีฟู้ดร้านไอติม
ผิดมาแล้วจ้าโดเนทมา20 บาทจ้าถั่วผมก็นับเม็ดให้นะเท่ากันทุกคนไอติมผมก็ช่างน้ำหนักผมเป็นห่วงทุกคนกลัวกินเยอะแล้วจะเป็นอ้วนโอตาคุพอคาร์บอน BMI เกินแล้วไปเชียร์ทีวันกันหมด
ตีน้อยโอ้โหตีน้อยนี่ไม่กินเลยครับตีน้อยคือไม่กินแน่นอนครับ
กิจอัลตร้าสมูทโดเนทมา20 บาทจ้าที่บอกว่าทำไมผมห้ามถ่ายรูปและวิดีโอขณะกินเจลเอโต้ตอนที่ผมอยู่อิตาลีผมได้ฝึกฝนมาอย่างดีครับผมสามารถดูด้วยหางตาก็สามารถรู้ได้เลยว่าตอนนี้เนื้อเจลเอโต้ของผมอยู่ที่อุณหภูมิเท่าไหร่และผมสามารถพูดไป
ยิ้มดีเคยิ้ม20 ล้านรวยกันหมดรวยกันทั่วหน้ายิ้มกันหมด
Shiu now pushing in towards this top lane inhibitor turret. And in theory, KC's Nexus is still up. But it feels like it's only a matter of time.
สุนทรผู้โดเนทมา20 บาทจ้า2 มือแม่ที่เคยอุ้มชูและเลี้ยงดูคอยเป็นครูคอยสอนสั่งทางเดินใหม่ทุกยามทองแม่พรเป็นกำลังใจให้ลูกบอสเดินต่อไปอย่างมีพลังแม่คือแสงแรกส่องไปทางฝันปลุกทุกวันด้วยรักไม่ห่างหายแม้เหน็ดเหนื่อย
20 ล้านนะครับ DK สตอรี่ส่งทีมไม่จ่ายเงิน
เห็นข่าวร้านเจลาโต้แพงหิมีหมาหรือยังโดเนทมา20 บาทจ้ามันทำแก้วแตกบนเคาน์เตอร์แล้วยังจะทำเจลาโต้ให้ลูกค้าแดกลูกค้าเลยได้แดกเศษแก้วบาดปากปาดลิ้นบาดแก้มร้านรับผิดชอบแค่ค่ารักษากับคืนเงินสลิปลูกค้าบัตรวิสดอมเลยนะ
อยู่ถูกที่ถูกเวลาพอดีครับสแมชออกมาทัวร์นี้คุ้มเลยครับทัวร์เดียวดีใจนะดีใจมากKC ก็โอเคนะครับที่2
And this has been such a dominant performance, and look what it means to each of the players.
ไว้เละเลยทัวร์เดียว
The opportunity that you deserve to raise the trophy high in the air. There's one last piece of business that we need to complete, and that is
โอเคครับคนดูเดี๋ยวผมต้องขออนุญาตไปนอนก่อนนะครับทุกท่านอาจจะอยู่ดูไม่ไหวนะครับก็ยินดีกับ DK ด้วยครับผมเดี๋ยวรอมันทำลายอันนี้นะแล้วเดี๋ยวผมไปแล้วคนดูเดี๋ยวเจอกันใหม่เดี๋ยวผมต้องไปนอนแล้วทำงานต่อ
Yes, Ian, I am with some DK fans real quick. What do you want to tell your champion?
ขอบคุณทุกคนนะครับขอบคุณโดเนทแล้วก็ขอบคุณทุกคนที่อยู่กันมาจนจบนะครับทัวร์นาเมนต์นี้
Yeah, they're ready for that crush, Ian.
The time has come.
ขอบคุณทุกคนนะครับ
The brutality of EWC in full effect as Korea steps forward here to crush the key. Carmine Corp's key will be crushed in front of the adoring fans.
ไปแล้วยกถ้วยหน่อยไหมบายบายบายบายมียกถ้วยไหมยกถ้วยยัง
In front of this sold-out crowd at the STC Arena, there's only one thing left to do, and that is lift the trophy that is rightfully yours. Place the key inside of it and shoot it high.
เฮ้ยนี่ใส่ตรา
sont vos grands gagnants de l'EWC League of Legends.
Your League of Legends and the Esports World
ใส่ตรา ดีกับ DK ด้วยครับทีมนี้นี่ก็ถือว่ารักกันอยู่นะสู้กันมายาวนานยอดนะยินดีด้วยฝันดีครับทุกท่าน